We will be starting our event shortly in few seconds.
Chintamani College of Science, तसेच प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर परमानंद प्रोफेसर यांचे स्वागत.
Good morning, all of you. Welcome back to the second day of 2 days national level multidisciplinary conference on converging perspectives, science, humanities, and sustainability. Let me announce the schedule for today. Today is day 2 of this conference. We will be having 4 sessions. Session 1 by Dr. Arvind Dhave sir from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. Session 2 will be oral presentations of our registered participants from 11:30 to 1:30 p.m. Then we will be having break of 1 hour, that is 1:30 to 2:30. After that, there will be session 3 by Miss Jayasmita Kuanar madam from 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. And then, from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Last will be the 4th session of oral and poster presentations, which will stretch from 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Followed by the valedictory and awards of recognition, Best Presenter Award at the closure of the conference. Day 1 of the day 2, I invite Mr. Kishore Paikrao sir to introduce the resource person for the session 1.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, Kishore Paikrao, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, Chintamani College of Art and Science, Gondpipri. I welcome you all. Welcome, sir. I find myself much privileged to introducing the today's guest of honor, Professor Dr. Arvind Dhave, sir, who is also my research guide, my mentor, and academic advisor. Not only my guide, but also like my parent. Let me giving you all a brief introduction of this personality. Professor Dr. Arvind Shankarrao Dhave sir is presently working as a senior professor and head Department of Botany, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Maratha University, Aurangabad. Chairman, Board of Studies in Botany, Member Academic Council, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Maratha University, Aurangabad. He has specialized in taxonomy of angiosperm, pharmacognosy, medicinal plant, Ayurveda, anti-cancer, herbal drug, oenology. He has graduated and postgraduated with gold medal. He is NET, SET, JRF and was awarded PhD in botany from Marathwada University. As an additional qualification, he is Ayurveda Ratna. He has a teaching experience of 32 years and research experience of 28 years. He has also graced the past position of professor, associate professor, and lecturer. He is a fellow of Indian Association for Angiospermic Taxonomy and Society of Pharmacognosy Phytochemistry. Also a fellow of East Himalayan Society of Spermatophyte Taxonomy. He was also offered Payne Fellowship from University Santiago de Compostela, Spain, and he has various academic social service awards. He has multiple publications on medicinal plant and taxonomy, around more than 120 plus research papers in national and international journal. He has also filed patent and published patent on herbal treatment for respiratory diseases. He has described 3 new species of genus Terminalia. He has provided PhD guidance, out of which 25 awarded and 8 ongoing. He has visited 29 countries, including Australia, Spain, Austria, China, and France for the academic purposes.
Be brief.
His skill contribution include medicinal plant identification, study research on herbal anti-cancers and antiviral drugs. He has received many awards, that is social and scientific award, like Nana Sahib Tawade Gold Medal, Immunabai Balwantrao Deshpande Award, Nehru Yuva Puraskar, Utkarsh Samaj Puraskar Award, and many scientific awards. With this brief introduction, I express my warm regard to you, sir, and thank you for your accepting our invitation and being present over here in online mode as a guest of honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kishore sir. Good morning, all of you. First of all, I am thankful to the authorities of Chintamani College, Gondpipri, for considering me as a resource person and inviting me to deliver my lecture. So, without taking much time, already we are late, and we will start our presentation. Kishore sir, please permit me to share my slides. So, am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
And can you see my slides?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So I have purposefully chosen the topic cancer, its causes, prevention, and treatment, because I deliver this is a popular lecture even in the societies and the schools and colleges, because I work in the herbal treatment against the cancer. So I pay homage to these two great personalities. One is my father, late Vaidya Shankar Rao Dhabe, and another Hakim from Yemen, Hakim Muhammad Hassan Al Siraji, because they were work on cancer, and they taught me, and they have inspired me to work in cancer. So cancer is a group of diseases, is not a single disease, it's a group of diseases which cause mortality, and it strikes more than one third of the world's population, and it is the cause of more than 20% of all the diseases. So cancer develops when normal cells in a particular part of a body begins to grow out of the control, and there is no control of the cell growth, and the mass of the cells, they go on adding, and there is a mass is produced which is called the tumor. So cancer is known as a malignant tumor, or the malignant neoplasm is a group of diseases involving abnormal cell growth with the potential to invade or spread to the other parts of the body. If there is a cancer to any one part, so that may be transferred or spread to other parts of the body. And if some of the cancerous cells, if they are mixed in the circulation, that is in the blood stream, then definitely they will be spread to other parts of the body. According to the WHO, the number of new cancer cases is expected to rise by about 70% over the next 20 years, and this is very alarming situation. So let us see the history. Hippocrates coined the word cancer, and he used the term carcinoma to describe the malignant tumors, and he called it as occult. Hippocrates' theory about cancer was based on four types of the body fluid. These are the humors. These were the blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and the black bile. Then the another popular medicine man, Ibn Sina, is popularly known as the Avicenna, and another fellow, Al Razi. They considered cancer is a result of an excess of the black bile in the affected tissue. When the blood gets impaired, and then blood gets black colored, and that affects the tissues of the particular part of the body, and that leads to the cancer. Our Indian scholars like the Charaka and Sushruta, they have written their Charak Samhita and Sushruta Samhita. They consider different cancer as benign tumor, that is the granthi, and they have differentiated it from the malignant tumor, and they call this malignant tumor, that is the cancer, as arbuda. So a harmless growth is granthi, and the malignant tumor, the growth is called arbuda by the presence of a capsule called the kosha. Three doshas, because the doctrine of the Ayurvedic medicine is based on the three doshas, the vata, pitta, and kapha. And in the body, they are responsible for the disease, and cancer is the state where all three major body humors, they lose the coordination. Either they are increased or they are decreased, and when there is a no coordination among themselves. The CT scan of a Egyptian mummy, when it is scanned, found to be positive for the prostate gland cancer, and the history dates back to 2250 years. So the mummified bodies, they were positive to the cancer. So cancer is not a new disease. Cancer has a very old history. And if we consider the global cancer incidence, then the Americas, including the North American continent and the South American continent, around 20% of the cases which were tested were positive. From the Africa, 5.8% suspected cases were found to be positive, and 1.4% in the Oceania, including the Australia, Tasmania, New Zealand, and others. Only 1.4 suspected cases are found to be positive. Uh, uh, Around 23.5% of the European suspected cancer cases are found to be positive. But the alarming situation in Asia, about 50%, 48.5, is roughly corresponding to the 50% of the suspected cases, those which are tested, found to be positive to the cancer. And the incidence and the mortality, if we consider, then the lung cancer is number one, and 11.6% of the cases they are reported as the cancer. I request those who have switched on the mic, you please switch off your mic, please. So it create a nuisance and disturb. Then the second incidence is number two is breast cancer. Again, 11.6% cases, colorectal 10.2% cases, 7.1% cases prostate gland, stomach 5.7, and remaining they are very minor cancers. And if you consider the death rate, the death toll, the mortality, 18.4% deaths occur because of the lung cancer, 9.2 of the colorectal, 8.2 stomach, 8.2 liver cancer, and again 6.6% breast cancers among the females. So let us classify the and consider the causes of the cancer, and for our ease, we have categorized these cancer causing factors. We call them as a carcinogens. Carcinogens are the cancer causing agents or cancer causing factors. They are classified into physical carcinogens, chemical carcinogens, viral carcinogens, bacterial carcinogens, and the parasites. Among the physical carcinogens, the cellular phones, because that is considered to be the part and parcel of our modern lives, and everybody, even the kids, are using the cellular phones, and they emit very harmful radiations, and they are the one of the most important cause of cancer. Then the cellular towers, and those people living below the cellular towers or the mobile towers, definitely they develop the cancer. Then the microwaves and the radio waves, and these are the part of our cooking devices, and they emit the radiations, harmful radiation. Then the power lines and the electric devices. So one should not be in very close contact with this power line. Maybe 420 volts or sometimes 11,000 volts. If the high tension line is passing through our communities, definitely the radiations they spread in that area, and the individuals living around these power lines, they develop cancer. Then the smart meters. So smart meters should be outside our home. They would be easy to take the readings, and if they are in our homes or they are in our bedroom, definitely we may develop the cancer. Then the UV radiation, then the solar radiations, UVA, UVB, UVC, then the X radiations and the gamma radiation, then the neutrons and the red gas. So these are the physical carcinogens that cause the cancers. Then chemical carcinogens, nicotine, that is the alkaloid from the tobacco and the cigarettes. Then the ericasin from the erica nut, that is supari. Then the cycasin from the cycas species. Most of the cycas species, they are edible. The seeds, they are eaten roasted, and cycas, they are known as the sago palms. But we have to ensure that the cycasin must be removed from either the fleshy stems, and the seeds. Seed must be roasted or cooked or boiled completely to get rid of this cycasin. Then the talcum powder we use daily for as a cosmetic. So the talcum powder containing the salts of the mercury, and they are harmful. Cosmetics based on the chemicals. Then the hair dyes. Most of the hair dyes, they are proved to be carcinogenic, and they are irritating to the scalp and the skin. Then dye aminobenzene, then the nitromethane, nitrobenzene, 4,4-thiode dianiline, then the aflatoxin. Aflatoxin is secreted by the Aspergillus flavus fungi, infected to the grains, and most of the grains, maybe groundnut, maybe dry fruits, they develop this aflatoxin, and aflatoxin is proved to be carcinogenic. Then the styrene from the plastic, we cannot remove plastic from our routine life, because most of the plastic bottles we use for drinking water, storage, and many plastic containers to carry the foods and to store the foods. And if the hot things like the tea or the coffee or the boiling water, if it is placed in the polythene bags or the plastic, they leach, and the styrene is mixed in the food articles, and the styrene causes the cancer. Then the diesel exhaust, those who are in the transport industries, if they inhale the diesel exhaust from the diesel vehicles, they develop cancer. Then the formaldehyde we use as a preservative. Then the lead is also carcinogenic. Then methyl tertiary butyl ether, MTBE. Then the recombinant bovine growth hormone is used for the cattle, for the bovine population, to increase their body weight, to get the maximum of flesh within a short period of time. Then the naphthalene, dambargoya, we call in Marathi. Then the cobalt sulfate. Then the Teflon. Teflon is a non-stick cookware, a coating, and that leached in our food articles when they are heated above a particular temperature. And this the Teflon, if it is contaminated, if it is mixed in our food articles, definitely that causes the cancer. Then the perfluorooctanoic acid, PFOA, then the tetrachloroethylene, then the water fluoridation, and the medical treatments if they are based on the broad spectrum antibiotics and others. Then the acrylamide, polyacrylamide gel electrophoresis. Then this acrylamide is carcinogenic. Then agent oral, orange. Then alcohol. If a person is addicted to the alcohol, and if he is consuming frequently the alcohol or the alcoholism he is suffering from, definitely he will develop cancer. Then the antiperspirants, because our summer is very hot and we use antiperspirants, and they are absorbed by the skin and they develop the skin cancer. Then the arsenic is heavy metal, asbestos, cement, tin, then the aspartame, then the benzene, then the bisphenol, insecticides and the residues, pesticides and their residues. Dear friends, I warn you, because these insecticide residues and the pesticide residues, They are found in even our vegetables and fruits, and even our cereals and pulses and grains and everything. And they are more commonly found in the cold drinks, and that's why cold drinks, they contain already very harmful ingredients like the carbolic acid and the phosphoric acid and the synthetic sweeteners, and the sugar amount is very high, acid is very high, and they get the residues of these insecticides and the pesticide. That's why these cold drinks, they are very harmful. Cancer causing foods, the hydrogenated oils like the vegetable oil, that is dalda, so artificially that is synthesized, and that oil becomes very saturated, unsaturated fatty oils. We convert them into a solid saturated fats, and they are very harmful. And if you are habitual to consume such a vegetable oil, hydrogenated vegetables oil, you may get more chances to develop cancer. Then the French fries and the potato chips, then the microwave popcorn, red meat. Red meat promotes the cell growth, and red meat should be in a controlled consumption. Then the farm raised salmon fishes, then the refined sugar or the soda, then the diet food, salty, pickled, and the smoked foods we have to restrict. Then the synthetic colors, all these synthetic colors, all these
Namaskar. Very good, very good, very good.
then the processed meats, then the canned tomatoes, non-organic produce, then processed white flour, then the genetically modified organism, then the artificial sweeteners or the synthetic sweeteners, then the soft drinks and cold drinks I have already mentioned. So this should be either restricted or completely avoided. So even the sugar, refined sugar, white sugar is known as the poison in medical terms. Then the viruses, human papilloma viruses, if you get infection of these HPVs, then the Epstein-Barr virus, EBV, then hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C virus, HIV virus, and HIV. If you are suffering from HIV, then you get more chances of cancer of anus, lungs, mouth, throat, skin, liver, and Hodgkin disease. Then the human herpes virus 8, HHV 8, human T lymphotropic virus 1, HTLV 1, then the Merkel cell polyoma virus MCV. So these viruses, if your body gets infected, definitely they cause the cancer. Then the bacteria that can lead to the cancer, the Helicobacter pylori, then the chlamydia, trachomatis, these two bacteria, they cause the cancer. So we have to keep ourselves away from these two bacteria. Then the Schistosoma hematobium, that is squamous cell carcinoma of the bladder, is caused by this parasite. Then the liver flukes, Opistorchis viverini and Clonarchis sinensis. So these two liver flukes, they are very common in our area, and they cause these cancers. So if we consider the carcinogens, maybe physical, maybe chemical, maybe viral, maybe bacterial, and maybe parasite, so we are living in the oceans of the carcinogens. So what are the symptoms? Let us see the symptoms of a cancer. So signs and symptoms caused by cancer will vary depending on what part of the body is affected, and different parts of the body, they may develop cancer, and about 200 different types of the cancers have been reported. Some general signs and symptoms associated with but not specific to the cancer include the fatigue, then the lump or the area of thickening that can be felt under the skin, then the weight changes including unintended loss or the immediate gain of the weight, then the skin changes such as the yellowing, darkening, redness of the skin, sores that won't heal, or the changes to existing moles, changes in the bowel or the bladder habits. So the habits of the urination and the stool, they change. Then the persistent cough or trouble breathing since at least 6 months. Then the difficulty in swallowing, if you are suffering from the cancer of a throat or the trachea or the mouth, there is a difficulty in the swallowing. Then the hoarseness, persistent indigestion or the discomfort after the eating. Then the persistent and unexplained muscle or the joint pain, because pain is associated. When cancer develops, definitely there is a pain in that tissue, in that part of the body. Pain is always associated with this cancer. So if you develop pain, then you will have to check for the test of cancer. Persistent unexplained fevers or the night sweats. If a patient is suffering from the unexplained fevers or there is a excessive sweating during the night time, that may be one of the sign of cancer. Unexplained bleeding or the bruising is also one of the uh, uh, symptom of the cancer. Then how to prevent the cancer? So you will have to avoid the carcinogens, what we have mentioned. Unnecessarily we don't have to consume the sugars, is called the white poison. The soybean products, because soybean products, they are not meant for the human consumption, they are developed as the fodder. So horses, bovine population, cows, buffaloes may be fed with these soybean, but the soybean should be avoided in the families where there is a history of the cancer, because the soybean is rich in the proteins and they promote the cell growth very fast. So soybean products, maybe soybean milk, maybe soybean oil, maybe soybean flakes, maybe soybean powder, maybe soybean, any form of soybean should be avoided. Then the excessive consumption of tea and the coffee. Actually, the tea contains the best known flavonoids, quercetin, myrcetin, and the camphorol. But unfortunately, in India, the tea is available, is very cheap, and is full of the tannins and the flavonoids, the antioxidants. They are very less, and consumption of this tea, which is rich in the tannin, is proved to be harmful. Excess amount of the coffee, because coffee contain caffeine, and the cold drinks have already mentioned, because they are prepared with the phosphoric acid and the carbolic acid, and they are full of the residues of the insecticides and the pesticides. Then the red meat should be avoided, and instead you may consume fishes, you may consume white meat, that is the chicken and the seafood others. Then the alcohol, you will have to restrict yourself. Then the synthetic sweeteners, maybe stereocytes are using we are using nowadays, but these stereocytes, they are also considered to be the carcinogenic. Then the unnecessarily excess protein in your diet should be avoided, because the proteins, they lead to the cell multiplication. So if excess amount of the protein in your diet is there, definitely they will tend to cell to divide the forcefully. Then the synthetic colors one should have to avoid. So all these natural colors we have to use, and we have uh, thousands of the plants based natural colors, many pigments, anthocyanin pigments, anthocyanin pigments, beta cyanin, beta carotene. All these pigments, they are natural pigments. So why to use the synthetic colors? And synthetic colors are proved to be carcinogenic, especially the green color. And why to use this color to color our food articles? We want the green colored burfi, then the orange colored burfi sweets, and then we are going to add these colors to our food article like the bundi and the jalebi, and even in the preparation of biryani. So avoid using these synthetic colors. And if you want to use the colors, if you want to decorate your food articles, why not to decorate with our natural colors? We have thousands of the natural colors. Then the vegetable oil should be avoided. Then the French fries or the potato chips, then the microwave popcorn, then the diet food. Diet food itself, they contain the carcinogen. Then the very salty, very pickled, very smoked foods, they lead to develop the cancer. Then the very spicy and hot food should be avoided, because those who consume the non-vegetarian diet, their food is usually spicy. But restrict yourself to use such a spicy food hardly twice a week, not more than that. Then what to take? We have to take, we have to consume the antioxidant, because the antioxidants, they neutralize the harmful effect of the free radicals. And because of this pollution, because of these residues of the insecticides and pesticides in our food and cereals and pulses and grains and milk, and even the mm, cold drinks also, so they generate the enormous amount of the free radicals, and these free radicals, they corrode our system, and they cause the cancer. And to prevent the such corrosion in our body, we have to consume the antioxidants. All these natural pigments, anthocyanin, beta-cyanin, anthocyanin, beta-xanthin, all these natural color pigments, all these colored fruits, all these colored vegetables, all they protect your body, and they are full of the antioxidants. And many medicinal plants, many vegetables, many fruits, they are full of the antioxidants. We have to consume them. Leafy vegetables we have to consume, fruit vegetables we have to consume, and we advise our cancer patient to consume at least one cucurbit fruit vegetables every day. And there is a great diversity of the cucurbit fruit vegetables available in the market. Then we have to go for the color fruits. If you want to consume the grapes, you go for the black grapes, because the black grapes, they are full of the anthocyanin pigment, and this anthocyanin pigment, they protect your body. Then the amla juice contains the large amount of the vitamin C. One amla fruit contains 20, vitamin C equal to 20 oranges, and there are free essential amino acids present in the amla juice, and they protect your body. Then the wheat germ extract, which is called Truna Ras in Marathi and Sanskrit. So wheat germ oil or the wheat germ extract, wheat, the tender saplings of the wheat grass must be consumed. Then the turmeric is the best known, the cheapest antioxidants on this globe. If you are using one pinch of turmeric, you need to add 2 pinches of the turmeric in your every preparation. Is very good and the best and easily available antioxidant on this globe. Drumstick, leafy vegetables. We consume the drumsticks, the fruits, but the leafy vegetables and the vegetable from the flowers is full of antioxidant. Then the ashwagandha, the wonder drug of Ayurveda, the holy basil, that is the tulsi. Every day we have to consume at least 100 to 200 milligram of ashwagandha, and at least chew 5 to 10 leaves of the holy basil tulsi. Then the marking nut is proved to be the best known anti-carcinogenic agent. Scientific screening and clinical experimentations are required for the development of improved herbal drugs, and a variety of plant extract have been reported to have potential anti-tumor and anti-carcinogenic activities. And since last 15 years, I am working on this herbal anti-cancer preparations and the formulation. Unfortunately, I had one Yemeni practicing Hakim, and he has brought his Yemeni medicinal plant, medicinal extracts, and we have tested. So this Boswellia amiro, these are all the plants from the Yemen. Then the Boswellia elongata, Burseraceae family. Then this Dendrocycio socotrana. So this is the only tree from the cucurbitaceae. Most of the all the other species, they are the climbers, but this is a tree belonging to cucurbitaceae. Then the Dostenia gigas, a family Moraceae. Then the Dracena cinnamari, this is known as the Damkhal Hawaiian, that is the blood of the brother, and the Cleum schweinfurthi, this is a member of family Caparidaceae. Then Hexacama fine, Jatropha unicostata. We have another species of the Jatropha. Then the Teucrium socutranum, then the Withania aduensis. We have Withania somnifera and Withania coagulans. These Indian species, and there is a Yemeni species, Withania adunensis, and that Withania adunensis is proved to be best known anti-carcinogenic agent. And what we have to recommend, that you consult an alternative medicine specialist or the botanist before you start using any plant to treat cancer. It may result some side effects from the increasing dose, or not to use the desired plant, or interaction with other plants, or with chemical medications used by the patient. The use of plant contains some risk because the plants may have some certain anti-carcinogenic properties, but these may have certain side effects, and we have to consider the side effects and the anti-carcinogenic properties, and the wise, say, the traditional practitioner or the healer has to decide whether to use this plant or not, and what would be the dose. The plants can prevent cancer by eating some vegetables and the fruit antioxidants. So your diet must be full of the antioxidants, and it should be rich in the vegetables and the raw vegetables and the fruits. So we have to be wise while using the medicinal plants. Can prevent cancer by eating some vegetables and fruit antioxidants, and use of plant is risky if there is a a footwear prepared from such a spiny or the thorny, say, the cactus plants. So will it be possible to use such? So because there is a risk, you cannot use all such risky plants. And this turmeric, then the cruciferous vegetable, then the legumes, and the berries, blueberries and the blackberries, and the nuts and the almonds, and the oily fishes like the tuna and the lemon, then the garlic, they may prevent cancer. Gravula and anona, very important fruits in the prevention and treatment that have proven effective anti-cancer treatment. So anona squamosa, anona muricata, anona reticulata, they are proved to be anti-carcinogenic, and we have tested their formulation. So the preventive, so foods must be rich in the turmeric, Indian gooseberries, that is the amla fruit, then the cherries. Cherries are imported in India, but blueberries, they are also imported. But the black grapes are commonly available, dark colored fruit, then the cucurbit, then the leafy vegetables, and some of the medicinal plants were used in our formulations, and we have developed more than 600 formulations, and we have tested all of them, and some of these formulations, they are working as a wonderful anti-carcinogenic agents. The Terminal biliaca, that is Bibitak, Behda, Goatfur; Terminal Arjuna, that is Arjun Sadada; Withania somnifera, that is our Ashwagandha, Askanda; Dhol Kamuni, Dhor Gunza, Dudkadi; Boswellia serrata is our Salai; Semicarpus anacardium is our Bhallatak, Bibba, Bhilawa, Gote. Then Thymus vulgaris is Himalayan plant; Senna alexandrina, that is our Sonamukhi; then Ficus bengalensis, that is our great banyan tree. So anti-cancer drug formulations, extract of single Indian medicinal plants we have used, extract of 2 to 12 Indian medicinal plants. In the combination we have used extract of single Yemeni medicinal plants we have used, extract of 2 to 12 Yemeni medicinal plants we have used to develop the formulations, and combination of 1 Indian and 1 Yemeni medicinal plant. Similarly, the combination of 2 to 12 Indian and 2 to 12 Yemeni medicinal plants, we have developed these formulations. We have tested all these formulations. More than 600 formulations we have tested up till now. 5 formulations are most effective. 5 combination of Indian, a combination of Indian and Yemeni medicinal plant is highly effective. Tested against many cancers in many laboratories, and more than 100 patients have been cured and are curing. So these are the sample number one. So we have determined their IC50 values against these human breast cancer cell T47 D, and all such formulations we have tested in many laboratories. So these are the results of our formulation, and they are proved to be very effective. So on this side, these are the normal breast cancer cells, and these are the fluorescent uh, apoptotic cell, because of the uh, death of this cancer cell because of our formulation. And all these apoptotic cells, they get this fluorescent dye, and they color like this fluorescent green. So these are the apoptotic breast cancer cells because of the treatment of our formulations. So this is a very success story of a 10-year-old girl recovering from the leukemia, and these are the reports from the Tata Memorial Cancer Hospital, and the girl has very much improved and about to cure. So we have cured this patient who was 79 years old, and he gets complete relief from the prostate gland cancer, and he's the father of our friend who is working as a mechanic near our university gate, Aziz Bhai Sayyid Nasiruddin Qazi. Then he is my very close relative, Vaman Balkhande, and he is cured from the leukemia, blood cancer. Then what would be the conclusion? So there are a lot of medicinal aromatic plant traditionally used in the treatment of certain cancerous tumors have been scientifically tested as anti-cancer material, such as the Fagonia indica, then the Carthamus tinctoria, then the Lavandula pubescens, then the Urtica urens. And we have tested the many formulations based on these herbal medicinal plant extracts. There are a lot of plants that have proven effective as anti-cancer uses in India and Yemen, such as the Withania somnifera, Withania adoensis, then the Sena alexandria, Landrina, that is our Sonamukhi, then the Salvador persica, then the Nigella sativa, that is known as the Kalonji. And there are some plants that causes cancer, are the Aristolochia species are known to be nephrotoxic, carcinogenic and mutagenic. Aristolochia indica, Aristolochia bracteolata, they are found in our Marathwada also, and Aristolochia bracteolata is known as the Gindan or the Kidamari, and this plant is used to kill the worms in the septic wounds, Kidamari. So that kills the worms in the sepsis septic wounds, but if that is consumed is proved to be carcinogenic. If you have consumed, then you may develop this cancer. So all such plants, they are also having carcinogenic property, they induce the cancer to your body, so one should be avoid all such carcinogenic plants. And I may conclude that the cancer is curable, and we have to change our life cycle. We have to go towards the nature, and we have to consume the uh, anti-carcinogenic vegetables and the fruits and the spices, and our medicinal plant, they are very easily and very commonly available throughout. They are very cheap, and they are effective either to prevent and also to cure the cancer. So why to use these synthetic colors? So if you avoid synthetic colors, you may not develop any cancer. If you are avoiding these cold drinks and these cold drinks based on this phosphoric acid and the carbolic acid, and if they are the full of these residues of the insecticides and the pesticide, definitely you have to avoid and go for the nature. You bring the fresh fruits from the market, you prepare their juice and you consume. So that will protect your body, and unnecessarily you are putting these carcinogens into your body to develop the cancer. So it is up to you whether to keep your body away from cancer or to develop cancer to your body. It is up to you, and it is in your hand. And if you think and if you behave and if you follow these simple tricks, definitely you will be away from your cancer. And if you suffer from the cancer, definitely you may cure your cancer, and cancer is curable disease. Before 30 years, if someone suffers from the cancer, he would have died because of the shock. कॅन्सर झाला की त्याला संपला, आता आपण जगू शकत नाही, and the patient died because of this shock. But cancer is curable, and so many hospitals are there. And sometimes in allopathy, the chemotherapy, then the radiotherapy, sometimes is not suitable to the all kinds of the patients, and these treatments they develop the cancer. So be wise while choosing these treatment. And if you are at the first stage, second stage, up to third stage, you may cure, you may get complete relief of cancer if you use these naturopathy, if you use these herbal medicines, and if you keep yourself away from the consuming additional carcinogens and consuming the antioxidants, definitely you will get rid of this cancer. So he was my student, Hakim Ibrahim Al Siraji. He is a practicing Hakim. He is right now in Yemen, and his father, the photograph I have shown in the beginning, uh, uh, was his father, and both the father and son were the are the experts in the cancer treatment only. Though he is very expert in other diseases, but he is very specialist, very expert in cancer disease, and he is popular in the not only in the Yemen but in the entire Gulf country. And I have learned many things from him, and I have taught many things, Ayurvedic practice, and Ayurvedic herbal drugs to him. So that is the exchange of the uh, knowledge. So he shared his knowledge, I shared my knowledge, and he used to talk to my father when my father was alive, and he used to discuss hours together. And I have got this very brilliant and very knowledgeable student from the Yemen country, and I'm thankful to my friend Dr. Kiran Ramesh Karat. He was the director of Devgiri Institute of Biotechnology, and he has helped us in testing our formulations at the Devgiri Institute of Biotechnology in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. Right now, he moved to Mumbai. So I am thankful again to the Chintamani Gondpipri, the management, the principal, the staff, the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to spread the knowledge about this cancer. And I request all the participants, all the delegates to spread this awareness in the community. And it is our duty to educate our community and spread the awareness about this cancer. So I hope that you have listened my lecture very carefully, and you have enriched your knowledge, and be wise to follow these things. So your diet should be composed of all the antioxidants, all the natural pigments, and all these colors which are acting as a flavonoids, which are acting as a anti-carcinogenic agents. So take care, be healthy, be happy, and be wise. So again, I am thankful all of you. So if you have any doubt, if you wish to clarify some doubts, if you have, we have a few minutes to clarify your doubts among the audience. If you have any doubt, don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you for such knowledge enriching information. And the case studies were really embracing positivity. Thank you for all that. We have few questions that are posted by our audiences. May I forward it?
Yeah, please. Audience, please, if you have any doubt, don't hesitate. Maybe your question may be very foolish, but you will have to clear right now.
Yes, sir. Sir, the first question is, what role does hormone play in cancer development?
Madam, unnecessarily the promotion of the hormones and consuming the hormone promoting substances, definitely they will lead some of the body parts, some of the body tissues to multiply rapidly, and they lead to the cancer. And all these bovine population, they feed on the hormones to get the vein, because getting the flesh within a very short period of time. So that also leads to the cancer. Suppose there is a chicken in the poultry farm and we feed the hormones to the hen or the cocks, and within 2 and 3 months the hen or the cock is raised to 2.5 kgs or the 3 kilograms within a very short period of time. And by consuming all such flesh, maybe of the beef or maybe chicken or maybe mutton or maybe any non-vegetarian, definitely they will lead the cells and the tissues to multiply rapidly. So unnecessarily don't consume either hormones or the hormone promoting substances or hormone promoting these medicines or the hormone promoting any substances. So unnecessarily let our body, they have to take care of all these body parts, all these tissues and all these cells. Our body having a very good system of homeostasis, they control everything, every metabolic activities, every pathway is controlled by our body at our own, is a homeostasis. But if you are unnecessarily adding some of the harmful substances, definitely they affect your metabolic activities and unnecessarily the cells and the tissues to multiply.
Yes, sir. So the next question is, can hair dyes be responsible for causing cancer? Hair
Yes,
dye.
madam. Yes. Because very harmful substances are there, and if you apply immediately, you will get the highly irritation on the scalp, and they are based on these carcinogens. And because the modern substances, moderns are the substances which increase the affinity between the hair and the dye, because hair is proteinaceous in nature, the keratin, and the dye which is modern, so which increase the affinity to the hair. And these modern substances, they are proved, everything is proved, madam. You search, you will find the papers appeared in the very good journals. So the hair dye must be based on your natural colors. Then the PPD itself is a carcinogenic. That is a coloring agent. If its use is in a very small quantity, it doesn't affect. But if your hair dye is based in a very high amount of the PPD, definitely you will develop the cancer. And the hair dyes, the most irritating dyes, they are proved to be carcinogenic. A dye is not irritating, is less harmful.
हाँ पायल टेम्बूर ने परत टेम अबे पा जाती है काय ना अरे
Any
Sorry,
question?
sir, for the interruption. Yes, sir. Next question is, as the sunscreen lotions claim that they protect us from UV radiations that cause cancer, so do they really protect us, or they are also responsible for causing cancer?
Madam, all these lotions, they are not carcinogenic. They protect your body. But if they are based on the carcinogens, and we have to test, we have to check their contents. And some of the these sunscreen lotions, they are proved to be carcinogenic. So we have to be very careful. You have to go for the ingredients. What are the ingredients? And you will have to check on the internet. A click away, you will get the data.
So we need to choose wisely.
Yeah, definitely, madam. Even a medical treatment
So
which is
the last question.
based on the only chemicals, so that is also proved to be carcinogenic, harmful, and that causes cancer.
Okay. So
Madam,
the
last
last
question.
question that we have is, yes, sir. Is cancer inherited, or certain genes are responsible for increasing the risk of cancer?
Yes, madam. Up to certain extent, this is inherited. Suppose the feminine cancers like the breast cancer, uterine cancer, or the cervical cancer, if the grandmother is suffered, definite, and if the mother is suffered, then the more chances to have to develop the feminine cancer to the granddaughter also. So those fellows having the history of cancers in their ancestors, they have to be very wise and they have to avoid all these carcinogens and they have to keep themselves away from all these cancer causing agents.
Okay, so there's one more question.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, they are asking that is there any natural medicine for kidney stones?
Madam, the natural medicines are available for every disease and every disorder. Nature has already given a provision of all these medicines in the form of medicinal plants, and then later on, these animal kingdom and the human being, they have appeared very late. So already provision is there. So all these medicines are already there, and in our vicinity, in our surroundings, all these plants, they are full of the medicinal properties. But we have to go back to the nature, and we have to consider the plants, and we have to consider their phytochemical properties, and we have to consider their properties and their uses. And
Okay, sir.
being a family member of all these traditional practitioners of Ayurveda, my mother was a Vaidya, my father was a very popular traditional practitioner of Parbhani district. My grandfather and great grandfather, all my ancestors, they were very popular traditional healers and traditional practitioners, and still I am also practicing and cancer, and we are working on these. And very recently we have signed a MOU with the National Institute of Virology, ICMR, NIV, and we are working on the anti-dengue and anti-chikungunya viruses also. So we are working on this antiviral. We are working right now on these COVID-19 viruses, and two of my students are working. My one student Rohini Punge is working on anti-cancer herbal preparations. Most of my MSc students, they are also working on anti-cancer herbal preparations. So nature is full of all these remedies. Okay, you have to
Yes,
go back to nature.
we just need to explore.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, madam.
Sir, there is one more question just posted in
Please.
the live chat.
Huh.
It is by Dr. Veginwar, sir,
Mhm.
principal of our collaborating institute.
Yeah.
His question is how neoplastic tissues develop.
Madam, all these factors, they equally act together, and the neoplasm that develops.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you for all your satisfactory answers and giving your valuable time to us. Thank you so much,
My
sir.
pleasure. My pleasure. I request
Thank you.
all the delegates, all the participants to spread this message to your society, to your community, to your families and friend circles. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Moving towards the presentation part of day 2 of the conference, we are overwhelmed to share the fact that people from Science and Humanities have responded with great zeal. We have 300 plus registrations and 120 plus paper presentations lined up for today's session. Before presentation starts, it's a humble request to be patient. Don't panic even if the shared PPT vanishes in between. Continue your talk and proceed strictly without wasting any time in between because the next person is already waiting. Follow all the instructions that were given in the WhatsApp groups for presentation and the guidelines that were given because we really don't wish or really don't want any presenter to be forbidden for the presentation for that matter. Heading towards research paper presentations, I would like to announce that on honorable chair of the session, we have Shri Nandaji Satpute sir from Mahila Mahavidyalaya Gadchiroli, who is also Management Council member, Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. Along with him, we also have Dr. P. Moharkar sir, Physics Department Head, ex-chairman, Physics Board of Studies, Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. This is first session of presentation from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. I will be announcing the names of the presenters. Those who are available or who have already joined can say yes. They can respond to yes so that we know they are available for the presentation. Name of the participant or first presenter is Saikat Jordar sir.
Yes, ma'am, I am available, ma'am. I am present.
Okay, sir. Okay. Next, Tejaswini Muneshwar. Tejaswini Muneshwar. Vaishnavi Paul Buddhe. Vaishnavi Paul Buddhe. Apurva Pal.
Yes, madam.
Tejaswini Rathod. Tejaswini Rathod.
Stop video.
Diksha Maske. Diksha Maske. Ramdas Ingole. Rohini Punge. Meeta Bhatnagar. Dr. Mini Walia.
Yes, ma'am, available.
Okay. Shri Vidya Nair. Akhand Pratap Singh. Sumedh Chavan.
Yes, ma'am, I am present.
Jnaneshwar Chavan. Jyoti Dhole.
Yes, ma'am, available.
Chetana Agle. Reshma Pandre.
Yes, ma'am, I'm available.
Snehal Borse. Shweta Pogare. Ranveer Singh Ambure. Rupesh Mankar. Priyanka Kokate. Nikita Panman. Pooja Fulare. Sneha Gaikwad. Keshav Kohli. Pratiksha Shekade. Sonal Kumar Nagarkar.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
G. Taruni Chari.
Yes, ma'am, present.
Kadlag Bhagwan Navnath. Isha Tare. Parag
Yes, ma'am, I'm
Tembure.
present. Isha, ma'am, I'm present.
Isha Tare.
Isha Tare.
Okay. Parag Tembure. Shrishti Kale. Now the name that I have announced first, they may start their presentation. Hope you have all gone through the instructions or guidelines in the WhatsApp group. Binding strictly to that, you have to proceed with your presentation. Mr. Saikat Jodar, sir, can start with his presentation. He can share his PPT if available.
Yes, ma'am, I'm available. Yes, I'm sharing my presentation. Okay, is it visible, ma'am? Can I start?
So the presentation is not visible. Yes, it is visible.
Yes, visible now. Okay, so
Please give a crisp and quick research work review so that it completes in 4 to 5 minutes. We have a lot of people waiting there.
Yes. I'm not going to waste my time. It's all about related to the sports, and the children that I'm choose for that sports related is the age group of 17 to 19 years. And the school that we have in my Nagpur, we have the four areas like in the CBSE schools and private schools, then in Kendriya Vidyalaya, then in non-aided schools and aided schools. So we do close all the four parameters and the age group of the children, and is related about only the boys area, not the girls areas. So I choose the study of difference between the achievement motivation of athlete of non-aided schools and CBSE private schools of Nagpur city. So my guide is Mr. V.V. Datarkar sir. He is a principal in Jyotiba College, and uh, this is my abstract. The concept of the sports transcend more regression to embody the broader perspective, encompassing competition, individual skill refinement, and the manifestation of the one attitude towards achievement. This study delves into the realm of the achievement of motivation among the athletes. Yes. Then the keywords of these areas are differences between the two areas, that is the CBSE schools and the non-aided schools. The second one is the achievement of motivation. That is the main criteria over there. Then the third parameter is the athlete, because we are only focusing on the athletes in the field of track and field, and the two areas that already we have discussed about, that is non-aided and the CBSE private schools. Now we'll come to the next area, that is your meaning of achievement and motivation. Or the meaning of achievement is the refers to more specifically to motivation relevant to the performance on the task on which there is a criteria to judge success or failure. Because all the time we do, if you are going for any kind of survey or practical, then we do motivate the children so that they will perform in that area or in those area in a proper manner and for in a efficient manner, so that we can get the perfect result out of that. Meaning of motivation is driving force behind a person's action. There are many different type of motivation, and everyone is inspired by something different, and the motivation is come by intrinsic or by extrinsic. There are two ways of motivation. It's all about that how you can motivate the children by intrinsically or by extrinsically. Though the two areas that we are focusing on, that is non-aided schools, because in Nagpur there is a central India is a hub in central India. There are four types of schools in city. That is NMC, that is governed by government of Maharashtra, and the private schools are run by trust, non-aided schools, and the CBSE school. These schools are around 10 plus 2 plus and 3.5 plan every year schooling leading to the first degree. The first 10 years of the constitution, the school education consisting of four areas: primary level, three areas of upper primary level, and three areas of high school level, with a public examination at the end of 10th class and 12th class, constituting the secondary and the higher board of examination respectively. Then the Central Board of Secondary Education, it has under jurisdiction Central India in response to the presentation made by the government of and then the government of India suggested to set up a joint board in
Conclude, only 1 minute
1929.
remaining.
Yes. Then we'll review, and there's the objective is to study the difference between the achievement motivation of athlete player non-aided schools and the CBSE schools. The significance already is discussed about the non-aided and the CBSE private schools, and the help to provide helpful physical education coaches, trainer, and the player to prepare the training schedule for the better performance. Then delimitation, the study will be delimited at the age group of 16 to 19 years only, and is the Nagpur city only. Analysis of the data, there is a two table that we designed for non-aided schools and the CBSE schools. And we discuss about only the male. So the type 1 based on the sample that we decide, and the type table number 2. And conclusion: based on the data, sample 30 male subjects have been obtained with the average scores of 23.06%. The score range given has corresponded to different level of sports achievement and motivation. And the average that we're scoring is that 0 to 24 is low sports achievement motivation, 24 to 30 is moderate sports achievement motivation, and the 30 to 40 is the high sports and motivation. And here the references from where we collect the data, where we collect the references from the from our abstract and for the thesis. This is all about my presentation. So I hope everything will be clear right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Next is Tejaswini Munesh, next presenter. Tejaswini Munesh. Vaishnavi. Next presenter is Apurva Pal.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Apurva Pal, as a research scholar under the guidance of Dr. V.V. Datarkar of Jyotiba College of Physical Education. My topic is analyzing blood group distributions across various sports. A study at Rastosant Tukadeji Maharaj Nagpur University, Nagpur. Introductions. The genetics factor influencing athletics performance are interested in the science, and blood group distributions potentially impact on the performance, and understand the relationship to the programs. And the study investigated blood group distributions among the participating in team and individual sports. So main aim of the study to find out the blood groups influencing players choose the team and individual sports at Rastosant Tukadeji Maharaj Nagpur University, Nagpur. And problem definitions. Now, is there any relations between blood group distributions to participations in individual sports and team games? This is the problem definitions, and need and importance of the significance of the study. Now, to understand the blood group and game selections, and hello, relations, and some physical educators and coach and trainers are very much needed for to know the choose the sports according to their blood groups. Okay, and next, some objectives to identify the blood group distributions of university players in both team and individual sports, and to analyze the correlations between different blood groups and the selections of the team game, and to analyze the correlations between different blood group and the selections of individual games. So next, hypothesis. There has two hypotheses. The null hypothesis is the no significant association between blood groups and sports participations in either team or individual games. And alternative hypothesis, the significant association between blood groups and sports participations in either team and individual sports. So there are two limitations and delimitations. The delimitations are intercollegiate male players we are selected for this study, and their age group should be 18 to 25 years. And players those who are know their blood groups, we are selected as a sample. So limitations: caste, religion, economical status, environmental conditions have it not considered for this study. And research method, we are taking the quantitative research techniques and the survey method adopted, and that's why we using 60 participations from team sports and 60 for the individual sports. And the tools are taken for self-administrative questionnaires taken, and variables are there, the blood group types and individual games and team game participations. So this is the blood group distribution chart in shown in the table. So A positive 30% from the 60 students, A negative 0%, B positive 28.33% as on shown in the table. And key findings from this table is in mostly common blood groups among players, A positive, that means 30%, and B positive 28.33% in the team game. And we have taken for correlations method, a scatter plot has been prepared to check the association between both the variables. And we saw that the supporting findings of the scatter plot, as there is a very low relationship between blood groups and sports participation in team games. And in the individual games, so we shown in the table as on the A positive 23%, A negative 1%, B positive 30% as on. And the mostly findings that the most common blood group among players in individual games, B positive 30% and A positive 23.33%. And the correlations analysis shown, it also shown that in the sector of individual games, the negative correlations we have shown in the correlations analysis. So statistical result, a weak negative correlations found, and the interpretations, blood group distributions have a meaningful impact on the team sports and individual sports participation. So conclusions, now there is a insufficient evidence to conclude that the blood group significantly influence sports participations in either team or individual games. A weak negative correlations were observed. It was not statistically significant. Thus, the blood type does not appear to be a determining factor in sports selecting among universities players. So, further research involving a large and more diverse sample could be provided. Further investigations into the genetic and physiological factors affecting sports choice. So, some references, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Tejaswini Rathod, Diksha Maske, Ramdas Ingole, Rohini Punge.
Yes, ma'am.
You can proceed, ma'am. Start.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Ma'am, please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. I am unable to share my screen. Just wait. Sorry, ma'am. Just wait.
If not, it's not working, you can just give oral presentation. Skip it.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, I will. I will. So, good morning, everyone. I am Rohini Punge, working as a research scholar. I pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Senior Professor Arvind S. Dhabe. Today, I am here to present my research topic, anti-proliferation effect of safflower extract on human lung cancer cell line. Let's dive into detail. Introduction. Lung cancer is one of the most common and deadly cancer worldwide. Some treatment options often come with severe side effects which make the need for alternative therapies. This study aimed to access the potential of safflower extract as a natural remedy for lung cancer treatment, especially targeting the A549 cell line, that is adenocarcinoma cell line. Research objective to determine the cytotoxicity of safflower extract on A549 lung cancer cell line, to evaluate the cytotoxicity effect of safflower extract on same lung cancer cell line, to calculate the IC50 value of safflower extract after 24 hours for treatment, to access the potential of safflower extract as a safe and reliable anti-cancer agent for future drug development. Material and method: the experiment used the MTT assay to access the cytotoxic potential of safflower petal extract against the A549 cell line. The MTT assay is a colorimetric assay that measures the cell viability by assessing the mitochondrial activity in viable cell. Disinfected cell culture plate with 96 wells were used to treat cells in a 100 micro per ml well with a compound and incubated for a specific period, that is 10 microliter of MTT. 5 mg per ml stock was added to each well and incubated for 1 to 4 hours at 37 degrees Celsius. 100 microliter DMSO was added to each well to disclose foramen crystals absorption at 549 to 630 nm wavelength. The concentration of safflower extract was varied and the IC50 value was determined after 24 hours to exposure to the extract, and this study was conducted at Sardar University, Gujarat. Now turn towards result. The cytotoxicity result were calculated and IC50 value for safflower petal extract on the A549 cell line was 56.85 plus minus 0.16 microgram per ml concentration. This indicates that the safflower extract effectively inhibit the growth of A549 lung adenocarcinoma cell line at this concentration. These results support the hypothesis that safflower extract has anti-cancer potential and we can explore it further for drug development. Sorry, I unable to share my result. Here is a photograph that shows representative photometric shows the normal morphology of A549 cell. Images of B A549 cell treated for 24 hours with IC50 value of safflower extract captured through inverted phase contrast microscope, and some arrows here I have shown indicate that the changes in that cell line. Then I have placed a graph that shows concentration response graph of cytotoxicity assay in A549 cell line treated with safflower. Discussion: these findings are significant because the cytotoxic effect of safflower extract at this concentration suggests it could be a promising candidate for a lung cancer treatment. The relatively low IC50 value indicate its potential to inhibit cancer cell growth effectively. It's important to note that further research is needed to better understand the mechanism of action of safflower extract and to confirm its safety profiling, significance, and future directions. The rising incidence of lung cancer and limitation of current treatment, natural product like safflower could serve as a reliable and safe alternative or adjuvant in cancer therapy. This study proves the way of future research into the production of anti-cancer drug from safflower. Further studies will also need to focus the
Okay, ma'am, thank you. The next participant is Meeta Bhatnagar.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I am Dr. Mrs. Meeta Bhatnagar. I am from PGDAV Evening. I do not have a presentation here, but I'm going to give the oral presentation. So can I go ahead?
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my topic is resilience and culture. Resilience is actually a crucial psychological social construct
मुझे नहीं पता कौन कहाँ का है. मुझे वैसा दो तो तुम दो.
that enables individuals and communities to adapt and thrive in the face of adversity. Culture plays a fundamental role in shaping resilience by influencing coping mechanisms, social support systems, and meaning making processes. This paper explores the intersection of resilience and culture, examining how cultural values, traditions, and collective narratives impact the ways people respond to challenges. By drawing on interdisciplinary research, including psychology, anthropology, and sociology, we highlight how resilience is not solely an individual trait but is deeply embedded within cultural contexts. Furthermore, the paper discusses the implications of cultural resilience in diverse settings such as disaster recovery, migration, and mental health. Understanding the dynamic relationship between resilience and culture provides valuable insights for policymakers, educators, and mental health professionals working to foster well being in culturally diverse populations. So, I am going to begin this topic with the introduction to this aspect of resilience and culture and how to define it. So, resilience is defined as the capacity to adapt and thrive amid adversity. It is a multifaceted construct that is deeply influenced by cultural context. Culture encompasses the shared values, beliefs, customs, and practices that shape a community's identity and worldview, providing a framework through which individuals interpret challenges and mobilize resources to overcome them. Understanding the interplay between resilience and culture is essential for developing effective support systems that respect and leverage cultural strength. So, this particular article explores culture, examining how cultural factors influence the manifestation of resilience within the intricate relationship between resilience and communities. By analyzing various literary works, we illustrate how narratives reflect and inspire resilience within cultural contexts, offering readers a deeper understanding of human spirit, capacity to endure and adapt. Understanding this interplay is essential for developing effective support systems that respect and leverage cultural strengths. Now, I'm just briefly discussing the novels that I have studied for this topic, how they are, related to it, resilience and culture. So, one is a novel Beloved by Toni Morrison. This is a seminal work. Morrison delves into the traumatic legacy of slavery in America. The protagonist, Sita, grapples with haunting memories and the struggle to reclaim her identity and humanity. The novel highlights the resilience of African American culture, emphasizing the importance of community, memory, and storytelling in healing and survival. Another example is of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, 100 Years of Solitude, which is a beautiful work. It's a landmark novel.
1 minute, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Well, that was Dr. Meeta Bhatnagar from Delhi University. Next, we have Dr. Mini Walia, again from Delhi University.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Mini Walia.
Yeah.
Those who are not available to share their presentation or PPT, they can on the videos.
Yeah, ma'am. Just a minute. I'm just sharing my PPT. Okay, I'm Mini Walia from Delhi University, PG Devi Morning. My presentation is on the topic ESG model, that is environment, social governance, and commerce, unlocking new opportunities for companies in India. Okay, is it visible, ma'am, now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. So the aim of my study is to find out what are the new opportunities for the companies in India by applying the ESG model. First of all, what is ESG model? ESG model is environment, social governance. It is incorporation of sustainability into the decision making of the companies. Actually, environment, social, and governance ESG model is a moment for the business to operate in a transparent environment and in a social responsibility way. It is nothing but to incorporate some important parameters like concern for the environment, concern for the society, and internal governance while making a decision. So it is ESG model in India. 8 minutes. Just a minute, ma'am. Just a minute. Now is it okay? Okay. The origin of ESG model is in the study by United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan, titled "Who Cares Invents." For the first time, the ESG concept was introduced and coined in this study. Now, there are three elements of ESG model: environment, social, and governance. This environment model focuses on the component, how the company's impact on a company's decision impact on our environment. It takes into consideration the climate, company's effort on climate change, reduction on carbon footprint, renewable energy, water-based management, pollution control, and biodiversity conservation. In social consideration, we takes into account the company's impact on people, society, employee, and their well-being. It takes into account the human rights, labor laws, community engagements, health and safety policies, and consumer protection things. And as far as the governance is, it takes into account the internal practices relating to corporate accountability. It takes into account the transparent decision making, anti-corruption policies, board diversity, legal compliance, and shareholders right. Now the question is that why this has become ESG has become so important in the corporate decision making. There are four reasons for it. One is the long term growth for the business, promotion of the sustainable resource management, and the most important is now there are so much compliances. The statutory compliances require the company to follow the ESG requirements, and then it is also essential to gain the competitive edge. Now, my core study explores into that by adopting the ESG model, what new opportunities the companies can explore into. One is that the most important is now with the consciousness of ESG model on the global scale, if you want to encourage the foreign investment into your company, then you have to conform to the ESG regulations also. It makes the people who are conscious of the environment, etc., they will invest in your company. And the next is that there is great opportunity in exploring the clean technology and the renewable energy product. One example which I want to share with you, that is shifting of consumer preferences from the organic vegetables. This is a very simple example, but it is shifting the farmer practices from usual to the organic vegetables. So it provides that if you adopt this ESG model, then even on the large scale, you can explore some green technology and green technology in the green products. And the next is the use of ESG model also help to build a reputation in the brand royalty. One example is like how the Mama Earth has projected itself that it does not contain the harmful chemical into the cosmetics. So that was a major strategy they had adopted to boost their product in the consumer cosmetic market. And other is that development of cost saving and efficient sustainable practices can lead to a huge cost saving. For example, the IT Hindustan Tobacco Company, Mahindra Tech, they are shifting from this fossil fuel energy to the renewable energy, and it has shows in their reports that it has led to 50 to 20% cost savings. So that is also one opportunity the companies can have while adopting this ESG model and exploring and growing the market for the green product. There are so many examples. For example,
Ma'am, last 1 minute remaining. Please conclude.
Yeah, exploring the new markets for the green product. One is a very simple example. The zero garbage technologies, where you are making contribution for reducing and treating the garbage and giving the new technology. This is also a very green area for the companies. And the last is that the companies can also explore the multinational and the government agencies for the purchase of ESG project. As you know, there are tons of tenders which are floated by the multinationals and government for the purchase of environmentally friendly products, and you can exploit this. All this shows that ESG model is not only for taking into consideration the environment, the people, and the governance, it is also good for the companies. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Shri Vidya Nair.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just sharing my PPT. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, visible. Please start.
So, a very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Shrividya Nair. I'm doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. Denny Menon, Hislop College, Nagpur University. So, my topic for presentation is an evaluation of FSSI's Clean Street Food Hub initiative, enhancing sustainable street food safety in India. As we all know that street food is an integral part of the urban food landscape in India. It offers affordable and diverse options to millions of people. However, the safety and hygiene conditions of street food are the areas of concern, due to which the FSSI has launched the Clean Street Food Hub initiative. This initiative it is launched by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. It aims to elevate the hygiene and safety conditions and standards in street food across India. It focuses on certifying street food zones that meet specific safety and hygiene criteria. The goals of the initiative are to ensure safer food practices among street food vendors, to boost the credibility and appeal of street food, enhancing consumer confidence, which is again very, very important, and to improve the livelihood of millions of street food vendors by ensuring compliance with safety standards. Now, what are the guidelines for a clean street food hub? The general requirements include the mandatory registration has to be done under the FSSIA. The display of registration number and food safety display board on all carts are very, very important as shown. What are the different requirements? The first one is the personal hygiene guideline. The vendors must maintain cleanliness. They should wear appropriate clothing and gloves. They should refrain from. Am I audible? They should
Yes,
refrain
ma'am.
from eating or smoking while handling food, etc. There are also guidelines given related to the location and facilities. That is, they should be set up in a clean, well ventilated, and pollution free area. Moving ahead, there are various street food hub requirements like the space and layout, the facilities placement, the flooring, ventilation, lighting, hand wash and sanitation, water supply, which should be again clean and potable. The cleaning and sanitation facility, the water supply and its quality, it should also be monitored. Pest control is important, which is one of the important responsibilities of the street food vendors. He should be involved in a regular pest control initiative to avoid contamination with the pest control substances. There should be maintenance of equipment in a very proper condition. The raw materials, ingredients, and packaging, which includes washing, cross-contamination standards should be maintained, and ice and packaging standards should also be maintained. The food preparation cooking, which involves the licensing and standards, how to handle the raw and the frozen food, Prevention of cross contamination has to be done. Cooking and reheating should be taken properly care of. The quality checks, the storage height, and the stock location. Again, food serving standards, there should be cleanliness. The serving utensils and containers should be clean, and they should avoid using prohibited materials. Very, very important is the education and training of the street food vendors, and not only vendors, but also the street food helpers and handlers. What is the standard operating procedure for the adoption of this initiative? The very first is the cluster identification with the FSSAI registration. It includes once the once all the things are done, they are properly maintained by the street food vendors, and then there is a pre-audit by the food safety department. When once all the conditions are fulfilled, the training of street food vendors take place, and after the final audit, there is a certification by the FSSIA. Who are the implementation partners? Again, it includes the very, very important role is played by the government agencies, the training partners, and the auditing agencies. Moving ahead, the following observations were done. The first one was the effective collaboration. That is very, very important, because the success of this initiative relies heavily on the seamless collaboration between the government bodies, the training organizations, and the auditing agencies. The infrastructural updates have to be regular. It has to be a significant focus on upgrading physical infrastructure such as lighting, water supply, the waste disposal systems, etc. There has to be a comprehensive training procedure. The initiative places a strong emphasis on the training of street food vendors in food safety and hygiene practices, which is again very, very important.
1 minute remaining. Please conclude.
Okay. Yeah. Moving ahead, the findings of the study. It is very, very important to have in order to have a success, in order to move ahead with this initiative successfully, there has to be an enhanced infrastructure, effective training programs for the vendor. There has to be stakeholder collaboration. Regular audits have to be done. The community involvement as well as the compliance challenges have to be done properly. Different suggestions. That is, a mobile app should be developed to enable real-time monitoring. There should be community engagement programs. The scope of training should be expanded to include financial management and customer service. There should be stricter penalties for non-compliance. The social media platform should be utilized in a very effective manner to promote such certified vendors. And the partnership should be there with local universities and technical schools. Again, a few suggestions like eco-friendly practices, materials, incentives, etc. Now, this is one of the important success story of the street food hub, which was again launched in the city of Ahmedabad near the Kankaria Lake River. So, which proves that this initiative of the government has proved to be very, very effective, and I feel it should be more successful and implemented on a greater scale. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Mr. Akhand Pratap Singh from University of Lucknow.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Please start, sir.
Yes. Am I audible and my PPT is visible to all?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. My topic is for costing temperature in UP, and it's one relationship with the sustainability. As we all know that temperature plays a very important role in sustainable environment for the livelihood of the individual. So we so it is very important to study what is the pattern of the temperature in the past decades, and for this in the upcoming decades. So for this purpose, we have to take the data from last 40 decades, from 1991 to 2021. For the UP region, and we apply for costing techniques to predict the temperature for the upcoming season. We divide the data into the two parts, as we saw you all in this figure, that temperature we take in non-monsoon season. First is the training data, second for the tasting data. This is the pro forma that we have followed for this particular study. We apply 4 forecasting technique in this study: naive forecasting, simple exponential smoothing, hot winter, and ARIMA. After that, we check the performance of the forecasting technique through MAP, RMSE, and residuals. RMSE and MAP are widely used in the climate research studies, and after choosing the best forecasting technique among others, we predict the temperature for the upcoming season. Before modeling and time series, modeling and forecasting of temperature data, we should check the stationarity of that data. For this purpose, we apply the augmented Ducky-Fuller test. Here we say that the p-value of the ADF test is less than 0.05. So we say that reject our null, we can reject our null hypothesis and said that our data is stationary, and we can apply the forecasting techniques. These are the residuals of the naive forecasting method of the temperature data. Here we see that for the ACF plots, all the lags are lie within the upper and lower limit. These are the residuals for the simple exponential method. Here, comparatively to the naive, the histogram of the residuals are more well-shaped. These are the residuals of the hot and winters method. First one is the time series plot, second one is ACF, and third one is the histograms of the residuals. So now further moving, we say that fourth forecasting technique, that is the ARIMA method. Here, first one is time series plot. All the lags of the ACF plot are lie within the limits, and histograms are the residuals are nearly well shaped. So now the next question is how we choose which forecasting technique is best for predicting the temperature. For this purpose, we calculate MAP and RMSE, and these are the formulas of these two, MAP and RMSE. This table shows that MAP and RMSE of each forecasting technique. Here we saw that ARIMA method has lowest MAP and RMSE among others, so it is a best forecasting technique among others for predicting the temperature for upcoming years. This is the training data set. We compare here we see that the second column for the actual value, with which we have the data set from the we have, and remaining 4 are the predicted by each forecasting technique. Now we also calculate the 95% confidence interval for each forecasting technique, and this means that this is the interval where the temperature for the upcoming years will be live. Now moving for here, we highlight the ARIMA method because ARIMA method is best among others. So we can predict for temperature upcoming season by ARIMA method. These are the certain suggestions that we followed, that by applying 4 forecasting technique, we can find that ARIMA method is best among others, so that we predict the temperature for upcoming season by this method, also calculate the 95% confidence interval. These are certain references that we have followed. And now moving forward, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next candidate is Mr. Sumed Chavan.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
Start, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sumit Chauhan, Research Scholar of Department of Botany, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. My topic of presentation is efficacy of herbal ethanolic extracts against SARS-CoV-2 under the guidance of Senior Professor and Head Arvind S. Dhabe, sir. The content of this presentation includes introduction, material and method, result and discussion, conclusion, acknowledgement, and references. Introduction: coronavirus disease COVID-19 is caused by the severe acute respiratory syndrome. The right medication to combat COVID-19 has not been found in order to anti-COVID-19 herbal formulation. The National Medicinal Plant Board and Ministry of Ayush also promote more awareness about the medicinal plants and their utilization in different alignments, particularly in COVID-19 related alignments. The Ayush provide or gives the guideline for the medication. The herbal medicines are gaining popularity during pandemic, and people interest shift from illness-oriented healthcare system to wellness-oriented healthcare system. This has opened up innumerable opportunities in the field of traditional medicine. So in current research, development of polyherbal formulation by combining the useful parts of the 5 selected medicinal plants as per symptoms of COVID-19 disease. Voucher specimen of these plants were prepared and has been submitted in BAMO herbarium to get authentication certificate. The extract of this herbal formulation was obtained through Soxhlet apparatus using ethanol as a solvent. The efficacy of such ethanolic extract was tested on the SARS-CoV-2 pseudovirion particle at Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Thiruvananthapuram, by using Lentix HAACE2 cells to investigate the effectiveness of the sample. These steps, this slide shows the steps of practical work done during the research work. First one is collection of 5 medicinal plants, then preparation of fine powder, extraction, and its efficacy testing. I select these 5 plants based on symptoms of COVID-19. First one is Acorus calamus, second one is Cassia fistula, then Cinnamomum tamala, Acheranthus aspera, and Cinnamomum verum. These 5 plants were selected for the current study. I use Soxhlet extraction method for the extraction of polyherbal formulation and use ethanol as a solvent. Then testing the efficacy of herbal formulation by SARS-CoV-2 pseudovirion. The material were used is Lentix HAACE2 cell line was used. Then SARS-CoV-2 pseudovirion particle was used, and GFP, green fluorescence protein expression in Lentix HAACE2 cells after 24 hours of pseudovirion infection indicates the infection. Then this slide shows the methodology of the experiment. Then result and discussion. The first photograph shows the green color shows the green fluorescence protein expression indicates that pseudovirion infection in Lentix HSL, and I tested my extract in 2 concentration, 20 microgram per ml and 40 microgram per ml. In both the concentration, there is the inhibition of green fluorescence expression shows this herbal formulation is effective against COVID-2 pseudovirion, and this bright field image of the Lentix HAACE2 cell showed the cytotoxicity in 40 microgram per ml. Then the conclusion, herbal ethanolic extract treatment shows the inhibition of green fluorescence expression. Primarily, both the concentration of polyherbal extract shows the moderate efficacy against COVID-19. However, bright field image of Lentix HSL showed the cytotoxicity in 14 microgram per ml, and cytotoxicity tests at various concentration are being conducted to verify the effectiveness. I conclude my presentation with the, I am thankful to Dr. Santosh Kumar sir, scientist G from Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Thiruvananthapuram, for conducting such an experiment. These are references. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please stop sharing. Next candidate is Jnaneshwar Chavan. Are you there, sir? Next is Jyoti Dhole. Chetana Agle. Reshma Pandre. Snehal Borse. Shweta Pogare.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Shweta Pogare.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I will share my PPT.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Don't introduce yourself. Just go with your presentation because we have short time.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 1 minute. 1 minute, ma'am.
Ma'am, if PPT is not shared, you can also go on with audio only. Give orally.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. 1 minute. Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My research topic is light microscopic study of zooplankton of some freshwater bodies in and around district Gadchiroli, Maharashtra, India. I am currently pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Murkuti ma'am. The zooplankton play an important role in ecology as a primary consumer in a food web. The abundance of a plankton is an important biological tool for monitoring the ecology of any aquatic system. Assessment of a zooplankton provides the valuable information about the management and the restoration of an aquatic ecosystem. Explore the possibilities of using as a bioindicator of a pollution to assess the sustainability of water bodies for conserving the biodiversity. The objective of the current study is to know the current status of a zooplankton study of a Gadchiroli districts and to list out the noticed zooplankton species from this region. The present study deals with the qualitative assessment of a zooplankton diversity of some aquatic ecosystem in the said area. The study will help for further investigation regarding to the limnological studies of same aquatic ecosystem. Despite the rapid development of novel technologies in the past several decades, most traditional morphology-based methods have been used to investigate the interaction between biodiversity of a zooplankton and environmental pollution in a freshwater ecosystem with the help of light microscope. In the mentioned list, there are the 67 species of a zooplankton, out of which 32 belonging to the group Rotifera, 20 taxa belonging to the group Cladocera, 10 taxa from Copepoda, and the 5 taxa from Ostracoda. Many of the investigation shows that the rotifers are the dominating zooplankton population, followed by the Cladocera and Copepoda. The present the present study shows that the density of the rotifer was a maximum during the winter in a February and minimum in a summer. Cladoceran density was a maximum during the winter and minimum during the pre-monsoon in a June. Copepoda shows their maximum density during the winter. However, Ostracoda shows their maximum density during the summer and the minimum density during the winter season. Conclusion: all these reported studies provide the strong correlation between the abiotic and the biotic components of the freshwater ecosystem. All these reported study provide the role of zooplankton as a bioindicator in the detecting the health and the trophic status of the aquatic bodies. Some species withstand the extreme abiotic condition and survive well in the polluted environment, indicating the high tolerance level. The sensitive species were absent, representing their low tolerance. Use of these organisms can further be enhanced in a water quality monitoring studies. Recommendation: creating awareness among the residential, introducing a good farming practices such as the agro fishery in the lake catchment area, encouraging to carry out the practice like a rainwater harvesting and the plantation along the water bodies, encouraging the conservation of the water bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
next is Sonal Kumar Sham Sundar Nagarkar. Shweta ma'am, please stop sharing screen.
Yes, yes, madam, I am here.
Sir, you can start.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Just I am sharing. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So my topic of research is airborne pollen monitoring and allergy sensitization. That is a comparative study from Hingoli city of Maharashtra. So among all the population all over the world, we know very well allergy is prevalent and progressively increasing day by day, and it is becoming a health issue nowadays. Biopollutants are always considered as a major factor in causing a particular allergy and allergenic disorders. Allergic pollen species are always changing according to region, time, and environment. So it's need of time to investigate the pollen types that is present in the air and which causes the allergenic cases. So I have followed the methodology from the Hingoli city. I have selected two areas. One of belong to my college, that is Adarsh College area, that is a civilian area. Another is Narayan Nagar area, that is one of the hospital area of Hingoli city. So in present investigated, I have used the Tilak air sampler for analysis of the pollen rain from the July 2022 to December 2024. The data obtained from the aerobiological study is correlated with the clinical data that is collected from the local dermatologist, Dr. Giri and Dr. Ghosle. And these data shows that there is having a correlation with the pollen types that is occur and along with the particularly the allergenic patients. So Hingoli city is having a large vegetation surrounding to planted garden and along with the natural forest also. So the major pollen types that is found here, the Acacia, Aza directa, Cassia, Datura, Parthenium, and Peltophorum tecoma, and there are near about to be 29 different species. So these are the important pollen types that is represented by in case of the particularly in the air sampling method, that is Acacia, and then after there is a Aza directa, Cassia, Datura, Eucalyptus, Parthenium, and this is correlated with the number, particularly number of pollen counts and number of the patient, and this is the time of particularly month period from which this pollen types has been occurred. The maximum pollen concentration was observed in the month of particularly March to April and August to September. In these cases, mostly we see the allergenic cases are also increasing from the data of the clinical study. And this is having lower in case of the month of July. So these are the pollen types that is represented from the air sampling technique, Acacia azadirachta, and this is used by means of the light microscopic technique. The photograph has been collected and identified. This is the floral calendar of the allergenic pollen counts found from the region and the occurrence of the species during a specific month period. This is the clinical data collected from July 2022 to December 2024. And in this, the specific allergenic pollen types has been occurred in the month of February, March, August, September, October, and November. From this study, it has been concluded that the type of pollen species was found to be correlated with number of allergenic cases. And this clinical study also shows that similar type of results. The study has provided useful information for effective diagnosis.
Last 1 minute remaining, please conclude.
Treatment of the respiratory diseases. The persons mostly seen with the allergenic rhinitis and asthma. And the further work, my further work is aimed to study out the case study and allergenic pollen test also. So these are the references that I have cited. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Please stop sharing screen. So that is the end of first half part of the first session of presentations. I thank both the chair persons that we have for this session. Now from 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. the session will be chaired by Professor Vipin Pratap Singh, Department of English, PGDAV College, Evening, University of Delhi, and Dr. Archana Chaudhary Madam, Principal, Nutan Adarsh Mahavidyalaya, Umred. We welcome both of you. I invite Professor Vipin Pratap Singh, sir, to say a few words.
Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me for an event. As the chairperson of this session, first, I feel honored to be in the company of such a distinguished speakers guests, and enthusiastic participants. And I firmly believe this seminar would be an excellent platform for learning and collaboration and discussion. And first, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing secretary, Dr. Sanjay Singh, for their efforts in putting together this meaningful event and giving me an opportunity to be here as such chairperson. And also extend my appreciation to all the coming participants for their keen interest and presence. It is really a successful seminar just because of that. I have seen the number of papers. It's a huge gathering. There's a total registration is 308 and 125 participants are there. So it's really without coming later, it would be a successful seminar. First, it has achieved the success by the registration number. It's a large number. 125 papers are there to be for the coming publication or for the exchange of ideas. So thank you, and thank you, Poonam ma'am, for inviting me. And I'm here with you as a chairperson. So I allow you to further continue with your own process. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Archana Chaudhary, madam, to say a few words.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the organizing institutes for taking this wonderful initiative of organizing the 2 days national e-conference. And actually, I came to know that the response is huge, the huge response the conference has received, as many participants have registered and also many are presenting the papers. So once again, I would like to congratulate all the organizers. And for the delegates and participants who will be presenting the papers, I would encourage them to stick to the guidelines which are issued by the organizers regarding the time, how much time is given for the presentation. And I think that all the deliberations and presentations which are made in this conference will be fruitful and will be outcome based. Like many students will get some research idea from this, and many students and faculty members may go in deep research work related to that topics. And I wish all the delegates and participants who will be presenting paper best of luck. And I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to the organizing team for giving me opportunity to chair this session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next candidate who will be presenting is Jyoti Dhole, ma'am. Reshma Pandre, ma'am. Taruni Chari. ईशा तारे.
यस मैम मैम तरुणी.
जी मैम, आप प्रोसीड कीजिए आपके प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ.
यस मैम, एक मिनट. Good morning, everyone. Myself, G. Taruni Chari. I am a research scholar, Hislop College, Nagpur, under the guidance of Dr. Razeka Khan. Today, my topic for this conference is a study on the role of financial institutions in encouraging sustainable investing among women investors in India. As we all know, today the world is shifting towards sustainable practices in all aspects of life. So sustainable approach is becoming crucial for every individual, as the resources available are getting limited due to various factors. So one of the major aspect of sustainable development is sustainable financial management. It is the need of the hour of the developing economies to draw large number of women towards these sustainable practices. Generally, women are always quoted as a good saver, but not But now they should realize that with the advent of technology, gender friendly government policies, financial institutions are also providing huge opportunities for improving their investment behavior and financial health. For these three major domains of financial system are banking sectors like commercial banks, which provide a huge basket of portfolios that can manage and help them grow their finances. Second is investment sectors like companies offering number of financial securities, debt instruments, etc., and insurance sectors with long-term investment plans. Even after so much of advancement in today's world, women still struggle to take independent financial decisions without their own choice or without their own knowledge. However, this gap can be bridged by financial institutions by effectively engaging them in sustainable investment options that will provide long-term returns. The main purpose of the researcher is to conduct this study is to analyze how financial institutions can promote sustainable investing habits among women investors. The research methodology for conducting this research used was descriptive and exploratory research, targeting to understand how financial institutions are responsible. For this, large number of diverse literatures from scholar articles, journals, magazines, reports, etc. have been explored. Now comes the main role, how financial institutions are responsible. They are responsible and they should take responsibility by educating, promoting, and facilitating various workshops and products, services to encourage women to step forward to improve their financial health by educating them, influencing business practices like encouraging women to take part in entrepreneurship and start their own business. They can also offer personalized advisory services, which will provide confidence and courage among women. And also they can conduct various literacy programs, workshops, and seminars to improve financial knowledge and awareness among women investors. Today it is very important and it is the need of the hour to promote sustainable investing, as the environment is also changing due to limited resources. Long term economic growth is also should be kept in mind. Resources efficiency, financial market opportunities, job creation and social impact, investor demand, and public awareness and education. What are the advantages? The advantages of promoting sustainable investing will be fulfillment of investors' need, navigating positive social change, as the social image or socio-economic condition of women in India is still very underestimated. So it is very important to promote sustainable investment to navigate a positive social change in women's financial health, empowering women financially, inculcating long-term risk. Women usually are scared to take
That last 1 minute
risk.
remaining. Please conclude.
Yes, ma'am. Long-term financial returns. As we all know, every coin has two sides. This studies also have some limitations, and it is naturally limited to public sector businesses. Also, they should keep in mind that mainly the investments are uh, kept done in local small and medium sized businesses. Finally, I want to conclude by saying that innovation has already made easy access to various financial instruments having sustainability, but women investors are also taking actively steps and involvement for changing their own financial health. Financial institutions are also understanding this situation and catering the investors' need. So it is time to empower women to invest sustainably, which will boost their financial well-being as well as it will help in develop our economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Isha Tare.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead with your presentation.
Is my screen visible? Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isha Deepak Kare. I am a student of MSc Part 2, and my topic for today's conference is exploring N-heterocyclic compounds as potential antiviral agents against SARS-CoV-2 and in silico approach. So, firstly, we'll see what is COVID and how does it affect us. COVID is a pandemic which was caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome, also called as SARS-CoV-2. It was originated in Wuhan, China in late 2019. So, despite of widespread, there is no awareness on how it affects the human body. So, the coronavirus infection process is as follows: that virus virus binds with spike protein receptors. Then the virus RNA is injected into the host cell. Host cell, due to this host cell gets hijacked, then new virus assembles inside the host cell, which due to which host cell gets damaged. So here I have mentioned the global impact of COVID-19. I have selected heterocyclic compounds for my research in silico approach. So why only heterocyclic compounds? Because these heterocyclic compounds shows structural diversity, drug likeness properties, efficient screening, strong binding interactions, and they are also cost effectiveness. But can we study each and every heterocyclic compound at once? No, it's not feasible, because for a drug to be approved in the market, it takes almost 13 to 15 years. We can see over here, for basic research, drug discovery, and preclinical research, it takes 7 to 10 years of time period. And due to computational methods, we can overcome this time period, because these computational methods are time saving, cost effective, and it gives high success rate. So what is in silico study? In this study, I have done molecular docking, virtual screening, and ADMET predictions. So for molecular docking, we can see ligands and proteins interactions, their binding affinities. In virtual screening, I have done screen a large compound libraries to identify potential drug candidates. In ADMET predictions, we can predict absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, and toxicity of those compounds. So methodology is such as protein preparation. In this, we have selected the receptor main proteins, which whose PDB ID is 6XA4. And for preparation of ligands, initially I have screened 50 plus heterocyclic compounds. I have done its multiple docking. From those, I have selected n heterocyclic compounds because they have given the good binding positions and binding interactions with my protein, which is 6XA4. So from those n heterocyclic compounds, I have selected quinoline compounds and its derivatives. And from those derivatives, by using Autodoc Vina, I have selected three derivatives for my research work. Next, I have done its Swiss ADME, that is ADMET predictions. By using Swiss ADME, from that I have selected two derivatives, and those two derivatives also satisfied the toxicity parameters by using which I have done by using Protox. So these are the derivatives which I have selected for my work. Here we can see the 2D. Here we can see the 2D structures and also the 3D structures of my derivatives. So these are the binding positions of how my selected ligands interacts with the targeted proteins. Here we can see my derivatives have given good binding energy than the standard drug, which is hydroxychloroquine, which is standard drug which is approved by FDA. These are the docking poses of the other.
Last 1 minute remaining, ma'am. Please conclude.
These are the docking poses of other derivatives. Here we can see the binding interactions between protein and ligand. Here I have shown the toxicity prediction, from which we can see my 3 derivatives have given the good toxicity predictions of. And here we can see the in silico ADME predictions. In this table, I have mentioned the parameters such as molecular weight, GI absorption, BBB, and from this we can see that my third derivative has not satisfied the BBB barrier, so I have eliminated my third derivative. Here we can see the 3D interactions between protein and ligand for my first derivative, and this is for my second derivative. And lastly, we can see the ADME study compared to hydroxychloroquine standard, from which we can say white region is for gastrointestinal absorption and yellow region is for brain permeability. So we can see the hydroxychloroquine, that which standard has crossed the BBB barrier, but according to and the third one had not, so I have eliminated my third derivative. So finally we can conclude that my derivatives, quinoline 4 sulfonic acid and 8 hydroxyquinoline 2 carboxylic acid gives the best docking score, that is minus 6.8 kilocalorie mole, with the active sites of Empro, give it low toxicity and risk. It also gives best drug likeness property and pharmacokinetic properties. So we can use it as lead compounds as potential antiviral agents against SARS-CoV-2. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was Isha Tare from the Institute of Science. Next is Miss Shrishti Kale, Marathwada University. Shrishti Kale. Jyotiram Sarunke. Monali Bhal Shankar. Rajendra Gavli.
Ma'am, Monali Bhalshankar.
Yes, madam. Please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Is this visible, ma'am?
मैम विजिबल है, लेकिन आप हॉरिजॉन्टल कीजिए तो ज्यादा बेटर रीड हो पाएगा.
Okay, ma'am. Wait. Is this visible now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Please start. Presentation.
Okay. Myself, Monali Bhalshankar from Vidya Vikas College, Samudrapur, District Wardha. And today's my conference topic is limnological studies of Vardha River near Kondanyapur area. This Kondanyapur area is in district in Amravati, Maharashtra, and this is the site and introduction about my topic. The rivers play an important role in development of nation and sustenance of life, which are being polluted due to speedy urbanization and industrialization and other developmental activities. Supply of potable water is important to the development of our country. The quality of water is described according to their physiochemical and microbiological studies. For effective maintenance of water quality through appropriate control measures, continuous monitoring of large number of quality parameters is essential. And Vardha River is passing by Kondanyapur area. of Amravati district is viewed as a figure of purification by Hindus in this area. The people, most of the peoples, in dumping of the ashes of cremated bodies into likewise river Gangas and Godavari for their spiritual rebirth. And it is very small town, Amravati district. Then, according to my topic, what is the limnology? This limnology deals with the another subject: biology, physics, chemistry, geology, social science, and hydrology. And what then question is arise, what is the limnology? The limnology is study of inland waters, which is a branch of science which deals with the study of inland waters. Also, it is made up of two words, Greek words. Limni means a lake and the logos means the knowledge. But the main question is arise, why I choose this Kondanyapur area? So I show you this is the Kondanyapur site view, and I study near about 7 site view there, and I go there. The locations I below, first location below the bridge, then second location near the staircase, again the center of river near the staircase of Rukmini Devi Mandir, west side of river near bank of river, south side of river near entry point of river. That means overall I visited there in the 7 site. And why I choose this Kondanyapur area? Because this Varda river passing by Kondanyapur area is viewed as a figure of purifications by Hindus in this area, and people persist in dumping the ashes of cremated bodies into it. Likewise, the river Gangas and Godavari. Kaundanyapur is very famous for the historical place for Rukmini Devi Mandir, built along the bank of Varda river, and river is under the constant threat of pollution by discharges of ashes of dead bodies, floral waste generated on account of pilgrimage during the fair and agriculture runoff, cattle grazing, fecal contamination, washing of clothes and vehicles. The linking of river and mega project of central government will definitely after the present of scenario of the Indian rivers. So I study the physiochemical parameters and bacteriological analysis of Varda river. According to the parameters, I study the total hardness, total dissolved solid, total alkalinity of waters, phosphate molecules, DO, BOD, COD, APN parameters, and I have made the table according to parameters and their values according to the site. And my objective of the work is to obtain the quantitative information on physical, chemical, and biological characteristic of water, to study the presence of certain contaminants in our water and can lead to health issue, including the gastrointestinal illness, reproductive problems, and neurological disorders, to use chemical and physical method to determine the content of various chemical components in water, to study as much of suspended solids as possible before the remaining water called effluent is discharged back to the
And
environment.
last 1 minute remaining, please conclude.
Okay. These are my materials and methods. I collected the water sample from 4 different places. Morning hours 9 a.m. to 11 in glass bottle. The water samples will be brought immediately for the estimations. That is for various physiochemical parameter. Temperature will be recorded. TDS value will be recorded. Magnesium, calcium, manganese, chloride, sulfates, and nitrate will be estimated in laboratory. And hardness of water is measured by laboratory method. And this is the possible outcomes and significance. Proper planning should be executed before the drawing the underground water. People will be aware about the purification practice of water. Water quality index is manual way in order to understand the water quality. Domestic waste and agriculture activities affect the groundwater quality, so the monitoring of fertilizers and pesticide is needed. sanitation system must be improved, and the benefits of the cleanliness on human health is need to understand the water that flow through the drainage system should be properly needed. And according our study was my aim to analyze the basic physiochemical chemical parameters of water samples collected from Varda river near Gondpipri area is occupied by number chemicals pharmaceutical companies. So our aim to ensure about the safety aspect of water collected from different sources by comparing them samples with the packaged drinking water, physiochemical and biochemical accept of the water have been investigated to assess the quality of water. The variation of physiochemical properties of water samples directly influence the biotic communities and primary productivity of the water bodies at different areas of Varda river. This is all about my topic. Thank you. And these are my reference.
Thank you. Next candidate is Pratiksha Shekde.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Please start presenting. If you're not able to share, please proceed orally. Next presenter will be Sneha Gaikwad. Please be ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Pratiksha ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pratiksha Prabhakar Shekre, Department of Botany, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. I am working under the guidance of Senior Professor Arvind S. Dhape, sir. Today's my topic for presentation is studies on efficacy of Tribhuvan Kirti Ras against COVID-19 disease. The table of content, introduction, material method, result and discussion, conclusion, acknowledgement, and references. Introduction. As we all know that the COVID-19 disease is not a major today. However, there is still a need to formulate safe and effective drugs to combat this virus infection. Current WHO data indicates that the COVID-19 is under control, but the mutation rate in viral genome has increased. This mutation in SARS coronavirus 2 may be responsible for the future pandemic if we do not find a proper cure. This is the photograph shows the current scenario of COVID-19 with the increased cases reported worldwide. Material and method. It includes selection of drug, extraction, and efficacy testing. Selection of drug. The Tribhuvan Kirti Ras is the selected drug
research work, is a popular Ayurvedic remedy for treating acute and chronic related to respiratory tract infection. This is a herbo-mineral formulation include Sudha hingula, that is purified cinnabar, Sudha vatsana, which is Aconitum ferox, Sunti, Pipri, borax, and many others. During the pandemic, Tribhuvan Kirtiras was widely used to treat respiratory tract disease caused by SARS coronavirus 2. This is the photograph of Tribhuvan Kirtiras. Next, extraction. The ethanolic extract of selected Ayurvedic drug was completed using the Soxhlet extraction method. This is the photo plate of extraction of Tribhuvan Kirtiras during my practical works. Efficacy testing. For the efficacy testing, Lentix H1AC2 cells are used with the Tribhuvan Kirti drug. The SARS coronavirus 2 is a pseudophilian particle used for the efficacy testing and the green fluorescent protein as a reporter. Result and discussion. Control of Lentix H1ACE2 cells with infected SARS coronavirus 2 pseudophilian along with a different concentration of Tribhuvan Kirtiras. Here, the control shows the expression of green fluorescent protein, which indicate that the cells are affected with a pseudovariant particle. The 20 microgram per ml concentration of Tribhuvan Kirtiras shows the expression of green fluorescent protein, which indicate that this concentration is not effectively working against the COVID-19 disease. The 40 microgram per ml concentration of Tribhuvan Kirtiras shows the inhibition of green fluorescent protein, which indicate that this concentration of Tribhuvan Kirtiras is effective against the COVID-19 disease. Conclusion. The present investigation showed that the selected Ayurvedic drug had moderate efficacy against COVID-19 disease. Cytotoxicity studies are being carried out at different concentrations to confirm the efficacy. This study enhances opportunity to develop safe herbal medicine against SARS coronavirus 2. Acknowledgement. I'm thankful to Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Thiruvananthapuram, for providing me the results of efficacy testing. These are some references during the research work. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Sneha Gaikwad.
Yes, ma'am.
Please start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, please start.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Sneha Gaikwad. I am a research scholar of zoology subject. I am pursuing my research under the guidance of Dr. Mahesh Pentevasa. Today, I am going to represent the topic named as the impact of indigenous trees in conserving birds at Birds Choose Bar project of Maharashtra. These are the contents of my topic. That is the introduction, materials and methods, result and discussion, conclusion and forward actions, acknowledgement and references. We all are facing environmental issues such as global warming, waste disposal, biodiversity loss, and etc. And government, NGOs, environmental related organizations are trying to find solutions on it. India is recognized having the medicinal plants and indigenous trees. But from some years, under the aspect of plantation, we cultivated the number of trees in which mostly are helpful for conserving the biodiversity. My research specifically emphasizes to conserve and promote indigenous trees. So, before going to the introduction, I would like to convey that I'm a member of the social organization named as the Ek Mitra Ek Vriksha, working on biodiversity conservation project, which is named as the Birds Choose Bar project, and that project in Maharashtra. The project name is linked with the one indigenous tree named as the Bombac Saiba tree, which called in Marathi as Kate Savar. In summer season, we humans quench our thirst by drinking just juice, water. But what will birds do? And the interesting fact
of this Bombax saiba indigenous tree is that in summer season, more than 40 species of birds quench their thirst with the help of a single Bombax saiba flowers. This is the slide of the why we have to focus indigenous tree. Among the 9,000 living bird species, 150 extinct after the human arrival. And according to the IUCN Red List of the 2024 report, 38 plant species are at the risk. So, natural trees are more healthy than nursery cultivated trees. Among the 135 Indian bird species, 78 being endemic to country. Bombax saiba tree are in the Bombax saiba tree, more than 40 bird species in summer are available on that single tree. And the natural tree is more healthy than nursery cultivated trees. Indigenous trees, the problem is that from many years we are neglecting the focusing on the cultivation of the indigenous tree. That is the unfortunate. And under the plantation aspect, we ignore the indigenous trees. This is the matters and matters in that the study area. The study area are selected, which was I am doing this survey from the 2022 to 2024. And these are the locations where I'm doing my research as a survey method. That is the 4 places, Undaudi, Miraudi and Kedgaon villages, which is included in the Daund district, and Ponde village, that is in the Purandar. This is my survey visit. And these are the actual work in Birds Juice Bar project by the local public participation. According to the Global Worldwide Fund 2022 report, social organizations, educational institutions must have to involve in conserving biodiversity and ultimately in conserving the nature. And according to IUCN Red List also 2024 report, 38 plant species are at risk and number of birds death occurs just because of the unavailability of water. So in this slide, we can see the digging, soil digging at a project for the plantation. So it is the basic and important criteria before
Madam,
going
please
to the
conclude.
plantation.
Last 1
Yes,
minute remaining. Please conclude.
yes, ma'am. Before going to the plantation, we have to focus on the nutrition of the that soil. These are the water management. We focus on the artificial water management as well as the natural water management. These are the discussions in this slide. We can see the directly impact of the before and after situations of the Birds Juice Bar project. These are my results in which in total indigenous trees I counted, and number of list of the birds. And this is the number of birds present on indigenous tree from March 2022 to February 2024 in graph manner. That is the number of bird species on the basis of that feeding behaviors like the insectivorous birds, carnivorous, granivorous, omnivorous, and so on. And on that basis, I collected the data. And this is the time variations because the morning, afternoon, and evening, as compared to all of these, at the morning session, so many birds are available on those that 4 locations as compared to the afternoon and the evening. These are the monthly variations of Birds Juice Bar project of Maharashtra. That is the from the month March 2022 to February 2024. These are the monthly variations in which birds are available. And this is the seasonal variations in the observed bird species of Birds Juice Bar project of Maharashtra. In summer season, this is I have to focus that season because in the single Bombax saiba tree, which is an indigenous tree, the birds more than 40 species of birds will be available in one single Bombax saiba tree. So this is the biodiversity conservation aspect. So this is my conclusion and forward actions. That is, we have to focus more on soil quality before the plantation. And secondly, they have to focus more on indigenous trees so that natural habitat for birds will conserve. And the necessity of public awareness is also the mandatory, and because to understand the importance of biodiversity conservation, and only we have to understand that only plantation is not the habitat, because there is so many habitat for the birds, that is the wetland, grassland. So we have to focus, and this is the all is my slide presentation, that is the soil test, indigenous trees, and that the birds will come to that indigenous trees, and then with the help of that birds with the droppings of that birds, forest will be created. Then by the help of that forest creation, biodiversity conservation will be conserved. And the natural plants is definitely helpful for the human health, because of natural plants will create the medicinal value, will help for the medicinal values, and it will impact on the human health definitely. So this is the whole is the circle, as like the food web. And so I'm very thankful to. I'm very thankful to.
Thank you.
These are my references. Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Priyanka Kokate from Satya College, Mumbai. Next is Sheetal Dharmik. Rupesh Mankar. Snehal Borse. Pooja Fulare. Hello. Sheetal Dharmik, yes, you can start presenting.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, please start. We are already short of time.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're not able to share PPT, you can also carry on orally.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Myself, Sheetal Dharmik, research scholar of Vidya Vikas Arts, Commerce and Science College, Samudrapur. And I am doing my PhD work under the guidance of Dr. Archana Bhinde, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Vidya Vikas Arts, Commerce and Science College, Samudrapur. And my topic is a study of physiological effect occurred due to stress on banking sector employees in Wardha district. Today, we all know that in our everyday life, everyone has gone through stress. People in our immediate vicinity can see the physical consequences of stress, and a position in organization are among the ones with high levels of stress. And stress is not only affect our mind, but also affect our body by damaging it. It is the state of disturbed homeostasis due to internal or external sources such as physical or psychological stimuli known as the stressors. That stressors can be external and can originate from work, social, environmental, financial, or family demands that are difficult to meet. There are some physical symptoms of stress such as the aches and pains, diarrhea, constipation, nausea, dizziness, chest pain, frequent colds or flu. Stress can be defined as the chronic stress and acute stress. When stress limits certain point, it is known as the chronic stress, and it can measure damage to health, mood, as well as productivity, relationship, and quality of life. It is caused by stressful situations such as a difficult job, as my topic is on the banking sector employees, as well as the acute stress can be released into the increase in stress hormones such as the adrenaline, noradrenaline, and cortisol. And this action of these hormones include increased heart rate, stronger contraction of heart muscles, dilation of blood vessels, result in increase in amount of blood flow to vital organ. This is a review of literature I have made in slide. Currently, banking sector is a fast growing sector with a huge competition to maintain the relationship with customers. The stress in maintaining the position and customer put a stress in employees in this sector. This stress condition, physiological, psychological, and emotional. Hence, the present study was aimed to assess physiological stress in the banking industry. Here I made the observation on the materials and methods that have been done by me. The study participants, that is the individual belonging to banking communities, were selected on the basis of reconnaissance survey. Those people had been provided with a questionnaire with the Google form having related questions in it, health related questions in it. On the basis of responses collected by questionnaire, the subjects were selected by for monitoring blood pressure as well as blood glucose and concentration. The systolic and diastolic blood pressure has been monitored by using a sphygmomanometer. The blood glucose level of banking employees has been monitored by digital glucometer. And on the material and method I have followed, it had been found that most of the people have raised their systolic as well as diastolic blood pressure above the normal range. And it had been found that there were raise in blood glucose level and above the standard level in the most of the samples taken. The raise in blood glucose level are maybe in the demand of extra energy needed by various organs to cope up with the stressful conditions in the body. The extra glucose is added to the blood by the process of gluconeogenesis that has been occurred in the liver. In liver, glycogen is converted to glucose in response to stress hormone cortisol. The breakdown of glycogen adds extra glucose to the blood to meet body's excessive energy intake. The excessive blood glucose persistent in blood and hormone cortisol put pressure to produce more insulin, and consistently high insulin production causes the beta cells of islets of Langerhans of pancreas to damage that leads to type 2 diabetes. The rise in blood pressure dilates the blood vessels near the heart so that more more blood is pumped out of the body's oxygen demand. In case there may be a risk of heart attack or heart disease as heart works more. This is the elevated risk of diabetes to type 2 diabetes because body may not be able to manage extra glucose. And from this study, we concluded that the
last 1 minute, ma'am. Please conclude. Last 1 minute remaining.
Yes, ma'am. It could not be completely managed from our life, but we still have to live and cope up with it. From the present study, it has been concluded that increase in blood pressure and blood glucose levels are the indications of chronic stress in the banking employees. Furthermore, there is a need of more study of various parameters in this approach by taking health of people as a consideration. And some stress management practices such as yoga, meditation, listening calm music, exercise, as well as should be followed by levels in their body. These are the references of my topic, and here I concluded my topic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next is
Sorry.
Mr. Parag Tembure.
Available, madam. I sharing my screen.
Yes.
All of you, good morning. I am Parag Tembure with Dr. Vaishali B. Murkude, and my topic is on macrophytes diversity up Poor River near Haramba. at Chamorshi, district Gadchiroli. I discussing the abstract. The present study deals with the study of aquatic macrophytes of River Pour in Chamorshi Taluka, district Gadchiroli. The study was carried out for 12 months from January 2023 to December 2023. During present study, 4 different sampling stations were selected. Total 33 species of the macrophytes were recorded belong to 20 families, out of which 4 belong to Amaranthaceae family, 3 each of Asteraceae, then Fabaceae, and then Poaceae family, 2 each of that is the Boranginaceae family, Apocynaceae family, then Combretaceae family, and then Moraceae family, and 1 each of Lacethidiaceae, Lamiaceae, then Portulaceae, Solanaceae, Phylanthaceae, Amaryllidaceae, Meritaceae, Rhamnaceae, Verbanaceae, then Commelinaceae, then Papyraceae, and then Cucurbitaceae family. Then keywords are macrophytes, diversity, Pour river, and Amaranthaceae. Discussing the introduction, macrophytes are the aquatic plants growing in or near the water. Macrophytes often grow vigorously where the nutrient loading is high. They may be either emergent, submerged, or floating. They provide habitat to the aquatic organisms and also help in maintaining the water quality, nutrient cycling, and stabilizing the river banks. Then Pour River also plays a vital role to maintain and save this huge biodiversity and wildlife, etc. But nowadays, due to anthropogenic activities and regular agriculture practices, the nutritional load on the Pour River might be increases. The purpose of my present study was to know the diversity and the use of aquatic macrophytes as biomedicator to determine the quality of Pour River from Chamorshi Taluka, district Gadchiroli. In materials and method, the detailed investigation on macrophytes in this study area was the detailed investigation on macrophyte in this study area was carried out for a period of January 2023 to December 2023. The observed plants were photographs. The plant specimen were identified correctly using the literature and flora. Cook 1996, Gupta 2001, Yadav and Sardesai 2002, and then Kodarkar 1994. This is the map showing the Chamorshi region, district Gadchiroli in Maharashtra state. Then observation and result. During present investigation, total 33 species of the plant were recorded belong to 20 families. The present study shows that family Amaranthaceae was dominant overall among this family. The recorded plants have been enlisted in table number 1. Plants were arranged according to the family name, followed by the common name and then botanical name. Table number 1 shows the macrophyte diversity of Pour River, Chamorshi district, Gadchiroli. These are the list of observing and identifying the 33 species of the plant. Then these are the photographs of macrophytes of Pour River. Capturing the photographs by camera Nikon D3100 with zooming lens 18 to 56 mm. These are also the photographs of macrophytes of Pour River. Then discussion. Aquatic macrophytes play a significant role as they serve as substratum food to different micro and macrofauna. Raut and Pejawar 2005. Aquatic macrophytes play an important role in maintenance of aquatic ecosystem. They absorb the dissolved nutrient, nitrogen and phosphorus from polluted water, influence the nutrient cycle, especially nitrogen cycle. Thus, the study of aquatic macrophytes give us the worthy and valuable information and help in the maintenance of healthy aquatic ecosystem. Macrophytes being directly or indirectly related to the aquatic ecosystem and environment. The present investigation is carried out to know the status of Pour River in terms of aquatic macrophyte. In conclusion, present survey total 33 macrophytes were documented from Poor River near Haramba, Chamorshi district, Gadchiroli. Macrophytes are the plant which modify themselves to survive in aquatic environments. Their distribution is specific and depends upon the water quality and environmental condition. The aim of this study has therefore undertaken to document the aquatic macrophytes of Poor River near Haramba, Chamorshi district, Gadchiroli. The checklist generated in the study is intended to support other research and in particular to assume the continuity of ongoing long-term ecological program, also to balance the ecosystem by implementing the preventive measures effectively. These are the references. And then thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. So this was the last presentation of the second part of this presentation session. I'm taking the names of those who were about to present in this session but were not available. If they are willing, they can present at 3:30 p.m. That is second part of presentation today. Tejaswini Muneshwar, Vaishnavi Paul Budhe, ज्ञानेश्वर चौहान, ज्योति ढोले, चेतना अगले, रेशमा पंडरे, स्नेहल बोरसे, रणवीर सिंह आंबुरे, रुपेश मानकर, प्रियंका कोकाटे. Yes, ma'am. Please be ready for presenting at 3:30 p.m. now. Okay. Thank you. Pooja Pulare, Keshav Kohli, Kadlak Bhagwan Navnath, Miss Srishti Kale, Jyotiram Sadunke, Rajendra Gavli, Farah Khan, Shubham Atram, Dr. Nitin Akhuj, Kumari Premila Suryabhan Chakor, वैशाली कावड़े.
प्रेमिला चकोर मैम.
जी मैम, आप 3:30 बजे प्रेजेंट करने के लिए रेडी रहिए.
ठीक है मैम.
So now we are having break of 1 hour from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. At 2:30 p.m. we will be having a resource persons session. So join us at 2:30 p.m. Join us at 2:30 with the same link. For resource persons session, join at 2:30 p.m. and remaining presentation will be at 3:30 p.m. And a huge thanks to both the honorable chairpersons who were available, Dr. Archana Chaudhary madam and Professor Vipin Pratap Singh ji. Thank you so much for gracing the event, gracing this session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, madam. Hello, madam. हेलो मैं प्रेजेंटेशन करना चाहती हूँ अगले सेशन में.
जी मैम, रोहिणी चौहान जी बोल रहे हैं ना?
हाँ, रोहिणी चौहान.
जी जी, 3:30 बजे मैम.
थैंक यू. हाँ, थैंक यू.
थैंक यू.
हेलो हेलो सर हेलो वर्गीस सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है हेलो 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 सर हेलो सर हेलो हेलो सर सर ऑडियो वीडियो ठीक है हेलो यस ओके सर
Welcome back, all of you. We are starting this next session 15 minutes early. Our resource person has also joined. I request the convener of this conference, Dr. Sanjay Kumar sir, to introduce the guest to all of us.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Jasmita Kaur is a lecturer at Kalinga Institute of Social Science, deemed to be University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. She holds an MA in English Literature and a PGT in Translation, with a research focus on the interplay between music and literature. A trained vocalist, she earned her Vishard in Hindustani classical music from Chandigarh University and is a recognized all India radio artist. Jasmita has published extensively with 3 Scopus Index articles and 2 books to her credit, showing her expertise in her field. Her academic and artistic pursuits reflect a deep commitment to interdisciplinary research and cultural expressions. Thank you, ma'am. I welcome you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, ma'am. Respected faculty members, the students and the research scholar and everyone present over here in this platform. Today, I'm truly honored to stand before you as a research person at Chintamani College, Gondpipri. I extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the college administration, faculty members, and organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much. Without any delay, let me briefly introduce, I'm currently working as a lecturer at Peace University from Bhubaneswar, and the institute itself located in Bhubaneswar, and it's a unique institution dedicated to the education of empowerment of indigenous students. Throughout Odisha, there are 63 tribal communities, and from each tribal communities, students are studying here from their, the current university is providing education from 12th, 11th, 12th to PhD. And this educational initiative of Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences has also grown fully residential and only for tribal students. Students from Northeast states are also joined here, and they are offered as all kinds of free accommodations, education, healthcare, and skill development. So let me share my PPT now so that it will be easier for all of us connect with the topic.
Chintamani College.
Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. So without further any delay, let's start with the topic, that is preservation of indigenous musical traditions as a form of cultural sustainability. So here we can say that, begin with this particular photo as you are looking at it. This is a particular dance and music form of western part of Odisha, that is Sambalpuri. So let me begin with the introduction, then I will explain it in later part. Indigenous musical traditions serve as a vital cultural artifacts that encapsulate the history, identity, and values of the community. These traditions, often transmitted orally, play a crucial role in maintaining a social fabric of indigenous groups worldwide. So this particularly musical heritage preserves the history and identity of the tribal communities or the indigenous communities. And the encroachment of globalization, the cultural homogenization, and social political disruptions pose a significant threat to their preservation. And cultural sustainability, which ensures the continued existence and relevance of cultural expressions, become crucial in addressing this challenge. So particularly this topic examines how the preservation of indigenous musical traditions as a fundamental aspect of cultural sustainability and emphasizes the role of community engagement, documentation, and revitalization efforts. So, coming to this part, let me tell you the photos that you are seeing on the screen right now these photos belong to the variety of tribal communities, though there are 63 tribal communities, and it is not possible that I can collect all the photos altogether, but I have tried my best to capture some of them. Some of them are original photos taken by me and my team, and some were downloaded from the Google because the sources are important to be mentioned here. And coming to this, cultural sustainability ensures their continued relevance. There means the tribal communities. So music, dance, all these things are very essential and a major part that plays in the communities of tribals. Starting from their everyday lifestyle, music is a very inherent part of their life. So this paper, though I have reviewed some of the literature and in a very short manner, I have mentioned this. According to Smith, uh, he explores the role of indigenous music as a medium for storytelling, emphasizing its function as an oral tradition that preserves historical events, myths, and cultural values. So the indigenous community used music to pass down knowledge from one generation to another, ensuring the survival of their heritage. So here in this particular literature, Smith highlights how indigenous songs contain narratives that provide insight to social structure, spiritual beliefs, and collective memory. Coming to the next one, Brown. Brown, he examines the effects of modernization and globalization on indigenous music tradition. And his research highlights the cases where traditional music has been commodified or fused with contemporary style, raising concern about the delusion of indigenous identity. In the analysis part, I will explain how it is not done with a small kind of presentation I will give here, and I will prove that how this traditional and modern thing can be fused. Next comes Jones. He provides an in-depth analysis of ethnomusicology as a field dedicated to documenting, analyzing, and safeguarding indigenous musical tradition. He highlights the need for culturally sensitive approaches that respect indigenous knowledge systems. And last but not, though I am, comprise my particular this presentation in a short manner. So according to Patel, he integrates music in education for perseverance. So the integration of indigenous music into educational system as a strategy for cultural sustainability. Definitely, if you are raising a problem, then definitely in against of that or in favor of that, we have to give the solution that how we can conserve or preserve the tradition. Coming to the next part, here are some pictures of the tribal communities, how they are, painted themselves, how they are wearing the clothes, and how they are carrying the instrument within themselves. Like only you are looking at the particular madal that the man is holding, and other women's are only meant for dances. And another thing I want all of you to mark that they are wearing same kind of clothes, and the color also signifies a particular thing in that without any without any relevance. They are not going to use any kind of ornament or clothing, especially I'm telling in the context of Odisha, not only in Odisha, but it is very common throughout India and worldwide that whatever they are wearing, whatever they are carrying, that definitely signifies something. So the gap of this research is that theoretical frameworks analyzing indigenous music as cultural sustainability. This study applies Homi Bhabha's hybridity concept to explore preservation and adaptation. So what is Homi Bhabha's about? Let us discuss a little bit about it. That Homi Bhabha, an Indian philosopher and a cultural theorist, introduced the concept of hybridity. And in his work, and this hybridity, we can see in his work, The Location of Culture, that is published in 1994. This theory challenges the traditional notions of cultural identity, nationality, and ethnicity. So, in the first, there are four major things that he has discussed in this concept, hybridity concept, that is hybridity as a cultural phenomenon, then how it is challenging essentialism. Then he talked about third space. And the last part is subverting dominant narratives. I will discuss all these things in the analysis part. So here is another tribal group. Normally the Santhali used to wear like this. And there is another kind of photo also I will share soon. So these are the three objectives that we are focusing here: to analyze the indigenous music in cultural identity, to explore globalization's impact, and to propose preservation strategies. This is another form of Santali's tribal group where they wear these stripes of kind of cloth that also represents that how they are connected with the nature and with the natural elements. All these things signifies a thing or other that is only derived from nature. They don't depend on any kind of artificial things. So in this particular work, though this is also a working paper, here I used qualitative research using ethnographic method in which I have collected some interviews, content where I used to analyze the content after collecting the interviews or some sort of videos and framed all these things by using the theory hybridity by Homi Bhabas. This is another tribal group that is Munda of Odisha. So coming to the discussion part, this is an interesting part that the first part I have divided it, role of indigenous music. So these are some points, but let me clarify one thing, that there are so many tribal groups in Odisha, especially where I'm working with them, starting from their, once they wake up from the morning till they sleep at night, they're most of these things connected to music. If they're working in the morning, they're going to take bath in the pond or in the lake or in the small water bodies. They used to sing and they transfer any kind of narratives or talk between themselves through music only. While they are taking bath, they used to sing. While they are doing any household things, they used to sing. And while they when they are playing something with their siblings or with their friends in the particular community, they used to sing. There is a game called Puchi in Odisha, and this Puchi normally celebrated, particularly these songs used to sung during the month of May and June, during some festivals like Raja or Kumar Purnami, where only the girls who don't attain maturity, they used to dance. And they used to squat and dance, and along with that, they used to sing. For example, the Puchi song is like this. Puchilo, ajai padi puchilo, to ghare raja thile wo ghare rani lo. So this kind of song they used to sing, and along with that, they will dance. The dance is only in squatting position, and another is just standing and used to play with their legs. And particularly this particular Puchi, when they sing and dance, that is only done by the women, or not women, only the girls of the place. They used to transfer while they are singing Puchilo, Puchilo. That Puchilo is something that you were telling, one of the participant of the game is telling to another participant. And through that song, they used to inform that if you have a brother in your home, I too have a sister at my home, then definitely it's a kind of indication that maybe we will make a kind of arrangement that in future they will get married. But that is not directly told by them. Mockingly they used to tell and give passes the information. So through game, they are not only do this thing, they are also reproductively the women get stronger by playing this Puchina squat position. And this is a kind of exercise also that most of the tribal communities used to follow. It is very common. And also in the urban parts of Odisha, they are also used to play this particular game while singing. But the major difference is their oral history and their cultural memory reflects here. Then how they are shifting from one thing to another thing and passing down all these things from generation wise. Another example is that when I used to talk to my grandmother about it, though she is no more, when I used to talk with her about all these Puchi and these festivals, she used to tell me it is a compulsory thing that we have to play during that festival. Okay, then that passed down to my mother's generation. My mom used to tell me, yes, we learn, we play, but we play inside the home. And when it comes to me or my generation, we used to learn from our mother and how they are singing and how they are playing. So all these ritualistic things passes from one generation to another. But the challenge here is the most biggest challenge that now the current generation are not aware of this Puchi game or the song. If I used to tell them, do you play Puchi? They used to ask me, what is that, ma'am? Or what is that? We don't know anything about Puchi. So this is a very challenging part. It's not only applied to the indigenous music, but it also applies to other people who are non-indigenous. But they are not known to this particular game or the tradition that is orally transmitted from generation to generation. So the next discussion part came globalization impact. So definitely we can say that this the trade of cultural appropriation and loss of authenticity happening nowadays. Like in the western part of Odisha, a very famous song that is recognized worldwide, Rangavati song, which is from western Odisha, that is like Rangavati re Rangavati, hai re Rangavati re Rangavati, hai Rangavati Rangavati kona palata hasi pade kahalo katha. Each and every person in Odisha knew this song. But we know this song that is played in harmonium and with dhol that is used in particularly tribal communities. But nowadays, when to preserve it, digitalization came and they used to merge it with the technology and turned it little bit kind of modern. That also created a kind of issue, but it was sung by another person in the studio Coke. It was very famous, sung by Sona Mahapatra and Rituraj Mohanty, and wonderfully they have presented it, no doubt. But to preserve it, the original authenticity somehow lost in the process. But the main thing where we can see that we should take all these things specifically from the indigenous tribal communities, that how it is very important to preserve our musical heritage, as well as how all these things benefited us in variety of in a way or other. These people who are actually very much indulge in this musical heritage, they don't know how to promote. They are not that much acquainted with the social media or the technological part, which in a way can be used as economic benefit. They are completely unaware in many parts of the country. They only perform in their particular society, in their particular village, in their community, or during any kind of festival. That is not known to all the people in around the state or in the country or worldwide. So it's a kind of challenging part for all of us, that we should at least know how to conserve it, how to preserve all this tradition, which are really very important, not for only those indigenous community, but also for us. So this is the second part. Coming to the last part, this is this particular photo that I'm showing right now. They are from the tribal communities, that is Dongriya Kond, and they used to wear this kind of things that base the printing of their sarees only based on off-white color. That somehow reflects the traditional and the importance of nature. The importance of nature, that how they are treating the nature as a very important part of their life. Look, whatever they are wearing in their hands, in their head, and whatever they are holding, the feathers of peacock, they're wearing the brass anklet, whatever they are wearing, all these things are made from the natural resources. They are not adopting or opted for uh, any kind of artificial things. Only that is handmade, and all these things, all the starting from their clothes, they were wearing the sari, as well as the ornaments. All these things are made from handmade things. They are not purchased or artificial things are used. Even the colors, they used to extract colors from the seeds, from the leaves, from the soil, and they painted it on their sarees. The third part is hybridity in indigenous music. So, according to Homi Bhabha, he argues that cultures are never pure or homogeneous. That is absolutely correct. How that how we can say pure if the Puchis tradition or the Western culture music tradition is originally coming from them. We also knew that, and we are also modifying it the way we want. We can't pronounce the words particularly properly, or sometimes we make it in a wrong way. We don't know that what kind of emotions or sentiments are connected to that. So he argues that the culture are never pure or homogeneous. Instead, they're always hybrid. That means they are changing and consistently of multiple influences, traditions, and history. And that is absolutely right. Next comes that this particular hybridity theory rejects the idea that cultures have an essential, unchanging core. Instead, cultures are seen as dynamic, fluid, and constantly evolving. Like the music that my grandparents or their parents used to listen. Now, when we are listening through the mobile phones or listening in the TVs, all these things. So, there is a huge change and it is constantly evolving. The third thing he introduces the third space, that a liminal space where different culture intersect, overlap, and transform each other. Like the border parts of each state are connected to another state. So there is a kind of fusion between them. They used to speak their languages. That also reflects that how those their cultures also their cultures intersect, and that reflects through their music, their dance forms, their the way they are wearing their clothes, everything that intersect. And this space is characterized by ambiguity, certainty, and creativity. This is the very best part that Homi Bhabha has explained in this theory, that how beautifully we are evolving along with creativity. It's not just like uh, the way I presented both the songs, it's not like that. Along with these songs, in Puchi, there is no use of any kind of instrumental thing, but in the Rangavati song, there must be a kind of dhol, there must be a kind of string instrument or harmonium where the people can enjoy and they can easily connect with the song, because from the birth itself we used to listen that song. And this is the thing that is proved in the third space by Homi Bhabha, that how we are connecting this theory with this particular topic. Bhabha also celebrates the complexity and ambiguity of cultural identity, recognizing that individuals and cultures are always multifaceted and context dependent. It is true that the empowerment through self-representation that I have mentioned, that how all these things actually happens, how all these contexts are depend on each other, how people are connected to the musical part, how the music is already in them. And as we are telling that indigenous communities very much into the nature, they never do such things or any kind of things that will create chaos in the nature. They always try to protect, they pray, they used to use their throughout their lifestyle or in their day-to-day life. Nature is a major part that played a major part in their life. A small example I would like to give: during my field investigation, I encountered with a tribal community that is Dongriya Kond of Raigada district of Odisha. I saw some people are standing around a particular tree and they are, constantly telling something to the tree in their own dialect, that is Kui dialect. And I asked them once they returned from that place, I asked them why you are surrounded a particular tree and you are talking to it. They told me, no, ma'am, we are not talking to them. Actually, we're scolding that tree. And I was surprised. Scolding the tree? How is it possible? They told me that we never cut down a tree with axe. we never do that. We never hurt the mother earth or our nature. So instead of doing that, when we scold continuously for a week or so to a particular tree, which is creating a kind of hurdle for our sustain in the particular area, or you want to build a house, we used to do that. After a week or so, the tree or the plant automatically dies. And after that, they will cut it down. Once it dies, then they will cut it down, and secretly they kept all those parts of the tree in a particular place. And this thing, while I was doing the field research, I was shocked. How is this possible that they are scolding and the tree automatically dies after a week? This is really surprising. And while they are cutting down the died tree, the tree which was died, they used to sing a song like a funeral and take it to another part of their place and kept it very properly, without, so that they are treating it like a family member. And all these things, shows that how the musical heritage was impacting the lives of tribal people, and that leads to sustainable development also. Whatever instrument they are using, that is used from the nature itself, if it will uh, somehow destroyed, or that malfunctioned, that particular instrument malfunction, they don't throw it away. They particularly dug it inside, under the soil. So that is a kind of respect they give. And whatever they are singing, that happening in their life continuously, and that was passed from one generation to another. And by this, I would say that indigenous music is essential for cultural sustainability. While globally presents challenges, yes, of course, we saw different kind of challenges, that we don't know all the things, but in details, but somehow we are watching or seeing all those things in social media nowadays. But we don't know the correct authenticity and how it is happening, who was doing that. So adaptation through hybridity ensures the continuity. Yes, of course, through generation, the particular thing is not continued, but somehow the essence was continuing. And everybody nowadays working on this particular area, that is music and literature, to preserve or conserve the beautiful musical heritage of indigenous tribal communities. So the future research should focus on policy and community driven initiative, and how we will do the documentation. That is the most important part. I just want to share that whenever we are traveling somewhere, or doing any kind of research, or we opted for a particular thing that interests us, we should capture it in a mobile. This is a very easy way to preserve or conserve, and all those things can be done as archival research. I was unaware of this thing when I met with some professors of JNU and DU, with some scholars. They used to tell me that it's not possible that you will get all the documentation or archival things from the government or the private institutions. The first thing you can do to preserve is record it in your mobile phones with the permission of the musicians, of the folk musicians, or the persons who are involved in that, and record it. Then only somehow we can preserve their culture in a way or other. So this is a festival, and that too, this is not particularly from Odisha, this is from outside. Particular tribal community are performing during a particular festival. And now I request if someone have any kind of questions to interact with me. These are some references, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a very colorful gist of Odian culture, from the raw to refined, but very significant. Thank you so much for that. We have few questions. How does this preserved thing will act as educational tool for intergenerational learning?
So intergenerational learning, how this, can you repeat the question, ma'am?
We are talking about preserving the indigenous culture, traditional
Yes.
music. So how does it act as educational tool for intergenerational learning?
Yes. So if I'm not wrong, in the current NEP 2020, this musical part is already, mentioned in our curriculum that it should be, followed. It should be followed in the curriculum. And they are focusing not only in a particular zone, but also they are focusing on the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary thing. So in the courses itself, if we will put the indigenous literature in that, each as per my knowledge, as per my research, most of the indigenous works, in most of the indigenous work, there are discussions on music, dance, and some instrumental thing. So all these tools, through these things only, in the part of education, we can utilize and we can try to preserve in the as per the question, we can preserve it. But yes, there is a thing that definitely there will be a hurdle in between this, that we can't take all kinds of musical heritage in this to preserve. Somehow we can try, somehow if we can record, or somehow we can collect it from the government officials or from the private institution with the permission, then we can indulge in the education part and we can continue accordingly.
Okay, ma'am. The next question is, what efforts can be taken for community engagement as people are reluctant to it these days?
Definitely, ma'am. If you will, this is a very interesting question. Thank you. Community efforts nowadays, it's very, it's a big task actually. The simple thing we can do, that we can use our social media as a tool to use that. And through that, we can, circulate all these things and we can involve them. As during the COVID, I don't know whether everyone is aware of this thing or not. The tribal communities are not aware of the COVID completely, or they took the vaccination, right? But as about the question asked, they are also aware through the people, and while they are using some of the technological gadgets, they are from there itself they got to know that. At the time when we all are suffering, they already get to know after that, not during that particular time. And to raise this community effort, social media or our technology or mobile phones are a big thing for everyone, because it's not possible that we can go door to door, or we can arrange a particular place to make the gathering, aware them about all these things. It's not possible nowadays. People are very engaging these days. They are very much into the into the things that they will say that we don't have time for such things. But if we'll promote it through the social media, then definitely they will follow it and they will engage themselves in these particular things. So technology is a major part.
Yeah, you're right about that. The next question is also lined up with it. It says that digital archiving will serve the purpose of preservation, or does it need to be in practice too? Only digital archiving is enough to preserve the culture, or does it need to be in practice too?
Yes, definitely. It should be involved in the practice tool, because we can't do everything with our mobile phones, or as I was giving example during my presentation, it should be kind of tool we are using that that only focuses on the not only on this particular thing, but also we can use it as tool and in research, so that all these things could be modified and another thing will came up in the way. Like through mobile phone, if I'll capture some things, but I can't prove it that I have done it, or something I have did it by myself. But as a tool, if I'm using it during my research or anything else, it should be in a proper ethical manner. Otherwise, that can't be considered as a tool. You will only say that whatever we have recorded, that is the only archival things. Is it enough, or I will explain it more?
No, ma'am, that's satisfactory.
Okay, ma'am.
A few questions are there also.
Yes.
Next question is there any authorized repository or anything where we can digitally archive?
Yes, there are authorized things in the government where they preserve all these things or documented all these things, but that can be used through proper permission. Not everyone can go and use it. It's not possible. With proper permission and fulfilling all the ethical norms of the institute, you can avail to get to know all these things. Especially in Odisha, we have SCRTC, that's a research center for scheduled tribe and scheduled caste, where we can go with the permission we use, we write it down, and with this permission, we will be out of that place. We can't take those things with us and come out. It's not possible. So there are such things, such institutes which are particularly working on this specific area. So yes.
The last question is, as your conclusion had the last point about policy and initiatives. So the
Yes.
last question says, which type of policy or initiative can help in this indigenous music preservation?
Okay, so according to me, there should be particular organizations or particular groups can be made with the permission of the government as well as the with the permission of the indigenous community, where that can be formed. That should be properly followed the norms and conditions that how we are going to implicate or implement this particular policy. Policies are there already. The cultural things are already there. If you will see our government also taking initiative, the music I was presenting about Puchi, that is also done by the government of Odisha to preserve it. Like they organizing particular festivals, just like without any festival time, they used to organize it and invited so many girls to perform Puchi as a competition. So they are trying like that. And with these things only we can preserve. And if I take policies, I think there should be more policies on these things, because nowadays all these things are vanishing. That is the major part. And to preserve it, the most important part is whenever we are interacting with any folk musician or a tribal community people, or while they are performing or singing, with their permission, if we will record it and submit it to the government, that is also most welcome by them, because they need all these things. And all these things are eloping like right now. All these things are eliminating around us. So, of course, I agree that more policies and initiatives should be made to conserve our roots, so that in the future generation, there should be something that they knew, that they are going to know that such rich and cultural and musical heritage was there in our country.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for being available for us and giving your valuable time and knowledge to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now we'll go continue the presentation part. Please be ready for presentations. Miss Parul Tomar.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
You can start.
Good
You can
afternoon,
start.
ma'am.
Good afternoon. You can
Okay,
start.
okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, okay. My topic is green innovation and technologies. Introduction. Utilizing green technologies for environmentally friendly beneficial goals such as cutting down on waste, conserving energy, and safeguarding the environment is known as environmentally friendly green technology. Green or sustainable technology, anything that can help lessen our environmental impact and eventually achieving a more sustainable future is included in this, including software designs, formulas, logarithm, procedure, method, discoveries, process, techniques, ideas, and known how green technology is developing and providing environmentally friendly goals and environment sustainable alternatives like clean energy resources. Renewable energy is becoming increasing feasible and effective thanks to achievement in hydroelectric, solar, and wind power. Important environmental challenges are being addressed by new methods in water preservation, e-waste reuse, and recycling, biofuel generation, green buildings practice, and sustainable material are lessening our environmental impact across a range of industries. Electrical vehicles and vertical cultivation are also to exciting development in transportation and farming that can increase efficiency and environmental sustainability. Green hydrogen. The term green hydrogen is popular and rapidly emerging as a significant part of the global renewable energy mix. The creating hydrogen energy has proven difficult. First, due to this high cost and significant safety concern, technological development in fuel cells and electrolyzer are closing the cost gap. Additionally, the production, transportation, and use of hydrogen power in combustion or electrochemical method are becoming safer thanks to the improving sensor technology. Green concerted green solar energy utilization. Solar power has become promoted a clean, limitless substitute for fossil fuel. But because of new technology, we can now use this plentiful resource more effectively than over before. Among the fascinating development in this area are solar batteries and high efficiency photoelectric cell, photovoltaic cell, which directly convert daylight into the electricity, have increased significantly. In addition to capture a large spectrum of sunlight, modern photovoltaic cell can also operate in partial shady or on cloudy days. Because of their high effectiveness, solar energy systems are now more affordable and useful for daily use. Furthermore, one of the main drawbacks of the solar energy that it is only available during the daytime has been removed by the development in solar batteries storage technologies. A steady supply of renewable energies can be ensured by the advanced solar energies, which can store excess electricity produced during the day to the and be utilized at the night or throughout the blackout. Wind energy, the forthcoming addition of the feature of sustainable energy. The technology developed as wind energy, a natural energy sources that use the force of wind to create electricity, because increasing important in the drive to the greener energy resources. Such wind power become more effective, more facile, and more widely used. Is firmly established itself as a vital component of our future renewable energy landscape, and the construction of solar wind turbine is the one fascinating innovation in this field. In ocean, where wind speeds are usually stronger and more reliable than on the earth, these enormous array of windmills are erected offshore from can produce enormous quantity of electricity by enhancing and this reliable and powerful generator of wind energy. This lessen dependency on the fossil fuels.
Last 1 minute remaining, ma'am. Please conclude.
Okay. Help cut release the greenhouse gas emission. Innovation in hydroelectric power shape the sustainability landscape. Biofuels, sustainable energy from the surprising sources, a renewable and perhaps carbon-free source of energy. Biofuels have become a visible and substitute for the conventional fossil fuel. Biofuel, which are made from the organic material or biomass, can come from the surprising wide range of resources, most of which are regarded as if traces. Utilizing cooking oil is the one such alternative. Innovation techniques are converting that food industry residue into the biodiesel instead of the throwing it away. This type of biofuel is a useful sustainable transportation option because it can be utilized in standard diesel powered vehicle, which just minor adjustment. Likewise, agriculture byproduct ranging from the manure to the leftover can be converted in the biofuel that are high in energy. Bioethanol, a form of biofuel that can be either replace or enhance the conventional gasoline in the automobiles, is created where these are components are uh, terminated. Cutting edge water conservation innovation. What Vita saw that is frequently overlooked. Water is becoming more and more scarce and result of population growth and climate change. As a result, cutting edge technology for effectively handling and preserving water is growing more and more crucial. The creation of intelligent irrigation structure is a one notable breakthrough in this field. This system enhance water use in agriculture environment by utilizing sensors as well as data processing to provide exact quantity of water where and when it is required. They keep an eye on things like soil humidity degree, weather prediction, and plant water requirement. This method increase agriculture field while converting water into minimizing the innovation in recycling method for electronic waste. The problem of electronic garbage and e-waste is becoming more urgent or our reliance on the electronic gadget increasing. Eco-friendly material performing sectors. Conclusion. The word growing emphasis on green technology is leading to innovation and long-term remedies for many environmental problems we currently face. The top green technology innovation, which include progress solar energy consumption, wind and hydroelectric capacity, biofuels, water efficient innovation, recycling of electronic waste, environmental friendly materials, green buildings, electrically powered vehicle, vertical agriculture, promising to transform several industries, lower our carbon footprints, and build a better tomorrow. This development highlights how these can all work together to balance sustainable behavior and with technological progression, paving the way for the exciting and brightening future of our world. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next is Rohini Chavan, madam.
Yes, madam.
Please start presenting, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, my topic of presentation is the impact of agriculture on a global food security and nutrition. A review. Rohini Sudhakar Chavan, Yashwant Mahavidyalaya, Nanded. Introduction. Cultivation of aquatic animal for consumption and commercial purpose, promoting the sustainable development through the various means. Food security and nutrition and economic development also achieved. It reduces the wild fishery, pressure on wild fishery. Aquaculture practices in India. India is the world's second largest fish producing nation. The country contributes 7.56% of global fish production. The fishery sector is in the country provides a livelihood to over 50 millions of people. The fishery sector export had been total value NRI 46,662 crores in 1990. Aquaculture production in India. When we compare with other agriculture and allied sector, there is an economical impact relative moderate. And fishery and aquaculture made the notable contribution of 1.26% to Indian gross domestic product, that is a GDP, in year 2019 and 20. The sector is experienced substantial growth, outpacing other industry in past 10 years. Since 2014 and 15, the growth rate has been higher and reaching to 10.87%. The favorable condition can create the opportunity for India to become a leading fish producing country. The fish production in India increases from 56 lakh tons in 2000 to 141 lakh tons in 2020. Aquaculture is the major driver, contributing 85 lakh tons of fishes per year. The optimal factor for a aquaculture industry in India. In India, their coastline is 8,118 kilometers. Ponds and tanks are 24.1 lakh hectares and reservoirs are about 31.5 lakh hectares. There are many fishes, they are farmed in fisheries. Rohu, katla, mrigal, common carp, tilapia, grass carp, silver carp, murrel. Aquaculture for sustainable growth. It achieves the many goals of sustainable goals. No poverty, zero hunger, good health, well-being, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth, responsible consumption and production, climate change, life below water, and partnership for goals. Indian fishery production in lakh metric ton. In 2015 and 16, the total fish production is 108 lakh metric ton, and in 2017 and 18, it is reached up to the 127 lakh metric ton. In 2020, it is a 142 lakh metric ton. Inland fish production with annual growth rate. In 2020, the annual growth rate is 7.78. In 2024, it is a 6.06. The fish production in lakh ton is given here. In year 2020, it is 112, and year 2024, it is reached up to 139.7 lakh ton. Fish production states. There are many states that are producing the fish. The Andhra Pradesh is 36.1 lakh metric ton and Uttar Pradesh is 6.99 metric ton. This is a fish producing growth rate of a different state. Andhra Pradesh Yes.
Those who are done with their presentations, please leave. I think madam had some technical glitch, network glitch. So we move on to another presenter. Next is Premila Chakor. Miss Premila Chakor. Miss Sneha. Premila Chakor, Sneha Paimal, Priyanka Kokate, Shrikant Rokde.
Yes, ma'am. Present, ma'am.
You can start presenting, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is visible now?
No, sir.
Wait.
Now it is visible. It was visible. Please start your presentation.
But sir, my audio are not audible, no? Sir, when I sharing a screen, my audio was off, turn off. I don't know why.
If you are not able to share PPT, please continue orally.
Okay. So right now visible. Okay. Yes, ma'am. And audio also audible, no, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Continue.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for the trouble. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Srikant Rokde. I am doing research under the guidance of Dr. Sanjay Sabde sir. Today my research paper topic is National Digital Library of India, a key source of information for user. The National Digital Library of India, IIT Kharagpur was located in West Bengal. Is the only institution run by the government of India that provides information in digital form, from school education to higher education and research. The National Digital Library of India is a virtual repository of learning resources that was developed by the Ministry of Education. The library was dedicated to the nation in 19 June 2018. The aim is to integrate several national and international digital libraries into a single web portal. It is a single window platform providing learning resources that make e-learning and education accessible to all. It brings digital repository from India and the world to users of all demographics. User registration is open to users from around the world. The range of contents includes school, college, and university level topics, as well as material from 21st century skills such as digital literacy, language and communication and scientific terms. Resource of National Digital Library of India, educational resource, school education, higher education, career development, research, patents and standards, jurisdictional resources, cultural archives, newspaper archives. Services, Club National Digital Library and India, Digital Library of India, mobile app, digital preservation center, uh, Deepak and Chavi. The guidelines are copyrighted for the library in India, institution registration, sitemap, bringing National Digital Library of India, code of conduct for using national digital. So, yeah, the information under the resources, education resource, school education, there are some subject, art, science, and commerce. Education level are first standards to JEE and NEET. State board, they are include 27 of state boards. Higher education, they includes mathematics, physics, chemistry, and both on. Contains provides uh, PG Pathshala, uh, Swayam Prabha, and Swayam. So So the overall importance in the view of user, three levels are available on the website to access the information. Among these, 72% of users preferred education level, 66% of the services, and 58% of guidelines. So the conclusion is 72% of users prefer education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Reshma Pandre. Miss Reshma Pandre, Miss Deepa Sathe, Mr. Amol Patil, Mr. Kamal Nayan Margonwar,
हॅलो येस मॅम आवाज येतोय माझा
yes sir. कीजिए आप प्रेजेंट कीजिए.
हॅलो हॅलो
हाँ
हॅलो
सर बोलिए.
हां पीपीटी दिसत आहे मॅडम.
हाँ सर प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
माझं नाव कमल नयन मोहन वारगुणवार. मी सावित्रीबाई फुले विद्यापीठ पुणे येथे संशोधक विद्यार्थी म्हणून नाशिक येथील मराठा विद्याप्रसारक समाजाचे केटीएचएम महाविद्यालय येथे संशोधन कार्य करत आहे. आजच्या माझ्या संशोधन लेखाचा विषय आहे शाळा आदिवासी जमातीच्या विकासाचा राजमार्ग. भारत देशामध्ये आपल्या भारतीय राज्यघटनेनुसार 342(1) या कलमानुसार राष्ट्रपतींनी घोषित केलेल्या जमातींना अनुसूचित जमाती असे म्हणतात. सर्वसाधारण जंगलामध्ये राहणारे, दुर्गम दऱ्याखोऱ्यात व सुसंस्कृत समाजापासून तुटक असलेल्या प्रदेशात ते तुरळक वस्ती करून राहतात. नागरी संस्कृतीच्या त्याप्रमाणे वर्ग श्रेणीबद्ध समाजाचा संपर्क न झालेल्या वैशिष्ट्यपूर्ण चालीरीती संस्कृती आदिवासीत आढळतात. महाराष्ट्राचा विचार करायला गेलं तर महाराष्ट्र राज्याची भौगोलिक क्षेत्र आहे 3,07,713 चौरस किलोमीटर एवढे असून त्यापैकी 50,757 चौरस किलोमीटर क्षेत्र आदिवासी उपयोजनेखाली येते. त्याचे प्रमाण आहे आपल्या महाराष्ट्राच्या एकूण भूभागाच्या 16.5% एवढे. महाराष्ट्र राज्यात एकूण 47 आदिवासी जमाती आहेत. त्यात प्रामुख्याने भिल्ल, कोकणा, गोंड, कोळी, महादेव, वारली, माडिया, पावरा यासारख्या एकूण 47 आदिवासी जमातींचा समावेश महाराष्ट्राच्या आदिवासीत होतो. त्यातील काही जे जिल्हे आहेत, समाज आहे, कातकरी समाज रायगड जिल्ह्यातील, यवतमाळ जिल्ह्यातील कोलम व गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील माडिया या आदिवासी जमाती केंद्र शासनाने आदिम म्हणून घोषित केले आहे. ते अजूनही अति मागास आहेत. त्यांच्या राहण्याचा दर्जा खाली असल्यामुळे त्यांना आदिम जमाती म्हणून भारत शासनाने घोषित केलेलं आहे. त्यानंतर महाराष्ट्र राज्यात एकूण 36 जिल्हे असून त्यापैकी नंदुरबार, धुळे, जळगाव, नाशिक, पालघर, ठाणे, गडचिरोली, चंद्रपूर, यवतमाळ, गोंदिया, भंडारा व नागपूर या जिल्ह्यात आदिवासींची संख्या मोठ्या प्रमाणात वसलेली आहे. आदिवासींच्या विकासाच्या जी योजनांचा परिणामकारक अंमलबजावणी करण्यासाठी सन 1972 मध्ये वसंतराव नाईक मुख्यमंत्री असताना समाज कल्याण विभागाअंतर्गत आदिवासी विकास संचालनालयाची स्थापना करण्यात आली. त्यानंतर 1976 साली आदिवासी विकास आयुक्तालय सुरू करण्यात आले. दिनांक 22 एप्रिल 1983 रोजी स्वतंत्र आदिवासी विकास विभागाची स्थापना करण्यात आली. 1984 पासून आदिवासी विकास विभाग स्वतंत्रपणे कार्यरत आहे. आदिवासी विकास आयुक्तालयाचे मुख्यालय नाशिक या ठिकाणी आहे. आदिवासी विकास विभागांतर्गत नागपूर, ठाणे, नाशिक व अमरावती या 4 ठिकाणी 4 अप्पर आयुक्त कार्यालये आहेत. राज्यात एकूण 30 एकात्मिक आदिवासी विकास प्रकल्प कार्यालय आहेत. त्यापैकी 11 एकात्मिक आदिवासी विकास प्रकल्प कार्यालये अतिसंवेदनशील म्हणून घोषित करण्यात आले आहेत. त्यात नाशिक, कळवण, डहाणू, धारणी, जव्हार, किनवट, पांढरकवडा, अहेरी, गडचिरोली, भामरागड व तळोदा यांचा समावेश होतो. या आदिवासी जमातींच्या अधिक अभ्यासासाठी आदिवासी संशोधन व प्रशिक्षण संस्था पुणे या ठिकाणी 1 मे 1962 साली स्थापन करण्यात आली आहे. महाराष्ट्र राज्यात एकूण 499 शासकीय व 556 अनुदानित आश्रमशाळा आहेत. नाशिक जिल्ह्यात 2 एकात्मिक आदिवासी प्रकल्प कार्यालय असून एक नाशिक येथे तर दुसरे कळवण येथे आहे. नाशिक जिल्ह्यात आदिवासी जमातीच्या शिक्षणासाठी 80 शासकीय आश्रमशाळा असून अनुदानित पण तेवढ्याच आहेत. माझं संशोधन लेखाचं उद्दिष्ट आहे नाशिक जिल्ह्यातील आदिवासी जमातीच्या शैक्षणिक परिस्थितीचा आढावा घेणे. संशोधनाचे गृहीतके आहेत. नाशिक जिल्ह्यातील आदिवासी समाजाच्या शैक्षणिक विकासात आश्रमशाळांचे योगदान मोठे आहे. संशोधन पद्धतीमध्ये मी प्राथमिक सर्वेक्षण केलेलं होतं. 100 युवतींचा, त्यातील 57 युवक होते आणि 43 युवती होत्या. त्यांना आश्रमशाळा उपलब्धता. नाशिक जिल्ह्यामध्ये एकूण 80 आश्रमशाळा असून आणि अनुदानितचे 80 160 आश्रमशाळा असून सर्वेमध्ये भाग घेतलेले 100 पैकी 94 लोकांनी आश्रमशाळेत शिक्षण घेतले असून 48 व्यक्ती शासकीय तर 46 व्यक्ती अनुदानित आश्रमशाळेत शिकलेले आहेत. तर 6 व्यक्ती इतर संस्थेच्या शाळेत शिकताना दिसून येतात. तर त्यांना विचारलेला प्रश्न होता का तुम्हाला आश्रमशाळेमध्ये सर्वांगीण विकास झाला का? तर आश्रमशाळेत शिक्षण घेणाऱ्या विद्यार्थ्यांचा शारीरिक, भावनिक, सामाजिक व शैक्षणिक विकास करण्यासाठी शाळेतील शिक्षक प्रयत्न करत असतात. त्यामुळे देशाचा सुजाण नागरिक घडण्यास मदत होत असते. बाहेरील तज्ज्ञ मार्गदर्शक बोलवून विद्यार्थ्यांना मार्गदर्शन केले जाते. नियमितपणे आरोग्य तपासणी करून त्यांचे शारीरिक व मानसिक आरोग्य व्यवस्थित ठेवण्याचा प्रयत्न आश्रमशाळेत केला जातो. प्रश्नावलीत तुमचा सर्वांगीण विकास आश्रमशाळेत झाला का असा प्रश्न विचारला असता त्यातील 87 व्यक्तींनी होय असं उत्तर दिलं. 4 व्यक्तींनी नाही म्हटलं तर 3 व्यक्तींनी सांगता येत नाही असं उत्तर दिलं. यावरून आपल्याला असं निष्कर्ष काढता येते की आश्रमशाळा शैक्षणिक विकास राजमार्ग या शोध निबंधाच्या माहितीच्या विश्लेषणानंतर आश्रमशाळेमध्ये आदिवासी भागातील विद्यार्थ्यांची मोफत शिक्षणाची सोय झाली आहे. आश्रमशाळेतील सोयीसुविधामुळे विद्यार्थ्यांना चांगल्या वातावरणात शिक्षण मिळण्यास मदत झाली आहे. आदिवासी भागात मुलांचा सर्वांगीण विकास होण्यासाठी आश्रमशाळांची भूमिका मोठी आहे. या शोध निबंधासाठी मी काही संदर्भ वापरले होते. censusindia.gov.in, महाट्रायबल.gov.in, कार्यक्रम अंदाजपत्रक आदिवासी विकास विभाग 2022-23, आदिवासी विकास विभाग माहिती पुस्तिका 15-16. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद सर. नेक्स्ट इज दिनेश दाभाडकर सर.
May I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just I am sharing my screen now. स्क्रीन दिसत आहे मॅडम माझी?
हाँ सर,
Hello.
दिख रही है।
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all. I am Dinesh Dabadkar from Gawande College, Umarkhed, and my college is one of the remote area of Maharashtra, predominantly by the tribal people. And starting with introduction, here in my country, many people are uses a medicinal plant to treat the various diseases, and by making the various herbal formulation. And nowadays, currently tribal from Melghat region of Satpura range forest of Amravati district uses several medicinal plant by making their indigenous formulation. And here in my study, I selected one of the plant. That name of that plant is Plumeria rubra, and this plant used to check the anti-fertility in a female by the tribal. And this study is a small effort to validate scientifically the tribal claim abortifacient activity of Plumeria rubra. Initially, what I did, the survey of fertility regulatory medicinal plant has been carried out from the local informant like a village farmer, old person, hakim, vaidyas, Ayurvedic practitioner, and various expertise in the field of herbal medicine were selected to collect the ethnomedicinal information about this Plumea rubra plant. Then here are the some photographs showing how the ethnomedicinal survey has been carried out. Okay. Next is this is the plant. Here is the plant Plumeria rubra, commonly known as a lal sapa, belong to family Apocynaceae. The pod of this plant were used to wash the uterus by the tribal people from Melghat region of Amravati district. Then after the collection of ethnomedicinal information, the Plumeria rubra plant were collected during the flowering period, and identification and authentication of the plant was carried out by expertise from Botanical Survey of India, Pune, with accession number DD1. Then after that, phytochemical screening was carried out, and preparation of various extract was also carried out by using various agent like distilled water, ethanol, ethyl acetate, and chloroform to check the anti-fertility activity. Then experimental animal, healthy male and female experimental animal were procured from SN IOP Pusad, allowed to acclimatize for 15 days, and the acute toxicity study was carried out according to OECD standard guideline given by the government of India. Then rat were observed continuously for any mortality or any behavioral changes. Then after that, abortifacient activity was carried out. The healthy, here are some photographs showing how exactly the abortifacient activity of this Plumeria plant carried out on female albino rat. Here are the healthy male and female experimental animal were allowed to with proven fertility were caged in the ratio of 2:1 and allow for them for mating. And here is the experimental setup as I shown in photographs. On next morning, here the vaginal smear analysis was carried out for the presence of sperm for the confirmation of pregnancy, and that day become a day one of pregnancy. After 10 days, female rat were laparomatized under the light anesthesia, and the two horn of the uterus were examined to determine the implantation site. After then, abdominal sound wound was suture, then extract to be tested, then fed to operate pregnant rat, that is aqueous extract, alcoholic extract, ethyl acetate extract, and chloroform extract of Plumeria rubra pod at the doses of 15, 100, 200 body per mg per kg body weight were administered from day 11 to day 15 days of pregnancy. And finally, animal allowed to go full term, and after delivery, the pups were counted and the abortifacient activity of extract was evaluated. Then, for further confirmation of this abortive activity of Plumeria rubra pod extract, the stress cycle was carried out by using a long and even method. Then, hormonal profile was also carried out to obtain the statistical data. Here, all the data which was obtained from all experimental details. Then finally, the statistical analysis was carried out by using methodology of Mahajan in 1997. Here, the student t-test and one-way ANOVA test was carried out. And now in result section, what happened? No doubt, in phytochemical analysis was revealed that the presence of alkaloid, then flavonoid, steroid, tannins, saponin, and simple phenolics. It is a chemistry-based experiment. All these bioactive substances were recorded as a potent aberrative agent, and clinical toxicity symptoms such as respiratory distress, salination, weight loss, and change in appearance of hair, as well as mortality, were not observed at any period of experiment at the highest dose of 500, then 1000 and 200 mg per kg body weight. Hence, the 1/10 of the doses were used for anti-fertility activity. Here, no doubt, here is the table. No doubt, all the extract at a different doses where shows a significant abortivation activity, but 100% anti-fertility activity were observed in ethanolic extract of Plumeria rubra pod at 200 mg per kg body weight, and hence it is proved that the Plumeria rubra pod is one of the potent abortifacient agent. Okay, then among this experiment, the most active dose, that is 200 mg per kg pod extract of alcoholic pod extract of Plumeria rubra, were used to study its effect on estrous cycle. Estrous cycle is one of the sexual cycle which is present in a rat. Okay, in case of female, it is known as a menstrual cycle, while in case of rat, that sexual cycle is known as estrous cycle. In estrous cycle, what happened? There is no significant decrease in the duration of proestrous phase, estrous phase, and meta-estrous phase, while diestrous phase and the total day length of estrous cycle were significantly increases. And means all the summary of this estrous cycle, on the basis of this study of estrous cycle, it is clear that it is a clear indication toward the abortifacient potential of this Plumeria rubra pod. Then here are some photographs of estrous cycle. How the estrous cycle study was carried out. It is shown in this picture. Then hormonal profile. What are the effects of this Plumeria rubra pod on hormonal profile of female albino rat? In hormonal profile of experimental female rat shows a significant decrease in FSH, LH hormone, and progesterone hormone, while the level of estrogen hormone is increases, and it is again a clear indication toward the abortifacient potential of Plumeria rubra. Suppose estrogen hormone level increases in a pregnant female, then the means pregnancy cannot be persistence. Okay, means pregnancy loss हो जाती है वहाँ पे. Then in last part of my presentation is conclusion. In present study, reveal that the Plumeria rubra shows a strong abortifacient activity, and this result is in agreement with the traditional use of plant as a abortifacient by the tribals of Melghat of Amravati district. And the result exhibited 100% abortifacient activity at the dose of 200 mg per kg body weight of alcoholic extract of Plumeria rubra. And a lot of work is in progress on the isolation and characterization of abortifacient principle in the Plumeria rubra plant extract, and the actual what are the actual mechanism behind this abortifacient activity of this crude extracts and
हॅलो, आवाज येतो?
hello, hello.
Hello, you are audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am audible.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Here is a complete presentation from my side, sir. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Next is Mr. Pratik Potarkar, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Please start presenting.
Hello?
Yes, yes, sir.
Continue.
Okay.
Sir, if you are not able to share PPT, please start orally.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, my today's topic is synthesis and characterization of bismuth substitute lead hexaferrite. So, ferrite are classified on the basis of magnetic properties and crystal structure. According to magnetic properties, there are two types. Soft ferrites. Soft ferrite are the types of ferrite which are easy to magnetize and demagnetize. The hysteresis loop for soft ferrite is very small. Hard ferrite. Hard ferrite retain their magnetization once they are magnetized. And due to this property, they are used as permanent magnet. And according to the crystal structure, they are classified as spinel ferrite, garnet ferrite, and hexagonal ferrite. So the lead ferrite nanoparticle were prepared by a simple and short time microwave method. Lead nitrate, iron nitrate, bismuth, and urea were used as a precursor material. The effect of surfactants on the morphology and particle size of the magnetic product were investigated. The prepared magnetic product were studied by X-ray scanning, electron microscopy, and Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. Single-phase hexagonal ferrite nanoparticles with average particle size of 50 nanometer were obtained in this synthesized temperature of 50 degrees Celsius. VSM analysis confirmed the magnetic property of the hexaferrite nanostructure. The value of both saturation magnetization and coercivity strongly depend on the particle size. So from this result, we can conclude that XRD and FTIR data confirm that the material has hexagonal phase. Here, the value of lattice parameter A was found to be remain same initially, while the lattice constant C increased gradually as the concentration of bismuth increased. Here, we can also conclude that crystallite size of all the sample were calculated with the help of Debye-Scherer formula, which is found to be 43 to 48 nanometer in range. This chapter is the core of thesis, which deals with the result and discussion. Effect of calcination temperature, structural, magnetic, and dielectric property of lead hexaferrite are explained in details. The detailed analysis of the magnetic and dielectric properties of bismuth substitute M-type lead hexaferrite with composition Pb, BIX, Fe12-X, O19 hexaferrite is investigated. There are many applications of ferrite, that is high frequency device, catalysis, medicine, and water purification. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Please stop your screen. Next is Sneha Paimal.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Please start presenting.
Yes, yes.
Next presenter ready रहिए, Premila Chakor and Dr. Sainath Baliram Badaskar.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
हाँ मैम बोलिए.
Share screen is problem there, so that's why I'm not
present. You can start orally if you are not able to present PPT.
So PPTs are the main part, ma'am. I'm engineering background, so that's why. There is a problem for share a screen.
Okay, okay. Leave it then. Just start orally.
Is visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, visible. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Sneha Paimal from RIT, Rajaram Bapu Institute of Technology, Islampur. Under the guidance of Dr. M.S. Patil, sir, I have presented two papers here. First one is the review of the elderly people monitoring, and second one is the action recognitions using the CCN and LRCN models. These are the structure of these presentations. First, introduction, literature review, research gap, objectives, actual models, and results, and finally there are the concluded. I have combined the two papers. First one is the review papers and second one is the result purpose papers. So so these are the first introductions in elderly people monitoring at home using and the action recognition mechanisms. Means there are the number of actions are recognized by using the webcam. Whatever are the elderly people are actions are done at home, these are the actions sent to that the guardians by using the clouds. So here, whatever are the human interactions, for example, embracing and the shaking hands, as well as the human objects interactions like playings, whatever are the actions are done, the elderly peoples are sent to the guardians. There are the normal actions and the abnormal actions also sent. So, due to the differences in speeds, lightning, partially occasions of persons, and taking parts in the different interactions like that, action classes are the sustainable the intra-class variancy because of the camera's perspective. And the system is the real-time AI based image processing systems for elder persons health monitoring. So there are the 3.6% of elderly peoples in India So according to the different literature review, I have designed these descriptions and advantage by using the different methods, by using the different references. First methods, deep autoencoder, second sparsity coding, third one stack deep Gaussian models, next one convolutional neural networks and deep belief networks, deep Boltzmann machines, denoising autoencoders, sparse autoencoders. So I have using here the CCN, that is the convolutional neural network. Having the advantage is the extract the hierarchical and the translational inherent features from the census data with or without processing. So by using the CCN methods, we are by using the CCN methods to calculate the what are the actions are done. The elderly peoples are what are the actions are done. These are the recognized by using the webcam, and these are the sent to the guardians. Means these are the these are the not normal actions of these elderly persons. So find out the research gap by using this literature review and design the objectives. Whereas the gaps are find out in literature review, that is the resource utilization is not done, working of the small amount of data set for accuracy, not solve problems end to end, means the drive tasks into the substack. Next one, waiting time is often quite long, means more time to test the data. So according to these gaps, find out these objectives for the elderly people's monitoring. First one to overview the different methods, second one is implement the method, third one design the method, next client server applications, means guardian to elderly person, there are the communication is done, there are the designing the application for the proposed monitoring system. These are the abstract according to this literature review and intro. Here using the CCN and the LRCN models. Next paper here, designing the CCN and LRCN model. By using these two models, calculating the accuracy, these two models are used for to find out the different actions of this the elderly persons. These are the objectives. First one, to highlight the problems faced by the elderly persons. Second one, by using the introduce the feasibility of electronic technology for providing the solutions to assisted living elderly persons. Third one is design the electronic models, and last one, the find out the experimental results. These are the system actual webcam, Firebase clouds, and these are the inputs for this CCN model, then getting the what are the activities are done by the elderly persons. Next one is the CCN, that is the convolutional neural network. These are the architecture here, the input layer, convolutional layer, pooling layers, and fully connected layers and output layer. These are the architecture used to find out the actions. Next, LRCN, here inputs, then visual featuring and sequence learning, and getting the output, what are the input are sent to the visual feature, second then sequence learning, and last one getting the output. Now they find out these results for first one is the CCN models and second results for the LRCN model. Here the CCNs getting the accuracy. First graph shows that the accuracy and second graph shows that the loss. By using this the CCN model, and second one is the LRCN model. The first graph shows the accuracy and the second graph shows the losses. There are the comparisons of the results from the CCN and the LRCNs. Given the accuracy, average precisions, average
Madam,
recalls,
please conclude.
average
We have only last 1 minute remaining. Please conclude.
average F, yes ma'am, average F1 square. These are the factual data are defined out. These are the parameters are used for the image captures by using the CCN and the LRCNs models. And then LRCN means that the long-term recurrent convolutional neural networks. So getting here the results for LRCN model gives the accuracy is higher as compared CCN. Then also precisions, average precision is gives high. Then average recalls also gives high, and last one is the average F1 square also gives a high. So these are the comparatively study of the CCN and LRC models, and these studies are used for the applications of the elderly people's monitoring at that home. So find out the conclusions that SCCN model and the LRCN model are the described in the study. Then by using the webcams, their actions are the recognized, and then actions are the recognized, and by using the system, these are the actions are uh, monitored, and after this sends to that the guardians. Here the deep learning application seems to have a wide range of the enhanced issues shortly for this the study fields. The use of their reinforcement learning in the area of the activity recognitions and the classifications is also suggested in the papers as a potential direction for the future developments. So these are the real-time systems implemented for live health detections of the patients or elder peoples at homes. So by using that, these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm delighted to inform you all that for this session is chaired by Dr. B.M. Bahirwar, sir, officiating principal, Guru Nanak College of Science, Ballarpur, and Dr. Sanjay Asutkar, sir, principal, Chintamani Mahavidyalaya, Gugus. I invite Dr. B.M. Bahirwar, sir, to say a few words in this session. Dr. Bahirwar, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So I have joined somewhat late because of my previous schedule, and that Potharkar presentation was going on. Before that, how many presentations were done?
No, sir, you joined at the right time because the earlier sessions were those sessions which were left from first part.
Okay. Potharkar, Sneha Paimal, I have joined. So how many total presentations were there?
Total.
अभी कितने हो गए? Yes.
You missed 3 presentations.
Okay. 3, and I joined 3. From Potharkar I joined. So
Yes,
all the presentations were very nice, very informative, and research done by this participant is very advanced, and that RAD some presentation was going on at that time I joined. Some presentation regarding rats. So Potharkar has presented on ferrites, and Sneha Paimal presented on review of and designing of some CBN models. So all the research works are very nice, and they have tried their level best. So I congratulate all the participants, and I congratulate the organizers also. So, and I am thankful to organizing secretary Dr. S. Singh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we will continue with the presentations. Next presenter is Premila Chakor.
Yes, ma'am.
आप करिए प्रेझेंट.
हा मॅम. माझ्या विषयाचं नाव आहे आशा बगे यांच्या मुद्रा कादंबरीतील नायिकेची संगीत साधना. मॅडम माझा आवाज येतो ना?
हा आ रहा है.
माझं नाव कुमारी प्रेमिला सूर्यभानच्या कौर, डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर महाविद्यालय चंद्रपूर. माझ्या गाईड आहेत डॉक्टर प्राध्यापिका भारती दिगंबर रत्नपारखी, मराठी विभाग, आंबेडकर कॉलेज चंद्रपूर. कादंबरी ही खरंच महाकाव्यासारखी आहे, कारण समाजाचे जीवन चित्रण करण्याची क्षमता तिच्यामध्ये आहे. मानवाच्या मनातील भावना, सुखदुःखांची मांडणी, समाजाचे बाह्य रंग व मानवी मनाचे अंतरंग उलगडण्याचे कार्य कादंबरी अगदी रंजकपणे करत असते. म्हणूनच जे पात्र मनुष्य जगतही नाही, त्या पात्रांना इतक्या सुंदरपणे साकारून तो त्या पात्रांना नेहमीसाठी अजरामर करत असतो. म्हणूनच कादंबरी हा विषय माझ्या PhDचा विषय मी निवडलेला आहे. विविध पुरस्कार प्राप्त असलेल्या साहित्यिका म्हणून आशाताई बगे यांची ख्याती सर्वत्र पसरलेली आहे आणि नेहमीच स्त्री जाणीव, स्त्री विषय हा माझा आवडीचा विषय असल्यामुळे मी अशा लेखिकेला निवडलेला आहे की ज्या स्त्रीवादी लेखिका आहेत. त्यांच्या कादंबऱ्या खऱ्या अर्थाने स्त्री मनाच्या भावना उलगडणाऱ्या आणि तत्कालीन समाजाचे जीवन चित्रण घडवणाऱ्या कादंबऱ्या आहेत. त्यांच्या लेखनामध्ये नवीन विचार, मूल्यनिष्ठा, अभिव्यक्ती, समाजनिष्ठा आणि समाजातील वास्तव चित्रण यांची ओळख करून दिलेली आहे. त्यांच्या कादंबऱ्या या माणसाच्या मनाचा तळ शोधणाऱ्या आहे आणि वाचकांची काय अभिरुची आहे हे गृहीत धरून त्यानुसारच त्यांचं लेखन करणारे आहे. त्यांच्या प्रत्येक कादंबरीमध्ये वैदर्भीय भाषेचा उल्लेख होतो, कारण त्या मुळातच नागपूर इथल्या विदर्भातल्या असल्यामुळे त्यांच्या प्रत्येक लेखनात वैदर्भीय भाषेचा उल्लेख आलेला आहे. त्यांचा लेखनाचा विषय कायमच मध्यमवर्गीय कुटुंब, समाज आणि जीवन आहे असं आपल्याला जाणवून येते. प्रस्तुत कादंबरीमध्ये नीरू या नायिकेची कथा सांगितलेली आहे आणि नीरू ही नायिका एका पायाने अधू असून ती आपला आयुष्याचा प्रवास कशी करत जाते, आपल्या अपंगत्वावर आपल्या संगीत साधनेने कशी जीवन सुरळीतपणे चालू करून एका प्रसिद्धीच्या ध्येयापर्यंत ती पोहोचते, हे प्रस्तुत कादंबरीतून सांगितलेलं आहे. आणि हे अधूपण तिला जन्मताच मिळालेलं नसून एका अपघाताने तिच्यावर ओढवलेलं असते. स्वतःला दुसऱ्या लहान मुलांशी कंपेअर करताना कायमच तिच्या मनामध्ये येत असते की मी एका पायाने अधू आहे, परंतु त्या अधू पायावर तिच्यामध्ये जो गुण, वारसा हक्काने गुण जो मिळालेला असतो, सुंदर आवाजाचा आणि संगीत वारशाचा, तिच्या वडिलांकडून तिला मिळालेला हा गुणाची जाणीव तिला तिचे वडील करून देतात आणि तेव्हापासून तिच्या संगीत साधनेची सुरुवात होते. ती मोठी झाल्यानंतरही आपला प्रवास सुरू ठेवते, परंतु तिने जीवन जगताना कधीही आपल्या अपंगत्वाकडे न पाहता आपल्यामध्ये असलेल्या क्षमतेकडे पाहिले पाहिजे असे तिच्या आईवडिलांना वाटते. म्हणूनच आईवडिलांच्या मरणानंतर तिला तिचं घर देण्यात येत नाही आणि तिचा एक नवीन प्रवास सुरुवात होतो आयुष्याचा आणि ती दिल्ली शहरात पोहोचते. तिच्या वडिलांचा वारसा मिळालेली ती दिल्लीमध्ये पोहोचल्यानंतर पाराशरबाईंना भेटते. त्या एक संगीत गुरु असतात आणि त्यांच्या संगीत शाळेमध्येच ती स्वतःची संगीत साधना सुरू करते. त्यानंतर तिला मोरेश्वर शास्त्री ही गुरु म्हणून मिळतात आणि त्यांची शिष्या बनल्यानंतर गाण्यातील गहिरा भाव नायिकेला समजता येतो. म्हणजेच आणि कादंबरीमध्ये वारंवार वेगवेगळे राग एका पद्धतीने गायले जाते आणि एकच राग कसा वेगवेगळ्या पद्धतीने गायला जातो, गायकांच्या प्रत्येक वेळेच्या गायनाच्या वेळा, त्यांचा रियाज, या सर्वांचं चित्रण केलं गेलेलं आहे. प्रस्तुत कादंबरीमध्ये अनेक राग, एकच राग वेगवेगळ्या पद्धतीने गाण्याची अनेक गायकांची कला याची सुंदर सांगड घालत प्रत्येक वेळी ऐकण्याचा अनुभव घेण्याची त्यांनी प्रचिती घेतलेली आहे. संगीतात रममान होत जाऊन प्रत्येक वेळी शून्यातून नवं विश्व उभारण्याची ताकद नायिकेत दिसून येते आणि हे विश्व फक्त आणि फक्त संगीत साधनेमुळेच तिला मिळते आणि अथक परिश्रमामुळेच तिचा लेखिका हे सगळं काही करू शकते. स्त्री दुःखाची जाणीव प्रस्तुत कादंबरीमध्ये स्त्री दुःखाची जाणीव ठेवून स्त्री मनाचीच हुलकावणी घेणारी ही कादंबरी नाही, तर स्त्री पात्रांसोबत पुरुष मनाचा कौल घेणारी सुद्धा ही कादंबरी आहे. स्त्री मनात चाललेली व परिस्थिती सोबत बंड न करता मनाच्या आत भोग घेणारी विचारांची शीतयुद्धे या कादंबरीमध्ये वेळोवेळी पाहायला मिळतात. तसेच संगीतासारख्या चिरनत्वताचा अर्थ मानवी जीवनाबद्दलच्या मूलभूत तळापर्यंत झिरपत जाऊन सर्जनशील अभिजात कलाकृती वाचण्याचा आनंद प्राप्त होतो. अभ्यासाची आवश्यकता. कादंबरी हा साहित्य प्रकार व्यापक आणि महाकाव्यासारखा आहे. म्हणूनच कादंबरीचं वाचन करून एक सृजनशील आणि कल्पकतेचं उदात्त मिश्रण जिज्ञासा लेखकाच्या अंगी येते आणि हे प्रश्न कायमच मनात कुतूहल निर्माण करत असून प्रत्येक वेळी मला याची जाणीव झाली की कादंबरी या विषयाचा आपण सखोल वाचन आणि अभ्यास केला पाहिजे. म्हणूनच मी या विषयाची निवड केली आणि वर्णनात्मक व चिकित्सात्मक पद्धतीने या संपूर्ण PhDच्या विषयाचा अभ्यास मी करणार आहे. थँक्यू मॅडम.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Sainath Baliram Vadaskar, sir. Please start presenting.
हेलो.
हाँ सर, प्रेजेंट कीजिए.
Hello. Am I audible, madam?
हाँ sir, you are audible and visible also. Please start presenting.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. Sainath Badiram Vadaskar, Assistant Professor in Botany at Bhagwantara Arts and Science College, Ettapalli District, Gadchiroli, from Maharashtra. I am presenting a research work entitled as Effect of Drying Methods on Chlorophyll Pigments and Phenolic Compounds of Different Hay Material. Objective of the work to find out the alternative source of fodder material, that is the feed material for the animal, and assess the effect of drying methods on the fodder constituents of the hay material. We know that nowadays to maintain a animal for the farmer, it is very much difficult task because of the availability, very less availability of those resources as well as high prices of the fodder materials. We know that green leaves of the plant, hence the present study is related with the to find out the alternative source of feed material. We know that green leaves of the plant represent an abundant source of good quality proteins, which are metabolically active components, mostly enzyme. And these plant proteins are very much important because they contain all the supplementary amino acids. Hence, they are considered as the better proteins for the animal maintenance. From the historic time, these green foliages are widely used for the feeding of the animals. In agriculture field, we are finding large number of wheat plants, which are appeared naturally with the cultivated crops. However, these tons of wheat plant biomass are remain unutilized or underutilized from the agricultural land. These leafy wheat plant species may be considered as a feed for the various animals. But to consider it as a feed material, it is important to find out the nutritional and anti-nutritional factor which they have. Traditionally, the unused or waste part of the vegetables are used for the animal rearing. But for instances, numerous studies have been undertaken on leaf meals such as cassava leaf, as well as alfalfa leaf, and pea leaf and sweet potato in the diet of the various herbivores and carnivore species. Conventionally, these various green foliages are utilized in the form of hay or silage. The term hay is used for any forage crop cut before it is dead ripe and dried for the storage. This hay is more nutritious as well as palatable as the entire crop is cut before maturity and dried. To making the hay, the crop water is allowed to grow till flowering, cut and dried without delay. We know that the importance of chlorophyll as a point of plant, which are photosynthesis role, and as far as the animal concern is concerned, animal point of view, it may be a play role in protection of some of the diseases. And these plant phenolics, these are example of the tannin and phenols, and these are plant phenolics which are the aromatic metabolite that purges the acidic hydroxyl group attached to the aromatic arene phenyl ring. Material and methods which are utilized for the present work. Three plants were studied. Two plants are well-known fodder crops, and one plant is of the category of wheat plants. The two fodder crop, that is berseem and sorghum, and the white plant is Alternanthera paranoides, which are found in our agriculture field. And these plant material were collected from the Vadu Sangopan Kendra and Nagpur University campus. The hay preparation. The plant material were dried in different conditions such as sun drying, shade drying, and sunshade drying. The fresh material was collected from the field, and after cleaning, it is kept for the drying on daily basis. A record of the loss of the weight was maintained as the initial fresh weight of the crop before and after drying till the constant weight obtained. After the complete drying, crop material were formed into a fine powder and kept for analysis in the airtight container. Phytochemical analysis, example for the present study are considered, that is chlorophyll pigment, total phenol and tannin content was estimated by the method described by Sadashiv and Manikkam. All the obtained values were calculated on the basis of dry matter content, and all the experiments were performed in the triplicate, and all the results obtained were statistically analyzed with the help of software GraphPad Prism 4. These are the plant material which are studied for the hay material, that is nothing but the feed of the animals. And this is the effect of drying. This slide is showing the effect of drying on the fodder crop. Result. As far as the chlorophyll concerned, the Alternanthera paragynite plants show the highest amount, that is 340 to 220 and 119 milligram per 100 gram of the sample. Whereas the sorghum shows the lowest value for the chlorophyll pigments. And the highest total phenol content, that is 0.220, was recorded for berseem, while the lowest was for the Alternanthera. As far as the tannin concerned, the highest amount is reported in case of berseem, and whereas the lowest is in case of sorghum. All the plant species varied in their chemical composition among themselves as well as the treatment wise. In the present study, the hay material was prepared by using different drying conditions such as sun drying, shade drying, and sunshine. There is a variation in the chemical composition of these plant species with respect to the drying condition as well as among the species. As far as the chlorophyll content of the hay material is concerned, we show the specific pattern of the effect of drying condition, that is chlorophyll content of all the plant species were increased from the sun-dried to the shade-dried hay material. However, this trend is not observed in the case of total phenol and tannin content of the hay material. Many workers have reported that drying of the tanniferous forage affects the nutritive value of the forage. Thus, the present study indicates that some of the chemical constituents of the hay material may get affected due to the drying treatment. Sorghum and berseem are conventionally utilized all over the world as a fodder. However, in the present study, Alternanthera, a wheat plant, was tested as a future fodder crop in the animal husbandry. Conclusion: the present study will serve as the basis to encourage the local farmers to exploit the nutritional potential of the Alternanthera paragonites as a suitable ingredient of the feed for the animals. Since it is rich in chlorophyll content and have a low amount of anti-nutritional factors as compared to the other known fodder crops, from the overall study, it can be suggested that the green foliage of the Alternanthera can be potential alternative source of the feed. Okay, thank you very much. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next and last presentation is Mr. Anil Yadav. Is there anybody left for presentation who is live now with us but has not now presented and willing to present?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I am Anjali Bhanarkar.
Anjali Bhanarkar. Anybody else? Ma'am, be ready after this.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello everyone, myself Anil Yadav and I am from IT department of Tulsiramji Gaikwad Patil College of Engineering and Technology Nagpur. Presentation on the topic library chatbot. So let us start session. So these are the contents of our presentation. First of all, we will start with the introduction part. Then we will move to problem definition. And after that, we will discuss the aims and objective of our project. After that, we have also added literature survey in which we have added research paper with their authors so one can take reference of it. Then we will move to procedure and system flow in which we will get to know how a chatbot is created and how to deploy our chatbot. We will know about our software tool used BotPress also. After that, we will look at some modules of our project, and in the end, we will look at future scopes of library chatbot, and we will conclude our presentation with that. We'll start with introduction. So before knowing about library chatbots, we will know what a chatbot is. Basically, a chatbot is a software, or we say computer program, that simulates human conversation through text or video or voice chat. Similarly, library chatbots are AI tools designed to assist users in finding some information quickly. They can answer frequently asked questions and can guide user through library resources. Now, so let us discuss the problem definition for our project. As we all know that offline libraries often face challenges in providing immediate and personalized assistance to users due to limited staff and limited operational hours also. But as we all know that in modern generation, users frequently need help with tasks like locating resources and accessing digital materials. So by using a chatbot for library, we can eliminate such issues. Now we will move to discuss the aims and objectives of our chatbot. The aim of a library chatbot is to provide quick and accurate responses to users and providing facilities like collecting and we say organizing data in digital form for further use. In literature survey, we have added some research paper along with their authors. So if you want to know more about library chatbots, then you can take reference of this research paper. Now we will discuss the procedure to build an chatbot using AI. So the first step towards creating a chatbot is to choose an AI tool or chatbot builder. Here we are using WordPress. After that, we will design the conversation flow. We can use nodes to design the conversation flow. Basically, nodes are primary units of conversational logic of your chatbot, and a node can transition to another node also, which will help in creating the conversation flow. After we have created the conversation flow, then we need to give a name and personality to our chatbot. After that, we can test our chatbot and can also collect responses to get the insights on our chatbot. The insights that we have collected from our chatbot can be further used for measuring our chatbot's performance. Now we will discuss the system flow. So in our project, the system flow follows that first we will determine the purpose of our bot. In our case, we want a bot which can interact with user and can frequently respond to user's query and provide responses to user as per user's need. Then we need to decide whether to choose a rule-based or a NLP platform. A rule-based chatbot generally uses a set of predefined rules to work, while on other hand, an NLP chatbot uses artificial intelligence to work. Due to this reason, rule-based chatbot is less flexible as compared to NLP chatbot.
Thank you. Next is Anjali Bhanarkar. Madam, please start presenting.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, everyone. My name is Anjali Nitesh Bhanarkar. I'm from Shri Govindra Munghate College, Kurkheda, district Gadchiroli. I'm microbiology student. My seminar topic is harnessing zinc and silicon micronutrient solubilizing bacteria, unveiling nature's microbial powerhouse. Introduction. Modern agriculture faces the challenges of ensuring food security while minimizing the environmental footprint. Second point, this has led to growing interest in sustainable agricultural practice, including the uses of the biofertilizers. Harnessing zinc and silicon micronutrients, realizing bacteria as biofertilizers hold promise in promoting sustainable agriculture, increasing crop yield and reducing the ecological footprint of the modern farming practice. Next, ZNB means zinc solubilizing bacteria. Chemical fertilizer application only partially meets plants needs since within 7 days of application 96 to 90% 99% of applied in Zn transforms into various insoluble forms depending on the type of the soil and physiochemical reaction. Second point, zinc solubilizers which have ability to change different insatiable forms of a metal into available forms. Next, increasing Zn bioavailability. Zinc solubilizing bacteria secretion of organic acid explode polysaccharide production, lowering down pH of the rhizospores. A direct mechanism of plant growth promotion into fixation, B solubilization, ACC, dimension production, photohormones, K solubilization, and pseudophores. Indirect mechanism of plant growth promotion, toxins, lactic enzymes, HCN, antibiotics, competition, and pseudophores of antifungal. Effective microorganism with Zn solubilizing mechanism, pseudo, Pseudomonas fluoronesa, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Pseudomonas sp bacillus. Next, SSB means silicon solubilizing bacteria. There are many different microbes in soil, but only a small number of them are capable of realizing silica from natural silicate.
Second point, these SSB are capable to breaking down the silicate, particularly aluminum silicate. Third point, as part of their metabolism, silicon microorganisms emit organic acid that have a dual function in silicate weathering. General effects in plants: stimulation of antioxidant system, enhance photosynthesis efficiency. Second is alternations in a membrane transport related gene expansions. In soil, complexions and co-precipitation with the metalloids. Specific effects in a plants: photovoltaizations, modification of the transpiration rates. Second is phytoextraction, complexation and co-precipitation of metalloids with the phytogenic silica. Third is phytostabilization, accumulation of metalloids in soil, patholoids. Various diseases caused due to deficiency of Zn and Si. Metal responsible for plants diseases: zinc, crop by citrus, pea, cotton plants. Common name of diseases are root rot, mold, wild, powdery mild. Mild responsible for plant diseases: silicon, crop by, paddy, turf, grass, rice. Common name of diseases are blast, brown spot, powdery mildew. Discuss and future of the perspective. In conclusion, harnessing zinc solubilizing bacteria ZSB and silicon solubilizing bacteria SSB as a biofertilizers holds great promise from promoting sustainable agricultural, increasing crop yield and reducing the ecological footprint of modern farming practice. References: Ahmed H. Javed, MT, and Naveen, M 2010, Mechanism of Action and Importance of Biofertilizer. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is the end of this presentation session. We are grateful to the chairperson available for this session, Dr. B.M. Bahirwar sir and Dr. Asutkar sir. Thank you so much for joining us in this session. Thank you all the presenters. Ahead, we will move to validity section. After the break of 10 minutes, we will announce the best presenter awards. So stay with us for valedictory also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
थँक्यू सर थँक्यू सर.
मॅम माझं प्रेझेंटेशन बाकी आहे.
अरे राहिलंच का?
हो सर, प्रवीण
सर, आपका
मुंजमकर.
नाम अनाउंस किया था मैंने
कुठून
दोबारा.
आहे
कोई रह गया है क्या?
तुमचं?
सर प्रवीण
काय नाव?
मुंजमकर. प्रवीण
ज्वाइन हो
मुंजमकर.
गए थे लेकिन आपने कुछ कहा
प्रवीण
नहीं.
मुंजमकर.
ठीक है सर,
करू द्या
प्रेजेंट
मॅडम,
कर
करू द्या.
दीजिए.
हेलो
मैम, कर दीजिए.
कर दीजिए हाँ.
ओके
मैम.
हाँ हाँ
यस मैम, मैं कर सकती हूँ क्या? टाइम है
हाँ,
क्या?
कर दीजिए कर दीजिए. पहले प्रवीण सर कर देंगे, उसके बाद रेशमा मैम कर देंगे. प्लीज स्टार्ट प्रेजेंटिंग.
मैम कैन आई स्टार्ट?
मैम प्लीज स्टार्ट, डोंट डिले, प्लीज स्टार्ट.
ओके ओके मैम. What is happening?
If for some reason you are unable to share, please.
Yeah, ma'am, my slide is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Please
Okay,
continue.
okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Reshma Pandey, doing PhD from Department of Chemistry, University of Mumbai. So, today's my topic is that dual state blue-yellow emissive AI active dyes for organic electronics. So, these are the outline of this presentation. So, organic semiconductors, like in the past, the inorganic semiconductor has been the backbone of modern semiconductor industry. But now, at the beginning of 21st century, we are facing the new electronic revolution, and this revolution has been possible due to this new class of material which is called as organic semiconductor. So organic semiconductor are solid whose the building blocks are pi bonded molecule and the polymer, and it's made up by carbon and hydrogen backbone with a few heteroatoms like nitrogen, oxygen, and the sulfur. So the advantage of this organic semiconductor is like light, low molecular weight, easy synthetic route, wide variety of material choices, also tune the property by changing the different chemical structure. So in the 1970, the Higer, Magdarim, and the Shirkawa, so they released the first polyacetylene molecule for the high conductivity. So in which they got a Nobel Prize in 2000 for the discovery and development of conductive polymer. So these are the organic semiconductor application in different areas. Then this is the objective of my research work, like the donor acceptor architecture approach. By using this architecture, like donor is electron rich center and the acceptor is electron deficient center. So they create a push-pull interaction between them and induces the characteristics of material, which is called as the intramolecular charge transfer transition from donor part to the acceptor part. So this kind of architecture, they have extensively synthesized and investigated in last few decades due to their unique intramolecular charge transfer transition property in the organic electronics. So this is a second approach, like the how to obtain the organic material with a good solid state emission. So this my some organic molecules, they have the traditional fluorophores in solution state, but in the aggregate state molecule get quenched. Like for example, this pyryl molecule, the molecule is a emissive in solution state with the due to the planarity, and in the solid state the molecule get quenched or the non-emissive due to the pi stacking interaction. So this phenomena is called as the aggregation cause quenching phenomena. So this ACQ phenomena is exactly opposite to this AI phenomena. So in the case of HPS molecule is a non-planar geometry. So this molecule are non-emissive in solution state, but in the aggregate state, the molecules show emission due to the restriction of intramolecular rotation. So this phenomena is called as a AI, like aggregation-induced emission phenomena. So these are some examples. They can show the AI and the HCQ phenomena. So this AI phenomena was discovered by the Tang and the co-worker in the year of 2001. So by approaching this method, or by approaching this objective using the non-planar geometry or the modify the non-planar geometry of the molecule, they can enhance the property of the molecule in solid state. So this is a general synthesis approach. This is my scheme, which is the indole is an acceptor core molecule by synthesized by the simple condensation method with the 97% yield. And then the different strength of boronic acid, we are reacted with this acceptor core molecule by using the Suzuki-Miura coupling reaction. Then this is a final DA kind of base molecule, which is the 65 to 93% yield of that molecule. This all the molecule we are confirmed by the different spectroscopic method like H1 NMR, C13 NMR, FTIR, and the HRMS. So then after the confirmation, we are proceed for the photophysical investigation by absorption and the emission spectra of all the compounds. So figure 2, the UV visible absorption spectra of the molecule in the different polarity solvent like toluene, DCM, and the DMSO solvent. So in the spectra, observe the different type of transition like N2 pi star, pi 2 pi star, and the third one is ICD transition is observed due to the presence of DA kind of architecture present in that molecule. So this ICD transition, which also depends upon the strength of the donor unit as well as the polarity of the solvent. Also, the different substituent like electron donating and withdrawing groups attach on the electron donating groups. So also they can impact or they can tune the property of the molecule. These are the table 1 absorption spectra of the molecule in solid film and the solution state. This is the emission, like figure 3 emission spectra for the molecules in the different polarity solvent, and all the dyes are emitted blue to yellow in the region. Also, the bathochromic shift in emission maxima is observed by changing the different polarity solvent from the non-polar to the polar, and it suggested the sensitivity of the emissions of the dyes towards the environmental factor of the solvent. Table 2 is the emissions data, optical bandgap, Stokes shift, and the quantum yield for the dyes in solution state. The images of the fluorescence images of all the dyes in a different polarity solvent. Then this is a neat solid frame. Okay, so this in this neat solid frame, observe that the broader and extended wavelength is observed as comparable to the solution state. Because of that, intermolecular aggregation happen in the solid state. So these are the images of the solid film in UV lamp and under the visible lamp. So this is a positive solartochromism effect. It means that when you're examining the basic fundamental property like photo absorption and the emission, so what one trend is emerged when you increase the solvent polarity from the non-polar to the polar, the molecular shifted more bathochromically from blue to red shift. So this study we are examined by the different polarity solvent like Lippert Mataga, Macrae plot, Weller's plot, and it's observed the linearity in that molecule, and the regression coefficient also is good is observed. So we can say that this molecule, all the molecules show the good positive solvatochromism effect. Another, this is the aggregation induced emission study. So basically the solid state emission is one of the key factor for existence of the AI property. So in this AI property we analyze by the THF and water system by varying the water percentage from the 0 to the 90%. So in the absorption spectra is observed that from the 0 to the 70%, the absorption is observed 300 to 400 nanometer. But at the high water fraction, there is a formation of emissive nanoaggregates. So observe the level of tail, or you can say that mild scattering is observed due to the formation of the hydrophobic environment created inside the mixture. So also this all the colored transition you can observe clearly observe in the emission spectrum. So this
Madam,
0% water fraction.
Please conclude. Only 1 minute remaining.
Okay, ma'am. So yeah, so this formation of nano aggregate were confirmed by the FSM analysis and observed the spherical shape and the diameter of 25 to 80 nanometer. Then also we study the electrochemical property for find out the homolumo and the donor acceptor kind of architecture through this electrochemical property, and we calculate the homolumo energy level through this electrochemical property. So this electrochemical findings is suggested that this all these synthesized dyes are could be act as an ambipolar, which is the whole as well as the electron transporting material for the organic electronics. So this is a theoretical study done by the Gaussian 093 software, and it's located, the HOMO is mainly located on the donor unit, and the acceptor is LOMO is located on the acceptor unit, and all the theoretical study are comparable with the experimental part. And yeah, so this is the conclusion. So all the synthesized dyes are the thiophenol phenoxylene based DA kind of derivatives, and the molecules show the ICT transition as well as the emission are blue to yellow in the region. And synthesized dyes are ambipolar charge transporting material and the solid state emitter in organic electronics. So thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
With whom you are working, ma'am?
Next is
With whom?
Praveen sir. Priyanka Kakote.
Yes, ma'am. I am ready.
And Farah Khan.
Yes, ma'am.
Please start presenting, Praveen sir.
Can I share my screen? Ma'am, my screen is visible.
No, sir.
Yes, it is visible.
Priyanka Kokate's screen is visible.
Okay.
Priyanka ma'am, please present. Start presenting. We are already short of time.
Is synthesis of certain nanoparticles using Gigantium herbal extract and its microbial and catalytic activity. This research focused on the synthesis of silver nanoparticles using aqueous leaf extract of philodendron leaf extract, which is act as a natural reducing and stabilizing agent. Silver nanoparticles characterized using various techniques such as UV visible bacteria extract, EDX technique, etc. Using these techniques, nanoparticles were studied with the size ranging from 1 to 10 nanometers. And a sizing structure. There are several applications of civil
Ma'am, your voice is breaking too much. The sound is not clear.
Okay. Actually, there are several applications of civil nanoparticles, including antimicrobial catalytic activity, antifungal activity, antiviral activity. Particles demonstrated catalytic and microbial activity. Actually, there are many ways physical and chemical synthetic methods. But these methods imply high cost, use many chemicals that can harm the environment and high energy consumption. But in contrast, green synthesis methods provide
Not able to understand anything. Not a single word is audible clearly. I think there is a lot of network issue there.
audible, ma'am?
Not clearly.
I think
It's not at all clear, ma'am. You can conclude.
These are my objectives. So the first one is to synthesize silver nanoparticles using sustainable leaf extract as a sustainable and cost-effective approach. And second one is to explain the diverse application of synthesized silver nanoparticles, including antimicrobial and catalytic activities. This is silver nanoparticles. There was here I was used two steps. The first step is preparation of plant extract, and the second step is to synthesize the silver nanoparticles. This is my schematic representation. Here I was used these techniques for the characterization of the silver nanoparticles. The synthesized silver nanoparticles were characterized using UV visible spectroscopy having characteristic peak.
Hello, sir.
Madam, nothing is
Hello.
audible. Sorry, we have to close your presentation and start another
Very
person.
bad quality of.
He is waiting.
There is no
Very
visible
poor quality. Praveen sir,
Audio
you start.
quality is very, very
Yes, sir.
poor, very poor.
Yes, ma'am.
And not audible clearly. Yes.
हॅलो
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible.
ओके. नमस्कार सर, मी प्रवीण यादव मंजमकर, रिसर्च स्कॉलर गोंडवाना विद्यापीठ गडचिरोली. डॉक्टर नितीन बी कावडकर सर यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली इकॉनॉमिक्स विषयामध्ये माझं रिसर्च सुरू आहे. आणि आजच्या या रिसर्च पेपरचा माझा सब्जेक्ट आहे गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील जिल्हा परिषद प्राथमिक मराठीत गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील जिल्हा परिषद शाळांच्या प्राथमिक शिक्षणात फुलोरा उपक्रमाचे विश्लेषणात्मक अध्ययन या विषयावरती माझा आजचा टॉपिक आहे आणि या संबंधाने मी रिसर्च केलेला आहे. तर याबद्दल सांगायचं झालं तर गडचिरोली जिल्हा हा महाराष्ट्राच्या अगदी पूर्वेला वसलेला जिल्हा आहे. वनाने व्यापलेला आहे. 12 तालुके यामध्ये आहेत. 1675 खेडी आहेत आणि 1509 खेडी ही लोकवस्ती नसलेली आहे. 166 खेडी ही ओसाड आहेत. यामध्ये 12ही तालुक्यामधून जिल्हा परिषदेच्या शाळा चालतात. त्यापैकी 1673 या शाळा प्राथमिक शाळा चालतात आणि 214 या माध्यमिक शाळा चालतात. तर विशेष काय की गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यात ज्या पद्धतीने आदिवासी आणि अविकसित किंवा विकसनशील आपण म्हणतो, तर त्यामागे कोविड-19च्या परिस्थितीनंतर प्राथमिक शिक्षणामध्ये कुठले बदल घडून आलेले आहेत त्या संबंधाने हा आपला रिसर्च आहे. तर या गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यामध्ये प्राथमिक शिक्षणाची प्रगती करण्याकरिता फुलोरा नावाचा एक उपक्रम राबवलेला होता. तर या फुलोरा उपक्रम आणल्याच्या नंतर गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील प्राथमिक शिक्षणामध्ये नेमका काय बदल घडलेला आहे या संबंधाचे हे रिसर्च आहे. तर या आपल्या रिसर्चची वैशिष्ट्ये अशी आहेत मॅडम की गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील प्राथमिक शिक्षणाची सद्यस्थिती अभ्यासणे, गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील प्राथमिक शिक्षणाच्या गुणवत्ता विकासात फुलोरा उपक्रमाचे महत्व अभ्यासणे, गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील प्राथमिक शिक्षणातील गुणवत्ता विकासामध्ये फुलोरा उपक्रमामुळे काय परिणाम झाला आहे याचा अभ्यास करण्याची उद्दिष्ट ठेवून हे आपण संशोधन केलेलं आहे. यामध्ये संशोधनाची पद्धती वापरली आहे. द्वितीय साधन सामग्रीचा उपयोग करण्यात आले आहे मुख्यतः. त्यासाठी संदर्भ ग्रंथ, पुस्तके, मासिके, शासकीय अहवाल, वृत्तपत्रे, वेबसाईट याचा वापर केला आणि प्राथमिक सामग्रीकरिता मात्र फुलोराचे जे स्पेशल सुलभ 12ही तालुक्यामध्ये ठेवण्यात आले, त्यांना प्रशिक्षित करण्यात आले होते. पर्यवेक्षक यंत्रणा यांच्याशी चर्चा करून याची माहिती आपण गोळा केलेली आहे. तर सध्याच्या काळामध्ये गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील प्राथमिक शिक्षणाची परिस्थिती काय, तर गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यामध्ये 2021-22 म्हणजे कोविडच्या नंतरचा काळ जो आहे, तर प्राथमिक शिक्षणामध्ये स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्थेच्या एकूण 1512 इतक्या शाळा होत्या. तिथेच त्यातील शिक्षकांची संख्या 3756 आणि विद्यार्थ्यांची संख्या मुले 34,877 व मुली 35,152 अशी स्थिती होती. जिल्ह्यामध्ये साक्षरतेचे प्रमाण जर विचार केला की 2011च्या जनगणनेनुसार 74% हे आहे आणि अनुसूचित जातीचे 70% आणि जमातीचे 59.8 इतके साक्षरता दर आहे. 2021-22 मध्ये जर विशेष केलं तर प्राथमिक शिक्षणामध्ये इयत्ता 5वीला 1.40% विद्यार्थी हे गळती झालेले आहेत आणि फार गंभीर बाब आहे, कारण गळती शून्य आपण शिक्षण देण्यासाठी आरटी सुद्धा आणलेलं होतं, पण हे गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यामध्ये दिसत आहे. मग फुलोरा उपक्रमाची गरज काय पडली आहे, तर फुलोरा उपक्रमाबाबत सांगायचं झालं तर विद्यार्थ्यांच्या गुणवत्ता विकासाकरिता फुलोरा उपक्रम आपण आणलेला होता. दैनंदिन अध्यापनाच्या पद्धतीमध्ये एक नवीन अध्यापन पद्धती या फुलोराने अंगीकारलेली होती. भाषा आणि गणित हे विषय मूलभूत धरून या भाषा गणितातील मूलभूत क्षमता विकसनाकरिता हा उपक्रम आणलेला होता. यामध्ये कृतीयुक्त अध्यापन पद्धतीला महत्व देण्यात आलेले होते. यामध्ये विशेष म्हणजे गटकार्य आणि भरपूर शैक्षणिक साहित्याचा वापर करण्यात आलेला होता. अध्ययनासाठी अध्ययन करणे हा उद्देश ठेवून विद्यार्थ्यांच्या भाषा आणि गणितातील मूलभूत संकल्पना विकसित करण्यासाठी हा उपक्रम होता. म्हणजे विद्यार्थ्यांना दैनंदिन अनुभवातून शिकण्याकरिता यातून मिळत होता. यामध्ये तंत्रज्ञानाचा सुद्धा वापर करण्यात आलेला होता आणि भरपूर सरावामुळे विद्यार्थ्यांच्या भाषा आणि गणितातील मूलभूत क्रियांचा विकास करण्याकरिता फुलोरा उपक्रम हा काम करीत आहे. मग फुलोरा उपक्रमाची कार्यप्रणाली ही अशी होती की सर्वप्रथम फुलोरा साहित्याचे विकसन करणे, मग त्याच्यामध्ये टेक्स्टबुक असतील, त्यांचे शैक्षणिक साहित्य असेल, त्यानंतर सुलभकांना प्रशिक्षण दिले की हा उपक्रम राबवायचा कसा. नंतर ते सुलभक 12 तालुक्यातून 33 सुलभकांना प्रशिक्षण देऊन प्रत्येक तालुक्यावर ते प्रशिक्षणाचे आयोजन करण्यात आलेलं होतं आणि त्यानंतर प्रत्यक्ष फुलोराची कार्यवाही करण्यात आलेली होती. त्यामध्ये विद्यार्थ्यांचा क्षमता विकास किती झालेला आहे याकरिता बेस ठरवण्यासाठी पूर्वचाचणी घेण्यात आली. त्यानंतर उपक्रम राबवल्यानंतर उत्तर चाचणीद्वारे विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये फुलोरा उपक्रम किती फायदेशीर आहे ठरवण्यात आले होते. याकरिता भाषा विषयाची आणि गणित विषयाची क्षेत्रे ठरवण्यात आलेली होती. जसे गणितामध्ये प्रारंभिक, त्यानंतर अंक ओळख, गुणाकार, बेरीज, भागाकार, वजाबाकी अशी 4 क्षेत्रे ठरवण्यात आलेली होती. तसेच भाषा विषयासाठी सुद्धा प्रारंभिक अक्षर ओळख, शब्द ओळख, जोडाक्षर वाचन, वाक्य वाचन, परिच्छेद वाचन, अभिव्यक्ती, श्रुतलेखन आणि अनुलेखन अशा प्रकारची 8 क्षेत्रे भाषा विषयामध्ये राबवलेली होती. मग यावरचा सराव आणि चाचणी घेण्यात आली. त्यामधून आपल्याला काय कळते की ज्यावेळी सुरुवातीला फुलोरा उपक्रमात आणले आणि प्रारंभिक प्रथम चाचणी झालेली होती आपल्याला, या प्रारंभिक पहिल्या चाचणीमध्ये भाषा विषयामध्ये विद्यार्थी प्रारंभिक लेवलवर एकूण विद्यार्थ्यांच्या 3.95% विद्यार्थी हे प्रारंभिक लेवलवर होते, ज्यांना अक्षराची आणि अंकाची अक्षराची ओळख नव्हती. परंतु उत्तर चाचणीमध्ये त्याच्यावर उपचार केल्यानंतर 0.66% विद्यार्थी प्रारंभिक लेवलवर राहिले होते. त्यानंतर भाषा विषयाचाच विचार केला की जेव्हा उत्तर चाचणी झाली म्हणजे आपण पूर्ण फुलोरा उपक्रम राबविला आणि त्यानंतर जे परिच्छेद हे भाषेतील सर्वात वरील क्षेत्र आहे, सर्वात उच्च क्षेत्र आहे असं म्हणतो, त्यामध्ये परिच्छेदामध्ये 40.81% ही पूर्व चाचणीला विद्यार्थी होते, परंतु उत्तर चाचणीमध्ये ते वाढून 56.99% इतकी ही पर्सेंटेज मध्ये वाढ झाली होती भाषा विषयामध्ये. त्याच प्रकारे गणितामध्ये पूर्व चाचणीला प्रारंभिक लेवलला 2.74% आणि उत्तर चाचणीमध्ये मात्र ती संख्या कमी होऊन 0.55% विद्यार्थी प्रारंभिक लेवलला राहिले होते. आणि उत्तर चाचणीमध्येच गणितामध्ये प्रारंभिक चाचणीमध्ये भागाकाराचे 17.72% विद्यार्थी फक्त भागाकार करीत होते पूर्व चाचणीला, त्यांची संख्या वाढून मात्र उत्तर चाचणीमध्ये 32.88% विद्यार्थ्यांना भागाकार स्तरापर्यंत गाठता आला. इंग्रजीचा जर विचार करायचा झाला तर एकूण विद्यार्थ्यांपैकी 12.78% विद्यार्थी हे बिगिनर्स लेवलवरती होते, ज्यांना अल्फाबेट सुद्धा ओळखता येत नव्हते, परंतु 12% पासून उत्तर चाचणीपर्यंत फक्त 2.23% विद्यार्थी हे अल्फाबेट पर्यंत पोहोचू शकतात. इतकं लेवल त्यांची कमी झाली आणि ते पुढच्या लेवलवर गेलेत. पुढची लेवल म्हणलं तर भाषेतील पॅराग्राफ वाचन ही सगळ्यात उंच लेवल असते. त्यामध्ये सुरुवातीच्या चाचणीमध्ये 7.96% विद्यार्थ्यांना हे पॅराग्राफ वाचन करता येत होता, पण ती उपक्रम राबवल्यानंतर 15.23% पर्यंत विद्यार्थ्यांनी त्यामध्ये प्रगती केलेली होती. एकंदरीत काय म्हणू की फुलोरा उपक्रमाची फलनिष्पत्ती काय, तर फुलोरा उपक्रमाचे गुणवत्ता विकासात महत्वाचे योगदान आहे. कारण भाषा, गणित आणि इंग्रजी या तीनही विषयाचा जर प्रारंभिक चाचणीचा निकाल विद्यार्थ्यांचा बघितला आणि त्याच्यावर उपचार केल्यानंतरचा जर निकाल बघितला तर यामध्ये जवळपास आपल्याला कुठे गणितामध्ये जवळजवळ 50%
आपका समय खत्म हो रहा है तो आप कंक्लूड कीजिए.
ओके, येस मॅम. तर यामधून आपल्याला असं दिसते की फुलोऱ्यासारखा उपक्रम गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यासारख्या आदिवासी भागामध्ये प्राथमिक शिक्षण देत असताना अतिशय महत्वाचा आहे. त्यामुळे अशा उपक्रम असला पाहिजे. अशा उपक्रमाने विद्यार्थ्यांची भाषा, गणित आणि इंग्रजीचा विकास नक्कीच होईल. हे आपण याच्यामधून कन्क्लूज केलेलं आहे. थँक्यू मॅम. याकरिता संदर्भ साहित्य वापरलेलं होतं जे डाएटनं प्रकाशित केलेल्या फुलोऱ्याच्या रिझल्ट होते. गडचिरोली जिल्ह्याचे सामाजिक आर्थिक समालोचन होते त्यामधून आणि फुलोऱ्याची कृती पत्रिका आणि बालभवन याचा सुद्धा आपण इथे संदर्भ साहित्य उपयोग केलेला होता. अशा प्रकारे फुलोरा साहित्य अतिशय महत्वपूर्ण आणि गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील गुणवत्ता विकासात योगदान देणार आहे. थँक्यू मॅम. हॅलो.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
next and last presentation is Farah Khan.
Yes, ma'am.
प्रवीण सर स्क्रीन शेयरिंग बंद कीजिए. फराह मैम स्क्रीन शेयर कीजिए.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes,
Tell
ma'am.
me.
Thank you, sir. मैम अगर आपका पीपीटी शेयर नहीं हो रहा है तो आप ओरली प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं. डिले मत कीजिए.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Farah Khan. I am a research scholar under the supervision of Dr. Mohammad Shoaib, Department of Geology, Gandhi Fazayam College, Shahjahanpur. My topic is ecological role of dung beetles and their diversity in western Uttar Pradesh. Abstract. Dung beetles are crucial part of the land ecology and systematically they are biological scavengers cleaning away the soil climate from the excrement of large medium-sized grazing animals by burning masses of fishes in soil. Heavy metals being toxic in nature are one of the most persistent problems in soil and water. Dung beetles are eco-friendly arthropoda Coleoptera because they help with nutrient recycling, decomposition, soil fertile, soil aeration, and seed dispersal based on Uttar Pradesh. Scarabidi aphodini most common found in district Shahjahanpur, Bareilly. This review is aimed to summarize the dung beetles distribution status in western Uttar Pradesh and their ecological contribution to scientific community in a wide range of area. Introduction. Dung beetle subfamily Scarabeinae, also called dung shepherd or tumblebug, in the family Scarabidae, order Coleoptera, that form manure into a ball using a scooper-like head and pedal-shaped antenna. In some species, the ball of manure can be as large as an apple. In the early part of the summer, the dung beetle worries itself and the ball and feeds on it. Later in the season, the female deposits eggs in ball of dung on which the larva will later feed. Dung beetles are usually round with short wing covers that expose the end of the abdomen. They vary in size from 5 to 30 mm, 0.2 to about 1.2 inches, and are usually dark in color, although some have a metallic luster. In many species, there is a long curved horn on the top of male's head. Dung beetles can eat more than their own weight in 24 hours and are considered helpful to human because they speed up the process of converting manure to substance and usable by other organisms. The family Scarabidae is perhaps one of the most interesting and largest family of Coleoptera beetles, which contains as many as 30,000 species. Fincher, 1981. The family Scarabidae contains heavy-bodied, oval or elongate, usually convex beetles with tarsi 5 meres, rarely front tarsi are absent, and the antenna 8 to 11 meres and lamellate. Purpose of research in natural system, dung beetle appear to play an important role in maintaining ecosystem integrity, especially through secondary seed dispersal and nutrient cycling. In agriculture system, dung beetles play an important role in increasing primary productivity and suppressing parasite of livestock. Taxonomic and identification of dung beetles in certain districts of western Uttar Pradesh is major concern to look into the biodiversity of these insects in these areas. Aim: keep in view the economic importance of dung beetle in agriculture, forest and livestock management. It becomes interesting to study the ecological role of these beetles. Despite other insect group, very less attention is given to the taxonomy, ecology and biodiversity of dung beetle of India, especially in western Uttar Pradesh. Objective: study on the ecology of dung beetles with special attention on dung preference, abundance, species richness, ecological and geographical distribution. Field surveying selected district of western to assess diversity and distribution of dung beetle assemblies among different geographical region of western Uttar Pradesh. Dung beetle collection and trapping method. Dung beetle sampling consists primarily of three methods: hand collecting individual specimen from dung pads or pellets, pit felt traps baited with dung of various mammal species, and nocturnal collecting for those species attracted to light. Preservation and identification.
Are you done, ma'am?
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Preservation
आपका
collected.
फिनिश हो गया ना?
No, ma'am.
हाँ, कंटिन्यू कीजिए.
Collected beetles will be killed in clean water, which is filled with ethyl acetate and then dissected on the spot so as to take out the external genitalia, male or female, wherever facilities are available. For temporary storage in the field, they are kept in insect envelope with labels, and the envelopes are kept in ordinary card boxes. Some observations regarding their behavior, abundance and availability on various types of dung, seasonal variations and geographical distribution will also be made. Distribution maps will be prepared to show their respective position with regards to the availability of these species. Expected outcome. The study will also give a very valuable and important information on some ecological functions of the group, and will give data on dung beetle food preference, species richness and abundance, ecological and geographical distribution. The study will give insight to the diversity and distributional pattern of rich dung beetle assemblage in different protected areas of Uttar Pradesh. Checklist and interactive keys for the collected beetle species will be produced and made accessible to the wide range of users. This will accelerate the rate of description, documentation, and understanding of Uttar Pradesh dung beetle biodiversity using an integrated approach for capturing, assembling, analyzing, and managing taxonomic information. Using contemporary systematic approaches and traditional morphological method, species will be identified, described, and classification will be refined. Done. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, the chairperson of the session. Thank you, Dr. B.M. Bariwar, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing the session. Thank you, all the presenters. Moving to valedictory. After 10-minute break, we will announce the best presenter awards. Be with us. Thank you.
सर जोड़ी सर कौन कौन
Welcome after the break. For the valedictory session, we have guest of honor, Professor Manish Uttarwar sir. I request Uttarwar sir to address all of us in this valedictory session. Welcome, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. May I know the dignitary sitting on the dais? I could see only one faculty. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible. You can see the dignitaries on the dais we have. Please continue, sir. You are audible.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, everybody. I could see on the screen Dr. Veginwar, Dr. Bahirwar, Dr. Goon. I'm not able to recognize the rest of the academicians sitting on the dais because of no clarity or rather clear picture. So I see more than 25 plus participations in this 2 days national conference on converging perspectives, science, humanities, and sustainability. All of you are able to hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Should I go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have just scrolled through the participants. They are all young faculties, especially from the Faculty of Science and Technology in particular. And first of all, I would like to congratulate Chintamani College of Arts and Science for having organized this 2 days national conference. In fact, it includes everything, humanities, science and sustainability, which is perhaps nowadays what United Nations has set up some development goals. So if you go through these 17 SDGs, and we can assess where to stand, rather how we can improve our index, uh, what can be our contributions, so that if you see the SDG index for the year 23-24, we were ranked 71 from a scale of 57 to 79. But in that, if you see, the contribution of Maharashtra was not in top 5 or rather top 10, although it's supposed to be most industrialized and economic state of our nation after Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, right? So, if you what I see, there are a lot of sustainable development goals, namely 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 17. Broadly, if you see, we can contribute in many areas, because what is our standing, or what is our recognition, or rather, I will say, identity of our Gadchiroli district. It's a aspirational district first. It is 89% rural and only 11% urban. We've got huge wealth of natural resources like forest and minerals. Virtually no industrialization, or rather I can say today, just beginning of the industrialization of the district of Gadchiroli. And on the other side, we have a Chandrapur district which is heavily industrialized. So in between, what I see sitting at Gondwana University, that we have to achieve a balance, right? Now, on one side, we have got socially and economically backward district. On the other side, we have a district which is industrialized, having good indicators in terms of gross enrollment ratio, in terms of annual income, in terms of urbanization, in terms of rate of literacy, and so on. So what I see for today's this session, I don't know what were the deliberations and presentation and what exact topics were covered during these 2 days at the end, but I will emphasize sitting at Gondwana University on one topic called circular economy, right? Because when we talk of sustainability, sustainable development goals, and where we stand, so as I said, we stand in between. We have got natural wealth. We are not that advanced. We are not that industrialized. So we can begin with achieving these goals one by one. Now, basically, they aim for removing poverty, then removing, say, hunger, making hunger-free zones, like then giving quality education, sanitation, health. Most important, the clean and the green energy. Then they also talk of some innovative solutions, industrial innovations. They talk of smart, sustainable communities and sustainable cities. So I think a lot of areas wherein we can come up and contribute in a manner. Mm. So for this, for today's session valediction, what I feel, if you think of circular economy, wherein it's a model production and consumption unit. Over the years, we have been using resources, rather recycling them. But this is a typical concept wherein there is a zero waste concept and the green energy concept, that we will produce, then we will consume, then we will recycle in a manner that it takes another form, and thus it is brought down to zero waste. So this completely green concept relies on green energy, and sitting in the Gondwana University region, in particular the Gadchiroli and the Chandrapur districts, so we can come up with such a number of models. Now, in particularly wherein this Chintamani group of institutions is located, if you see, we have got a lot of adjoining and forest in our periphery. There's a lot of bamboo, which is nothing but not a plant but a grass. So we can build a kind of model based on circular concept of the circular economy, which is exclusively bamboo based. So perhaps the steps have already begun. The handicraft centers, a lot of coming up, making crafts which are domestic or artifacts, or now it is even used in construction industry, in furniture industry. So many things. It will remove the poverty of our underprivileged and backward masses staying in rural habitats. There will be no hunger. They will have a enhanced livelihood option management. and at the same time they will not pollute because they are using a natural resource called bamboo. So this is one example I can cite it out that based on bamboo. So I was going through that presentation on geology, ecology from that Farah Khan. So a lot of the second natural resource in our region is minerals. So a lot of things can be done in mining also because by qualification I also happen to be a mining engineer. I have my all basic qualifications in the field of mining engineering. She was talking on ecology. Yes, definitely mining affects the environment. So therefore, ecology and the environment has to go hand in hand together so and such that we can mm, uh, protect and conserve our environment in a manner that we will ensure our sustainability. Most recently, if you see in our university region, the Lloyd Metals have started iron ore mining and they have fired their first steel plant at Kunsiri some 2 months back in the December 2024. So just I am giving you one example what they have done. We are talking of sustainability, sustenance. So mining, as I said, it creates pollution in varied forms broadly, the air pollution, the water pollution, and most important is land degradation. So that iron ore is transported from Surjagarh to Konsari. Now conventionally it can be transported by road or by rail, but Lloyd Metals is transporting that through a slurry pipeline. So this is the first step in towards the ecology, environment, protection of environment, wherein not only they have averted the huge pollution, but have also resulted in carbon credits because they are using eco-friendly method of transport by making that slurry pipeline, right? So there's such kind of lot of another examples can be given out. We're using IC engine based vehicles. Nowadays, you can go for battery vehicles or what you call the EVs. Then another example can be, as I said, mostly we have rural masses. Still, some of the, I think, 7 to 8% of the rural masses are not electrified. So they can be solarized. They can be provided with a solar-based power. So once again, it will take care of the green energy or the energy conservation. So in this perspective, what I feel whenever such conferences are being organized, one should come forward and should invite specifically what can be done, keeping in view or forefront your sustainable development goals like education, the sustainable communities, the sustainable cities, the green energy. Then we have a lot of water with us. We're surplus in water. So since we are not that heavily urbanized, so little to contribute in the area of sanitation and health, right? So what I feel broadly out of 17, there will be around 5 to 6 goals wherein we can contribute. And I hope the papers presented in these 2 days duration in various sessions, having covered different topics of concern and interest, must have touched these development goals. So this is how what I say, and at the end of this validation or other conference, we must keep in mind the ultimate aim of our nation, that is Vikasit Bharat 2047. So if you see, we have got a period of roughly 22, 23 years, and I will also advise while remembering or complying with these 17 SDGs which are listed by United Nations. As a citizen of our nation, that is India, we also must see our own aims and objectives which will give us recognition of Vikasit Bharat 2047. So with these words, I would like to call upon. So I would like to thank the management and principal and all the organizing team of this today's national conference for giving me this opportunity to address all of you on this valediction. Thank you so much and good night.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your address. It was really enlightening, and definitely, surely, we all together will work in the direction of sustainable Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you so much for being in the valedictory session. Moving ahead towards the results of presentation, that is, we have another guest of honor. I welcome and invite Dr. Rajiv Beginwar sir to present his address at this point.
Yes. As we conclude the National Conference on Converging Perspectives, Science, Humanities, and Stability, we reflect on the insightful discussion, innovative ideas, and collaborative efforts that have shaped this gathering. This conference has highlighted the importance of integrating scientific advancements with humanitarian perspective to create sustainable solutions for our shared future. Let us carry forward the spirit of interdisciplinary collaboration, applying the knowledge gained to address global challenges with balance and holistic approach. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our speakers, participants, and organizers for their valuable contributions. May this dialogue continue to inspire meaningful action and lasting impact. Thank you, and we look forward to future engagement in our collective journey towards a more sustainable world. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's always enriching to hear from you. Thank you so much for the inspiration. Moving ahead to the Best Presenter Awards list. Since the conference had two categories, that is Humanities and Science, we are announcing presenters who have bagged the Best Presenter Award in both the categories. We have shortlisted, with the help of panelists we had, the shortlisted list has 4 best presenters from Humanities and 5 best presenters from Science category. Under Humanities category, first presenter to bag Best Presenter Award is Kamal Nayan Mohan Margonwar, sir, for his work on Ashram Shada Adivasi Jamaतीच्या शैक्षणिक विकासाचा राजमार्ग. Second best presenter in the Humanities category is Premila Suryabhan Chakor for her work on आशा बागे यांच्या भूमी कादंबरीतील स्त्री जाणीव. Third best presenter under the Humanities category is Mr. Praveen Yadav Munjamkar for his work on गडचिरोली जिल्ह्यातील जिल्हा परिषद शाळांच्या प्राथमिक शिक्षणात फुलोरा उपक्रमाचे विश्लेषणात्मक अध्ययन. And the last in category of Humanities is Dr. Meeta Bhatnagar for her work on resilience and culture. Congratulations to all. Now under the Science category.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Under the Science category,
Well, I extend my congratulations all to presenters who have been just now recognized.
for Science category, first Best Presenter Award goes to Mr. Parag Tebune for his work on macrophyte diversity of Pore River near Haramba, Chamorshi. The second presenter who bagged Best Presenter Award in Science category is Rohini Shamrao Punge for her work on anti-proliferation effect of safflower extract on human lung cancer cell line AS49. The third best presenter award goes to Miss Reshma Pandre for her work on dual state blue yellow sensitive AIE active dyes for organic electronics. Next is Dr. Dinesh Dhabadkar sir for his work on abortifacient efficacy of Plumeria rubra lin plant extract in female albino rats Pfister strain. And the last best presenter award for science category goes to Mr. Akhand Pratap Singh for his work on forecasting temperature in Uttar Pradesh and its relationship with sustainability. Congratulations to all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Again,
Thank you,
congratulations
ma'am.
to presenters from humanities as well as science category.
Thank you.
At this point, I invite Dr. Pratik Bezelwar sir, the co-convener of this conference, to present vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, faculty members, scholars, and dear participants. As we come to the conclusion of this remarkable national conference on converging perspective, humanities, this conference has been a truly celebration of knowledge, dialogue, and collaboration, and none of it would be been possible without the dedicated contribution of many individuals and institutions. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries for gracing this occasion with their insightful address and invaluable perspectives. Your words have inspired us to think beyond the disciplinary boundaries and reaffirms our commitment to sustainability. A special thanks to our keynote speaker and panelists who have shared their expertise, thought-provoking ideas, and research, enriching our understanding of intricate relationship between humanities, science, sustainability. Your contribution has sparked meaningful discussion and new avenues for exploration. I also extend my sincere appreciation to our distinguished guests, academicians, researchers who have participation and engagement and have been made this conference a platform for intellectual growth and collaboration. Your enthusiasm and thought-provoking discussion have truly made this event successful. A heartfelt thanks to organizing committee, faculty members, volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that every aspect of this conference runs smoothly. Your dedication and meticulous planning have made this event a seamless and enriching experience to all of us. I would like to acknowledge and thank you, our sponsors, partners, institutional supporters for their generosity and encouragement. Your support has been instrumental in making this conference a reality. Last but certainly not least, a huge thank you to all the participants. Your active engagement, insightful questions, and shared perspective have made this gathering a dynamic and meaningful exchange of ideas. Your presence reaffirms the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration in addressing global challenges. As we conclude, let us take forward the knowledge, collaboration, and inspiration gained from this conference. May our discussion here translate into actions that contribute to a more sustainable, equitable, and harmonious world. Once again, thank you all for your valuable contribution. Wishing a continued success in all your endeavors. Signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, Bezelwar sir. With this, we end this 2 days national level multidisciplinary conference on converging perspectives, science, humanities, and sustainability. And with the permission of all the dignitaries, I declare that this is the closure of the conference. This is just a reminder that the hard copies of the certificate will reach you soon. Keep a follow-up with the WhatsApp groups that we have shared. Thank you, all of you. Thank you once again. Have a good day. The feedback link will be shared on WhatsApp groups. All are kindly requested to fill it and show your feedback and your experience through that. Thank you. You may leave.
Thank you, ma'am.